Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Today is July 12th, 2026. And Lindsey Olin Graham, American politician and attorney who represented South Carolina in the United States Senate from 2003 until now, is dead. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, born in the town of Central South Carolina, Lindsey Olin Graham attended the University of South Carolina. He served as a member of the Judge Advocate General's Corps in the U.S. Air Force from 1982 to 1988, working as a defense attorney and chief prosecutor in Europe. He later served in the U.S. Air Force Reserve while in Congress. He was awarded a Bronze Star Medal for meritorious service in 2014 and held the rank of colonel. Lindsey Graham worked as a lawyer in private practice before serving from 1993 to 1995 in the South Carolina House of Representatives and from 1995 to 2003 in the U.S. House of Representatives, where he represented South Carolina's 3rd Congressional District. Lindsey Graham occupied the space left in the Senate by yet another demonic entity, Strom Thurmond, who had been in that seat since 1948. The seat is now vacant as Lindsey Graham, shortly coming back from a trip from Ukraine, has passed away. Lindsey Graham is pro-life, and yet Lindsey Graham has died. He is joining the ranks of possibly Mitch McConnell, Strom Thurmond, and numerous others who have passed away. Lindsey Olin Graham, at the age of 71, relatively young, relatively youthful for a member of the Senate, has passed away. Now, today we're going to be talking about his legacy, as many of the outlets are rushing to talk about Lindsey Graham's background and how wonderful of a guy he is and how awesome he was in polite conversations. We, of course, don't do that here on the Hasanabi broadcast. We like to take a look at the true worth of a man. We like to take a look at what these members of Congress have actually done. Not the way that they cover it in mainstream media, but instead the way, what their impact is, and the way it should be covered. I'll start off by saying Lindsey Graham, in a long list of demonic entities, was exceptionally bloodthirsty. A bloodthirsty, odious monster who loved war. There was never a war that Lindsey Graham did not fall in love with. Mr. Ladybug himself. And the ultimate irony of the situation is that he achieved him and his best friend John McCain's dream of bombing Iran. He finally got to do it. And yet, the only thing he saw in the aftermath of achieving his dream, suffering from his success, was the spectacular failure it turned into in his final days. He watched the United States century of force projection capabilities collapse. But rest easy, Ladybug. Till the bitter end, you died doing what you loved, advancing the interests of American empire. And of course, we're going to get into all of that and more. I just wanted to start with that, get it out of the way. We have a big day today, of course. Lots to talk about. A lot happening in the world. A lot happening in the universe. Sorry for going off topic from this great eulogy, but your suit today looks amazing. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. But as a chud-ass loser, I don't really have much going on in my life. You already know. I played a little bit of basketball. It's mostly cloudy here and 77 degrees in stolen California land, stolen Tonga territory. And we are live. We're alive. I'm going to blast off and we're going to get into it. Lindsey Graham dead at 71. War with Iran is back. Situation monitor. O'Connor interview. Clavicular in Israel. Sunday fun day is upon us. Get in now. I haven't seen Benjamin Netanyahu on American television as much since another prominent right-wing figure died in the United States of America, and his name was Charlie Kirk. That's right. Benjamin Netanyahu is making the rounds on television talking about how wonderful Lindsey Graham was. Now, of course, that's probably not great for Lindsey's legacy, especially considering that everybody fucking despises Benjamin Netanyahu, but I guess it's honest. But one must ask the question. Sure, it's honest. But what did he do to Lindsey Graham? What did he do to Lindsey Graham? In any case, ladies and gentlemen, you were expecting me to give you a polite eulogy of Lindsey Graham to lie to you about his background. Well, expect no more. The only redeemable aspect of Lindsey Graham's existence was the fact that he was probably a gay man. But even then, he turned that into an issue with how homophobic he and his party were. A fierce defender of the genocide in Gaza, Lindsey Graham never met a baby in the third world he did not want to evaporate with American munitions. Do we have a blast off meme, ladies and gentlemen? Do we have a blast off meme? If not, I'm just going to go with Lindsey Graham just died, with the Trump take. And get into it. Do we get a crab rave? You already missed it, my friend. We already started with the crab rave. You already missed it. Yeah, I woke up to 700 text messages. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I woke up to virtually every single person in my life being like, dude, wake up, turn the fucking stream back on. Lindsey Graham passed away. I've cooked such a great blast off. God damn it. These are such fire blast offs. I missed it. I just went, and this is good too. Flags at Grindr headquarters have been lowered to half mast. Shit. I didn't use that. With the immeasurable thanks to God, we're proud to announce the addition of baby number 5 to the Shapiro family this morning. The baby. Oh my God. Oh my God. Lindsey Graham being born into Ben Shapiro's life. Ben Shapiro's family. Yes, if you want to rewind, all you need to do is subscribe. If you want to rewind to see the crab rave that I started off with, all you need to do is rewind, ladies and gentlemen. And in order to be able to rewind, all you need to do is subscribe. Hasanabi had pranking Lindsey Graham's office. Prank call Graham's office, thought I was Lindsey.
Hi, is this Peter?
This is not Peter.
Are you sure? It's tell Peter to come pick me up. I had too much to drink with Michael.
Sir, this is Senator Graham's office.
I know it's Senator Graham's office. It's me, you fool. Where's Peter?
I don't think we have a Peter in our office, sir.
I've been seeing Peter. He works for Raytheon. Me and him go and get drinks. It's me, Lindsey. It's late. It was late at night, and I'm still here. I need to pick up ASAP.
Yes. Yes, sir. Lorenzo.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Who's Peter? Yes, sir. I can get that for you.
That is incredible. That's funnier than, oh my God, it worked. How's Mitch holding up? Now, this is a question that a lot of people are going to ask me because I know I am his emergency contact. Mitch is not doing all right. He has not been responding to my numerous phone calls. Usually at this hour of the day, we'd be having a phone sex style situation going on, and Mitch has not been responding to my phone calls to do the phone sex. And I assume that part of that is because he's probably really taken aback by the news. Okay. He's been ghosting me, and I feel some type of way about it. I think it's really messed up. I know what Mitch meant to him. Or sorry, I mean, God, I'm mixing my dead guys. I mean, sorry, Mitch McConnell is alive. I know what Lindsay meant to him. So he's ghosting me, which is really messed up. It's really, really messed up, folks. But yeah. Are you planning on covering the Will Lawrence situation? Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's so nasty. I hate that stuff so much. Will Lawrence got hit with the crime of making a statement that is like objectively true, and then having it get clipped in a nefarious way to foment some kind of like racialized animus. I think, from what I understand, he was literally talking to someone who was like a black organizer, like a young black organizer, about like entrenched black political power within the Democratic Party, offering a setback to further progress, including an abject refusal of younger black voices from entering the fray, and they cut it to make it seem like that he's being anti-black or something. It's a classic situation. I hate that. Anyway, let's finish this.
Yeah, I need to get picked up ASAP, okay? I'm at the Quiznos and
damn, that's insane. That's an insane fit. Yeah, I got to get on my
Circle. Do you know where that is?
That was not. He's, sir. I don't know Peter in our office.
He's not in. We're having a liaison, man. It's undercover. He was gonna pick me up at the Quiznos.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, they thought I was Lindsey Graham. Oh, he believed it. I know. Chicago Bish. He believed it.
That was awesome. Lindsey Graham after fighting for the top bunk in hell with Charlie Kirk. Dude, listen. Disavow. So Lindsey's NDA expires, so people are coming out about him. Just woke up to find out Lindsey Graham is dead. Law. Most of you know him as the homophobic senator for South Carolina, but to me, he will always be the man who paid a Twinkie pre-transition college student a fast stack of cash to do unspeakable things to him in a hotel room while he wore red lingerie. It is a canon trans event to have far-right freaks bankrolling you, then turning around and voting against you. People love to judge us, but I never see them opening their wallets. Shout out to sex workers everywhere forced to humanize their enemies just to make rent. It's an absolute mindfuck to me that one of the reasons I have any semblance of financial security and a lack of student loans is because of this man. At the time, I had no idea who he was, and I only figured it out because another group of twinks leaked Lady G to the media. Some queers tried the grandstand critique this, saying we shouldn't out people. I believe bigots with power deserve no peace or privacy, especially when they hold public office. I'm glad they did it. Icons forever. Anyway, if you ever enjoy what I do on the internet, I know that is in part because of Lindsey's generous donations over a decade ago. Oh my God. Because of Lindsey's generous donations, I've ever sent you dollars or something. Know that was kickstarted by the now deceased sissy senator from South Carolina. Oh my God, Lindsey, rest in hell for what you did to our community. I will continue to love queer and trans people harder than you ever hated us. You loved every second of our time together, and now everyone knows. Kissy face. Dude, this is going to be an insane week. This is going to be an insane week because Lindsey Graham is a demon. Like, Lindsey Graham was a demon. He was a very bad guy. I I will, it's going to be tough to fully explain to you how much of a bad guy he was. I'm going to try to do my very best. Okay? I'm going to try to do my very best. But god damn, dude. I mean, he was such a fucking demon. Because, look, the American Congress is comprised of the worst people on the planet. Like, if you were to look at individuals with so much power, so much destructive capability, the American Congress is up there as far as, historical forces of ultimate evil goes. Lindsey Graham is above the fold. He is above the average level of evil you automatically subscribe to if you're a part of the American Senate. He is one of the worst of the worst. A gay man who was in the closet, who was, obviously unbelievably homophobic, unbelievably transphobic. That's on the domestic side. Someone who obviously was in favor of ruining the lives of tens of millions of women, with his pro-life sentiment. All that stuff is real. As a Republican, as a regular Republican, he obviously contributed to a tremendous amount of damage here in the United States of America, right? But what makes Lindsey Graham exceptional, what makes Lindsey Graham uniquely demonic, uniquely evil, is his bloodlust. Okay, Lindsey Graham was always at the tip of the spear when it comes to American war machine endeavors. Wherever there was a brown country that was waiting to be bombed, Lindsey Graham was there going, hell yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, that'd be a great idea. That'd be a great idea. I love Israel. Israel is my favorite. Am Israel high. I say it every day. Look, and on top of that, he was such an inconsistent charlatan. In 2016, he said, we are going to vote in Donald Trump into office, and he's going to ruin this nation, and he's going to ruin this party, and we are going to deserve it. And then he puckered his lips and planted them inside of Donald Trump's ass cheeks for the next fucking decade till the bitter end. That's who Lindsey Graham is. And let me tell you something. Maybe some of you are not very political. That'd be really funny. You're watching me on a fucking Sunday. So obviously that's probably not the case. But you can tell a lot about a man about the way he treats the legacy of his best friends. Now, Lindsey Graham is a bad guy for his policies. We know that. And we will get to that. There's plenty to talk about there. But Lindsey Graham was also an exceptionally fucked individual because his best friend in Congress, alongside another demon, Joe Lieberman, that's the independent Democratic spoiler, Joe Lieberman. Fuck him too. Okay. But his best friend in Congress was a little known man by the name of John McCain, also known as Bomb Iran John McCain, also known as I like my war heroes not captured John McCain. That's what Donald Trump said about John McCain. Now, John McCain was known as a maverick. John McCain was known as a maverick because he would every now and then stop the Republican Party from advancing some of the worst elements of their agenda. Every now and then. He was also a media demon. He was beloved by the media. He was seen as this reasonable Republican. No such thing exists, okay? We're not doing that kind of bullshit here. But the media loved celebrating this fucking dipshit, John McCain, also another demon, as this reasonable guy. But John McCain and Lindsey Graham were best friends. They were besties. And Donald Trump, till the bitter end, destroyed John McCain's legacy. He ripped into him. When he was running for office the first time, when he was running for the presidency, he very famously said, I like my war heroes that weren't captured. Talking about some of the most brutal, torturous conditions that John McCain had withstood on his way to bomb a light bulb factory when his 7th fucking plane fell in Vietnam. And Donald Trump called him a cuck over and over again. Donald Trump disgraced John McCain, one of his most redeemable qualities. An otherwise demonic person himself. Donald Trump is a piece of shit too. Lindsey Graham was John McCain's best friend. And then, as soon as John McCain died, Lindsey Graham puckered his lips and planted them firmly in Donald Trump's ass cheeks. Firmly. And he stayed there. He stayed there until his last breath. One of the most pathetic, disgusting parasites that you have ever seen in American politics. Think about that. This dude fucked up your homie. Okay, your homie that you were like, that's my war hero. That's my war hero. That's my best friend, John McCain. I love him. You were inseparable. You were inseparable. And Donald Trump shit on him every single day. And then you turned around and you said, fuck my homie? You backstabbing bitch. I don't even like John McCain, but at least I'm honest about my distaste for him. You lived with him for years. And then when he died, you immediately fucking switched up on your day ones. That's the kind of guy Lindsey Graham is. Not a good person, not a good politician, nothing redeemable about him. Okay? Lindsey Graham would say on the dead homie and lie straight up. So when you see the media trip over itself to eulogize this guy because he was nice to them at some point, just remember that's the kind of guy he was. Okay? Anyway, here's a little bit of a taste of what kind of guy he was. Here is Lindsey Graham at the Republican Jewish Coalition. Let's take a look.
He recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Why? Because if you got a problem with that, take it up with God. He's the guy that did it, not Trump. So I just want to say, I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes. Trump is my favorite president. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II. So, as a coalition of Republicans, some Baptists, some Jewish, we organize ourselves around principles that we love and we cherish. We love individual freedom. We love entrepreneurship. We love capitalism. We love Israel. We love the idea of Israel. We love the struggle they've been involved in. We love them, helping them because you're helping yourself. So to those who worry about these stupid interviews and far off places, don't worry. The Republican Party has figured it out when it comes to Israel. We understand that Israel is a friend of America to the bitter end.
Israel comes to me in my dreams. I love Israel. Exhort, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. My friend, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm burning over here.
We understand that God blesses those who bless Israel. And where I come from, I figured that crap out when I was 6 years old. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So Senator Lindsey Graham was scheduled to appear on Meet the Press this morning. It would have been his 64th appearance on this broadcast. We're sending our deepest condolences to his family and colleagues. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will join us this morning to reflect on his life and legacy, which they did, and we'll talk about it. But first, before we talk about that, here is what this Iranian anchor had to say. And there's numerous clips from Iranian state television. Lindsey Graham, the anti-Iranian senator, has gone to hell. He says, this news is so good that I wanted to read it to you once more. Lindsey Graham, the anti-Iranian senator, has gone to hell. Oh my God, so much Lindsey Graham content. Here, there's something for everything. Here's Lindsey Graham on Cuba.
President Trump finished the job that President Reagan failed to do. I am a big admirer of Ronald Reagan, but I'm here to tell you that Donald Trump, in my opinion, is the gold standard for Republicans, maybe any president, and when it comes to foreign policy. Maduro, everybody talked about him. Well, Donald Trump's got him in jail. Cuba's next. They're going to fall. This communist dictatorship in Cuba, their days are numbered. The Iranian regime, the mothership of international terrorism, is about to collapse. The captain of the ship, the Ayatollah, is stone cold dead.
I have to apologize. I have to apologize for something. I've led you astray. For the longest time, I've led you astray. I've told you foolishly that evil never dies. And today, I recognize that I was wrong. Sometimes evil does die. Because it's not like Lindsey Graham passed away surrounded by loved ones at the age of 71, far after he had been done with his impact. I mean, he passed away at the age of 71 when he was about to become the senator again, the senator from South Carolina once more. So he had more evil in the tank. He had far more evil in the tank. And I don't even know what the events surrounding his untimely demise are, because he seemingly was in operation. He seemingly was still perfectly willing, perfectly able, perfectly capable to do more harm. So he had at least one more term in him, for sure. He had that dog in him. What was sustaining his life force was the continuation of American empire. So it's very strange. Now, the question is, did he die in Ukraine, or did he actually make it back to the United States of America? Because I'm a little unsure about what happened here. Because he was in Ukraine the night prior, and I think he died in the United States. But some people are suspecting that it was a 911 call to his DC home, but is that fake? You know, did he actually make it back? They would not be able to hide it, transporting a body internationally. I don't know. Yeah. I think he died in DC in his home. There is a 911 call. But I saw some conspiratorial-minded people speculating that he had died in Ukraine and they're like hiding it or something. I don't know. QAnon is suspecting of foul play. And it's not just QAnon that's suspecting of foul play. But this is really funny. The Islamic regime threatened to kill him 6 days ago. I mean, I don't know why you're giving credit to the IRGC here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they deserve it, but fuck it, you know? It's kind of funny that these guys are all just like immediately saying like, nope, that's the IRGC did it. Okay, I'm sure they don't hate that. I'm sure they love that. Exclusive photos show Lindsey Graham being carted out of his residence while surrounded by emergency medical service workers administering first aid. Now, this is a very different set of circumstances than the Mitch McConnell one. I'll keep it $1.50. He was keeping his promise he made here.
How is he doing? Have you heard anything?
I'm going to go check right now with my office.
Okay.
Hoping and praying he's doing well, but I'm going to check just right now.
Is there a contingency plan if for some reason
I have
his
no-
Connell, how is he?
Bro, ain't no way he said, I'm going to go check. And he actually was serious about it. This is one, promises made, promises kept. He'll be back. He was just checking in on Mitch, dude. Yeah. It's not a joke. Yes, this is the last photo of Lindsey Graham to exist. It's Lindsey Graham holding a drone yesterday in Ukraine. I thought this was a joke or trolling. Nope, it's real. This may be one of the very last pictures ever published of Lindsey Graham from his Ukraine visit, published yesterday in the Kyiv Post. Yeah. He went to Ukraine to visit a drone factory, which again is like shocking. But it's just like it's definitely confusing to me because I mean, he seems fine. His father died of a massive heart attack at 69. Nice. 69. Lindsey has had high blood pressure in his 40s. He was fresh off a 14-hour flight, so pulmonary embolism is likely the culprit. We are also carrying the flame right now at level 6 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're carrying the flame at level 10 hype train. You already know. If you like independent media, please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. Wasn't he supposed to be a Russian stooge? Lindsey Graham? Fuck no. Lindsey Graham was #1 on the Ukraine front. Him, Elizabeth Warren, these guys were like all over it. That's not. Lindsey Graham famously, remember that quote that I always repeat when I always mention? Like, this is probably the least bad thing that he was doing. Let's be real, as far as like, as far as his like foreign policy stuff goes, as I've already maintained, it's like America's on the right side for the wrong reasons. And Lindsey Graham openly admitted that it was the wrong reasons, right? He straight up, he is responsible for the quote that I've used over and over again. The idea that the Ukraine war effort was going fantastic. We've reduced our foreign adversaries' military by 50% without losing a single American active duty service member for the mere cost of 5% of our military budget. I'd say that's a great investment. That's what Lindsey Graham said, something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing here. The gay community lost a real one today. Yeah, first Mitch, now Lindsey. Some of the elders. Did he do poppers? I don't know if he was doing it last night, but guess what, dude? Have no fear. All of your questions will be answered. They got the best people on the job. Senator Lindsey Graham was a devoted public servant, a fierce defender of our nation, a true patriot who dedicated his life to the people of South Carolina and the United States. Our prayers are with his family, loved ones, colleagues, and all those who knew him during this devastating time. The FBI is assisting local authorities and has made every necessary resource available. They got the best people on the job, folks. Do not worry. This was traumatizing to read this morning. Oh, God. Oh, dude, this is the ladybug thing. No. That's too much. That's too much for now. We'll get to that later. Nasty. Don't bring that up. Do not bring the ladybug shit up right now. Come on, dude. Delete. It's too much. Ladies and gentlemen, People's Broadcasting Service, Piker Broadcasting Service is on a hype train level 7. At level 10, we carry the motherfucking flame. Professor Sayed Mohammed Marandi says, too bad. I wanted him to see the oil market prices on Monday before going to hell. That's crazy. "31 years in office, 0 sexual assault allegations from women. R.I.P. King." That's crazy. Why are you trying to censor the things he loved? No, the ladybug thing is nasty. It's nasty. How close the GOP is to losing their majority in the Senate? Very close. Problem is, we got John Fetterman on the other side. So right now it's 50-50. depending on where Mitch is. You know what I mean? If Mitch is gone, then what is this? Breaking. An Iranian regime account is not claiming Iran assassinated Senator Lindsey Graham. They just released one of their state-sponsored IRGC. Again, you know what's funny about this? I don't think you want to say this. If your goal is to, make it more likely that people subscribe to striking Iran, you probably shouldn't give them credit for assassinating Lindsey Graham, who was an objectively repulsive figure. So that's the issue here. Like it's not, I don't think people are going to look at this and go, wow, this must have been an Iranian assassination and therefore I hate them more now. We should definitely bomb them. You're giving them credit for perhaps the highest profile assassination that Iran could have ever pulled off. And because he's an unbelievably repulsive figure, it's just, you're not going to win a lot of favors. Lindsey Graham, TTV, fuck you. Pretty great. Reagan been dicking me down crazy. Lindsey Graham, TTV. I can't die now. Wait, shut the fuck up. Is this serious? Trump told Graham he was preparing to launch fresh strikes against Iran after another attack on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. We cracked the case. Oh my God. He's coming off of a 14-hour flight. And Donald Trump gives him such spectacular news that he has the hardest boner he's ever had, and it causes him to have a heart attack. That's it. That's it. No, he nutted too hard. It's clear. It's clear. He heard the likelihood of dead Iranian children. He heard about Donald Trump bombing Iran extra hard, and he had a heart attack. Clearly. Trump told Graham he was preparing to launch fresh strikes against Iran after another attack on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. A person who spoke with Graham shortly afterwards said the senator complained that he was feeling unwell. When the person urged him to seek medical attention immediately, Graham said he would do so Sunday morning after his scheduled appearance on NBC's Meet the Press. Graham then joked, "I can't die now. I still need to do the Russia sanctions, get Iran sorted out, and do Israeli-Saudi normalization." It's kind of crazy that no one is taking into account. First of all, we're at level 8 hype train, by the way. If you give subs and subscribe, we can carry the flame at level 10. We're at level 8 hype train, folks. Level 8 hype train. Subscribe to independent media. Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, for tomorrow's news today. That's right. 1 minute remaining at level 8 hype train. It is pretty crazy. It's also the worst guy ever gets to eulogize you, and he's just going to fucking farm your death. Okay? The People's Broadcasting Service, Piker Broadcasting Service, is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, and nobody else. No ads, just the news. For tomorrow's news today. Okay? What the hell is this? Miss Lindsay for level 10 hype train? What? I'm not going to play this, dude. Come on. Not because it's like disrespectful to Lindsey Graham's legacy or something. I obviously clearly don't care about that, but because it's probably cringe. I'm sorry. Yeah, Lindsay had the judge me by my enemies. At least they use a good photo of me. Judge me by my enemies. That's our line. I show speed reaction.
What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Wallahi, what happened? Wallahi, what happened? What?
Okay. Not a great week for people named Graham. Oh, for sure. For sure. Not great. That is crazy. Let's get started on I guess before, because I have a Ro Khanna interview that I'm going to be conducting in a little bit, but let's get started on Lindsey Graham and the ridiculous glazing that he's receiving currently. We're at level 9 hype train, by the way. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service for free with a Twitch Prime, or for $6, or you can gift a sub to others. A subscription to the Piker Broadcasting Service allows you to rewind. It allows you to send me links. And also, if we get to level 10 hype train, we will carry the motherfucking flame as always. ABC 7 played the most insane music when they announced it.
Never put my love out on the line. Never said yes to the right guy. Never had trouble getting what I want. But when it comes to you, I'm never good enough. When I don't care, I can play him like a Ken doll. Won't wash my hair, then make him bounce like a basketball. But you make me wanna act like a girl, paint my nails and wear high heels. Yes, you make me so nervous that I just can't hold your hand. You make me glow, but I cover up, won't let it show.
He loved Demi Lovato. He loved Demi Lovato. I'm hearing that on his deathbed, Senator Lindsey Graham unhesitatingly recited the. Okay, I hate the. I'm beginning to hate the. Oh, he said the Shahada on his deathbed and he received the light of Allah memes. It's just so overdone at this point. It's so overdone. Okay, I disavow. All right, let's get to his legacy. Once again. About to be level 10 hype train. 1 minute remaining. Less than 1 minute remaining at 86%. Level 10 hype train. Level 9 hype train.
South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, one
What
of
is
the most
this?
powerful and prominent.
Piker describes feeling sad after both of Hasan's polycule members passed away. R.I.P. Lindsey. Overdone by you? I know. I say it all the time. And level 9 hype train is complete. Level 10 hype train is here. We will, of course, carry the flame. It's always going to be weird hearing someone with the mannerisms of Blanche from Golden Girls calling for mass extermination. Yeah. Yeah, we need to.
So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, we'll get to his choice quotes about why he's a demonic figure in a second. But before we do that, it's time to carry the motherfucking flame.
Sarsılmaz durdu fırtınanın sesi. İman erliydi, dirildi yüreği. Gerçeği söyledi, bedel ağırdı. Allah için ölümden korkmadı. Biz Kırkoğlu'yuz, alev taşırız. Hakkı savunur, adını anarız.
Oh no! He said biz Kırkoğlu'yuz.
Sarsılmaz birlik, cennet.
Son of Kırk.
Eş ve baba, ailesi kalbindeydi. Kur'an üstüne ev, imansız olmaz. Dünya susturmaya çalıştı onu. Bizde yaşıyor, yolunda sürer. Biz Kırkoğlu'yuz, alev taşırız. Hakkı savunur, adını anarız. Biz Kırkoğlu, cesaret bizimdir. Sarsılmaz birlik, cenneti duyururuz. Savaş alevlendi, karanlık çöker.
Biz Kırkoğlu'yuz.
Ruhuyla yükseldik, çağrıya uyduk.
Doğru.
Gerçek sonsuz.
As bayrakları.
Aydınlık. Allah
Charlie Kırkoğlu için as. Bayrakları as.
Biz Kırkoğlu'yuz, alev taşırız.
30 değil, 30 oğlu değil, Kırkoğlu'yuz. Kırkımız.
Biz Kırkoğlu, cesaret bizimdir. Sarsılmaz birlik, cenneti duyururuz. Biz Kırkoğlu'yuz. Sonsuza dek var. Biz Kırkoğlu'yuz. Allah ile var.
This is a banger. If you understand Turkish, this is fire. Also funny because Kırk also means 40. So they're saying it's the son of 40. Never forget Lindsey Graham's greatest legacy, his final achievement, obviously. Lindsey Graham's quest to sell Trump on striking Iran. This was extensively covered. Lindsey Graham has also said this about what to do in Gaza. And this is before he even sold the concept of striking Iran by flying to Israel over and over again. So yeah, we will pour one out for Lindsey. You know, when you have a bunch of Mossad agents who work tirelessly to develop blackmail for the most blackmailable man on the planet, think about all of the work that went in to the Mossad blackmail file, and now it's for nothing. He's dead. He died. Like, think about all the work, all the tireless work that a Mossad agent had to go through to literally create and film and you know, facilitate. All of that blackmail is now for nothing. It's all gone. It amounts to nothing. All the videos he had to edit, all of that.
So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That was the right decision. Give Israel the bombs they need to end the war they can't afford to lose, and work with them to minimize casualties. Well, can I say this? Why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their existential threat war? Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay. To Israel, do whatever you have to do to survive as a Jewish state. So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by...
Yeah, that's what, here is Lindsey Graham on Meet the Press in one of his 67 different Meet the Press interviews. Lindsey Graham is over here advocating to nuke Gaza. That's the kind of guy he was. That's the kind of guy he is. And we will not be letting Lindsey Graham get away in the aftermath of his death. We're not going to let mainstream media whitewash and launder his reputation because he was an accessible guy. Because remember, for a lot of people in the media, they care a lot about access. They care about their own personal experiences, right? So if Lindsey Graham is like kind to them, and there's plenty of people who will tell you like how kind he was, right? There's plenty of people who will turn around and tell you how kind Lindsey Graham was, how great Lindsey Graham was to them personally. I don't care. Okay? I don't care. The reason why I don't give a shit is because he's a fucking politician. Okay? And if you're a politician, I care about your output. If you're a public servant, I care about what you have done to serve the public. And Lindsey Graham is horrible. He's horrible. He was a horrible monster. And not only that, but he was also a hypocritical monster too. Here's a montage of what Lindsey Graham thought of Donald Trump before he became a lackey and humiliated himself. Remember,
I want to talk.
This, by the way, is the same Donald Trump who destroyed Lindsey Graham's best friend. So if you want to know what he was truly like in person as well, like what, if you can't comprehend that the most consequential element of Lindsey Graham's legacy is his actions that he took in office, even as a guy, even as just like a regular person, if you turn around and become besties with the president who destroyed, who constantly shit on your supposed best friend, John McCain, then I don't think you're a good guy at all.
Talk to the Trump supporters for a minute. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you like this guy. He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. He doesn't represent my party. He doesn't represent the values that the men and women who wear the uniform are fighting for. I think he's a kook. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office. And I'm a Republican, and he's not. He's not a conservative Republican. He's an opportunist. He's not fit to be president of the United States. He's disparaged women. He has an 80% disapproval rating among Hispanics. At the end of the day, he would be the most flawed nominee in the history of the Republican Party. He accuses most illegal immigrants of being rapists and drug dealers. He plays into the idea that maybe Obama is a Muslim. 70% of us in South Carolina believe that Donald Trump is not a conservative Republican. We think that he's unfit for office, that he would be a terrible commander-in-chief. He doesn't have the temperament or judgment. I think Donald Trump is a political car wreck, and people slow down and look at the wreck, but they eventually move on. I want to talk to
like objectively, this kind of sentiment in 2026, can you imagine any Republican saying this shit in 2026? This was 2015. Now, we know that they were fake and phony and they were doing the same racial agitation that Donald Trump was doing as well. It's just the difference is Donald Trump was saying the quiet part out loud, whereas these guys kept it to dog whistles. Donald Trump was not dog whistling. He was using a bullhorn, right? But like Donald Trump made the Republican Party far more honest in their dishonesty, in their cruelty, in their senseless desire to destroy marginalized populations. Okay? That's it. And that's who Lindsey Graham is. An empty suit. An empty vessel who was single-minded in advancing America's death and destruction campaign overseas. I just woke up and found out Lindsey Graham is dead and in hell, but only for being a homosexual, so I don't know how to feel about it. That's crazy.
It worked. George W. Bush made mistakes, but he did adjust. I blame Obama for ISIL, not Bush. I'm tired of beating on Bush. I miss George W. Bush. I wish you were president right now. We wouldn't be in this mess. I'm tired of dictators walking all over us. I'm tired of siding with the Iranians and the Russians.
Thank you, Governor.
Worked. It worked. George W.
Pam Bondi, cancer announcement. That's what I heard. Hunter Biden says, when I heard about Senator Graham's death last night, the first thing I thought about was not all the things he said and did in service of Donald Trump. I thought of the time before Donald Trump when he was a brother to Senator John McCain. A time when senators from different parties could fight about politics and still be friends. A time when a conservative Republican from South Carolina could say of my father, if you can't admire Joe Biden as a person, you've got a problem. He's the nicest person I've ever met in politics. As a good man as God ever created. That is the Lindsey Graham the Senator Graham I will remember today. Not because I've forgotten what came after, because in that memory there is hope. Hope for a country where brothers can fight like hell over policy and still share a meal. I will, and a laugh and the loss of people they love, I will choose to remember a time before Trump. See, this is, for those of you who don't understand, what this is just an unbelievably out-of-touch person. Hunter GPT strikes once again. Okay? This is just like, wasn't it great when politicians could just like laugh with one another? Who gives a shit? I don't care if politicians are straight up trying to engage in the act of fisticuffs as long as my political agenda that I believe is truly going to materially improve the working class's lives is being enacted. Okay? That's what politics is. And these guys are playing fucking theater. Who fucking cares? Who cares if he was nice to you, man? I don't give a shit. If someone is an asshole to me personally, and I've made it very clear, look, I have more access to campaigns and candidates and politicians than I ever have in my fucking career. And what do I always tell you? Some of them I like personally. But even if they were pieces of shit to me, as long as they're fucking carrying the agenda of the working class, I don't give a shit. Put the policy in the fucking bag. That is what we should care about. None of this other stuff. This isn't a game. Okay? This isn't theater. This is real life. These people are public servants. They should be measured by their impact. They should be measured by the bills that they advance, the ideologies that they advocated for. They should be remembered by that, their track record. Okay? This is even more consequential than, I don't know, like a famous baseball player passing away or something. Because at the end of the day, even then you reflect on their legacy by looking at their output. But like a baseball player is not bombing Iran. You know what I mean? A baseball player is not going on Meet the Press and being like, we have to literally destroy, we have to nuke Gaza. It's bullshit. Totally ridiculous. Lindsey was thanked by Bibi on Fox and called Patriot for being an Israel supporter so blatant. I know, we're going to talk about it. Hold on, we're going to get there. So just remember, it's like if you're a regular, if you're average Joe, okay, if you're a regular person, why the fuck would you care about if Lindsey Graham was nice to the people at Meet the Press or not? That doesn't have any impact on your life. You care about the policies. You care about his output. You care about what wars Lindsey Graham agitated to get us into. The last one being the quagmire that we're stuck in that killed a ton of Iranians, including 170 little girls in the Minab school, that has caused chaos all over the world. Till his last dying breath, as is reported, he was continuing, he was advancing the interests of American empire, which does not advance your interests. It's just death and destruction in the periphery and nothing for you regardless.
Republican lawmakers of the last 2 decades passing away at the age of 71. Washington, D.C. EMS dispatched to Graham's home on Saturday night for a man in apparent cardiac arrest.
Cardiac arrest.
At 2 in the morning Sunday, Graham's office putting out this statement saying the senator died from a brief and sudden illness, adding Senator Graham's family appreciates prayers at this time and asks for privacy during this incredibly difficult period. Graham had just returned to Washington from a trip to Ukraine, seen here meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky on Friday.
South Carolina, an open seat. At the moment, it looks like the Republican is ahead.
The senior senator from South Carolina served more than 30 years in Congress, more than 20 of them in the upper chamber, becoming one of its most recognizable members, even mounting a failed bid for president in 2016.
No one here, including me, ever expected to hear me say, I'm Lindsey Graham, and I'm running for president of the United States.
He went from political foe of President Trump's to one of his closest allies in the United States Senate, a persistent advocate for Ukraine in its defense against Russia. President Zelensky calling Graham a true defender of freedom, a staunch advocate for Ukraine, and a determined leader. In recent months, Graham also intensely backing President Trump's war in Iran.
We're comply with the law of war, but all hell's about to break loose on this regime.
Graham also instrumental in confirming Trump's Supreme Court nominees and mounting this fiery defense of Justice Brett Kavanaugh in 2018.
This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics.
Graham spending more time with Trump than perhaps any other lawmaker, serving as a key advisor. The pair often seen golfing. Overnight, the president calling Graham one of the greatest people and senators I have ever known, and a true American patriot.
South Carolina's governor will now appoint an interim senator to fill Graham's seat until his term ends in January. Graham was running for re-election, so Republicans in South Carolina now have to hold a special primary to fill his spot on the ballot, Gio.
And Jay, this comes as there are continued questions now about the health of Senator Mitch McConnell.
That's exactly right, Gio. McConnell was checked into the hospital exactly 4 weeks ago today. His staff has still not said why. It's an unknown medical condition. His office continues to say that McConnell is getting treatment and that he's working on Senate business. The governor of Kentucky is demanding answers about McConnell's condition. And if McConnell continues to stay out and with Graham gone, that creates a numbers problem for Senate Republicans. They go from 53 voting Senate Republicans to just 51, Gio.
Yeah, lots of questions there. All right, Jay O'Brien, thank you so much.
Senator Lindsey Graham was as comfortable abroad as he was at home, visiting Ukraine just this Friday.
Good, older, but no wiser.
And using his bipartisan relationships and closeness to President Trump to finalize a new Russian sanctions bill he hoped would force Vladimir Putin to end the war.
So when I get back to Washington, I'm going to go with Senator Blumenthal to the Republican and Democratic leader to see if we can find time to move this Russian sanctions package that would give tools.
Dude, I think Nancy Mace is actually fucking insane. There's something wrong with her. Because, like, look, you can't be shitposting like this if you're trying to replace Lindsey Graham's seat in the special election. Like, I think there's something truly fucked up in her brain, dude. Like, this is a crazy thing. This is some shit that, like, an anonymous shit poster on the internet or someone like myself would post. You know what I mean? Like, if your goal is to actually take over the role, how the fuck are you gonna, like, you look like a crazy careerist.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Yeah, she's saying that she's running for Lindsey Graham's open seat now, like moments after he died. And And you know, I just don't think that is going to look good for people that are, I guess, maybe heartbroken. I assume there's some people who are fucking heartbroken, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. Anyway, let's continue.
To President Trump to help end this war.
Yet Graham died in Washington on his return after a brief and sudden illness, his office said. He served in Congress for more than...
Like the Republicans, are they even heartbroken? I don't know. I just, there's whatever.
30 years representing his native South Carolina. He was meant to appear on NBC's Meet the Press today. Instead, President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke in his place.
I just can't believe it. He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually. It's amazing.
Mr. President,
he was such an advocate.
I think America has lost a great patriot. Israel has lost one of the great champions of the American-Israeli alliance.
Graham first entered Congress in 1995 and was one of the House managers during the impeachment trial of Bill Clinton.
I have lost no sleep worrying about the fact that Bill Clinton may have to be removed from office because of his conduct. I have lost tons of sleep thinking he may get away with what he did.
When he joined the Senate in 2003, he made his name as a foreign policy interventionist, supporting the Iraq War and hawkish on Iran way before Trump's recent military interventions. As the Iranians claim the Strait of Hormuz is closed and fire missiles at US interests, Washington says the strait is in fact open as they launch strikes on Iran. The return to hostilities matches what Graham said recently, that diplomacy won't work, and called on Trump to go harder.
If Iran contests control of the Strait of Hormuz by the United States, we will obliterate them.
Graham was one of the Trump administration's staunchest defenders, backing Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh amidst allegations of sexual assault.
You've got nothing to apologize for. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics.
And despite being pro-Ukraine, he called on Zelensky to resign or change after clashing with Trump.
You're gambling with World War III.
What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again.
Like, he's such a piece of shit. Like, his claim to fame is like the spearheading the bipartisan effort as the Republican for Ukraine and like being tight with Zelensky. And the moment that Donald Trump turned on Zelensky, he turned on him too. Like, he is a literal demon, bro. He is just he was such a bad dude. Notice they aren't mentioning his love for South Carolina, Lamau. Yes, because he was like the foreign policy guy. That's why I have so much smoke for him.
For many critics, this was all an astonishing U-turn, because when Graham ran for the Republican presidential nomination a decade ago, he did not mince his words on Trump.
He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. And you know how you make America great again? Tell Donald Trump to go to hell.
And he claimed after January the 6th that his newfound friendship with Trump was over.
All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough.
Yet the man who...
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Honestly, the only thing I know him for the whole Supreme Court, use my words against me, embarrassment, yeah.
Voted to impeach Clinton did not vote to impeach Trump. In Graham's final days, he worked alongside other members of Congress to convince the White House to increase its support for Ukraine, meeting Zelensky in Ankara during the NATO summit and again days later in Kyiv. The Ukrainian president said Graham was a true defender of freedom and that America and the world had lost a determined leader.
And joining me now is Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, another longtime friend and ally of Senator Lindsey Graham. Prime Minister Netanyahu, welcome back to Meet the Press, and my condolences to you.
Well, thank you. I'm frankly in a state of shock.
It's just not a good, Like if you're like family members of Lindsey Graham, you got to be like, dude, shut up. Don't say anything. You're literally the modern reincarnation of Adolf Hitler, and you're like, that was my bestie. Also, this is this does remind me of the whole Charlie Kirk incident when Benjamin Netanyahu immediately rushed to American television to be like, Charlie Kirk was a friend of Israel. We did not kill him. He was the best friend that Israel could ever have. Obviously, with Lindsey Graham, it's a little bit less believable, considering that, I don't think Israel's the one country Lindsey Graham was never turning on, okay? Rain or shine. Because he even turned on Ukraine. But there was one country that took the highest priority for Lindsey Graham. It wasn't the American country, the American countryside. Certainly wasn't South Carolina. It was the nation state of Israel. Am Israel high.
Because as President Trump said, Lindsey was so vibrant. He was so full of life. He was so full of energy and dedication that it's hard to accept the fact that he is no more. I think America has lost a great patriot. Israel has lost one of the great champions of the American-Israeli alliance. And frankly, I've lost a beloved friend who I've had for many decades. There's just no one like him.
Well, Mr. Prime Minister, Senator Graham was one of the leading voices advocating for Israel, advocating for expanding the Abraham Accords. Every time I talked to him, he wanted to talk about this. Mr. Prime Minister, what does his loss mean?
Dude, again, this is the media being so unbelievably out of step with the public. Like, they're having a conversation about Lindsey Graham's legacy that they feel best honor him, right? Every normal human that hears that from South Carolina all the way to California are going to be like, yeah, no, we know that, which is why we fucking hate him. He was a rapacious brown noser, both literally and figuratively. And not only that, he was spineless. And he placed the interests of Israel above the interests of Americans every single day. This kind of conversation in media circles might be a normal one, but if you're having it in public, it's not going to reflect positively on Lindsey Graham's legacy. I'm glad that they are unintentionally doing the correct thing, which the media rarely ever does, because the positive way to cover Lindsey Graham is to say, like, he was a diligent worker, he was tireless, he was the best at finding bipartisanship, he was nice to me, all this shit, right? He always stood for American interests. He stood for the interests of South Carolinians. They're not doing any of that. They're just like, he loved Israel. That's the only thing he cared about till his last breath, actually.
Not only for you, but the people of Israel. What do you think the impact is globally?
In Israel, it's grief. In Iran, it's celebration, because Lindsey never confused good and evil. He knew exactly where the Iranian regime is. He thought it was a great danger, not merely to Israel and to America's allies in the Middle East, but to America itself. And he just never wavered. He was so clear. He had clarity, he had courage, he had the convictions that he believed were at the basis of America. I always use it like the Superman comics. You remember freedom, justice, and the American way. He represented these traditional values, and Christian, he never flinched.
Isn't it so odd that a congressperson died and the media is asking about the opinion of a foreign country's leader about him? Why the fuck are we talking about the feelings of Israeli citizens right now? What do you mean? That's the president. We interviewed the fake president and the real president on Meet the Press on Sundays. He
was absolutely uncaring about the winds of fashion. He believed something, he spoke about it, He spoke about it directly and with candor. And if he wanted to tell me something unpleasant, he would do so, in his southern drawl. And sometimes I always say that I knew something bad was coming when he said, well, you want to take it from a good old southern boy from me who doesn't know much about the world, and then he'd bring it in, He was so smart and so full of conviction and dedication that it's these qualities, and I think the president spoke about it. He was at once a great politician, but I think beyond that, I think he was just an incredible patriot.
Let's see what people are saying. Hold on. Last time he came out and said something similar, he came out to say he had not killed Charlie Kirk. Tells you all you need to know. He lost someone who would put all of the needs of America's greatest ally ahead of any of the needs of the people of the U.S. The fact that we go straight to Israel for their feedback says a lot. AIPAC is for sure going to try to install a new puppet in his place. Don't worry, NBC. I'm sure AIPAC is busy buying Lindsey's replacement. This is what I mean. This is what I mean when I'm telling you, like, they're so out of step that they think this honors his legacy. And surely, from the perspective of Lindsey Graham, this is honoring his legacy, right? But the average person that hears from the fucking war criminal leader of the apartheid state that they do not like are not going to reflect positively on Lindsey Graham's legacy, and they shouldn't. So the media, being so out of step with the needs of the masses, is unironically doing the correct thing unintentionally by reflecting on Lindsey Graham's legacy with accuracy.
For America.
You talked about the fact that he has as many friends and some enemies. You heard President Trump say he could be a tough cookie. He talked about the fact that Iran had threatened him. Did he have concerns? How did he process the fact that he was quite outspoken and not afraid to engage in tough debates?
Well, he was absolutely fearless. We spoke about it more than once, but he was fearless, as he should be. He's a leader in public life, and you have to take those risks. But I frankly hope to have many more years of friendship with him, and enjoyed his indefatigable and incorrigible honesty. He was very honest about his views. And the amazing thing about Lindsey Graham is he put it directly. He said, I stand with Israel openly. I know that the winds of fashion blow in another way. I couldn't care less. Sometimes he'd incorporate some words that I won't repeat now, but he was just so clear, so courageous, both for his own personal safety, but also for what he believed was absolutely necessary for America. And he believed that
when you say that Lindsey Graham was a rapacious brown noser, both figuratively and literally, are you saying he ate ass forcefully? Yes, dude. It was a double entendre. Yes.
Israel's security and America's security are intertwined. It wasn't just a spin or anything like that. It was something he held deeply for many decades, and I could see his contributions because he sometimes tried to out-negotiate me. We were. It's just unbelievable. We had with three American presidents, with President Clinton, President Obama, and President Trump.
Remember how Lindsey joked about bombing the flotilla to Gaza? Hope Greta and her friends can swim. Monster. Just a straight up fucking monster, dude. Just an awful villain of the highest order. And everyone, in an effort to entertain the optics of it all, are now going to do their very best to be like, oh my God, I can't believe the left is celebrating his demise. He was a young boy at the age of 71, a fresh babe in the womb by Senate standards. Look at Chuck Grassley.
We had memorandums of understandings for support for Israel's military, which, by the way, I think we have time now we've come of age and we're able to draw them down to zero. But he would argue with me. He would say, no, for ballistic missile defense, that's important for you, it's important for America. Whatever is the number, it has to be bigger. And I said, Lindsey, we can do with a smaller number. He said, no, you can't. And then he would go to the Senate and actually, can you imagine this? he would outbid the Prime Minister of Israel. He said, I'm not getting a single vote in South Carolina for that because, you know, there are very few Jews in South Carolina. And the people, yes, they support Israel, my constituency, but I support Israel. And I think you need more. And I'm going to fight for this. This is who Lindsey Graham was. He went with his convictions. And yet he was an amazingly able politician to be able to talk to people on the other side of the aisle, and he did that very often.
He loved engaging in the debate, and it's so fascinating to hear you say that he was not afraid to out-debate you on this core issue for Israel. If he were here today, and it's still just such a shock that he's not, he would want to talk about Iran. He would want to talk about the conflict with Iran.
What is happening, bro?
Throughout the course of this week, he thought...
What is happening? They're like, we're honoring his legacy by manufacturing consent to go wage war with Iran at the behest of a foreign nation state. What the fuck is going on? He would have wanted this? Am I losing my mind? I mean, he is a single issue voter. It's just crazy, right? Lindsey Graham's supposed political shifts, his move from being a fierce Trump critic to one of president's biggest ass kissers makes sense when you realize that Graham's core political commitment was to sociopathic militarism. He would take any tactical stance to further that cause. It's true. In some ways, I guess it is the best way to honor his legacy. This is what he would have wanted. It's true. Use even my death and my legacy to... It doesn't even matter if you remember me fondly or not. Use my death and my legacy to advance American militarism further.
That a more robust military operation was needed in this moment after President Trump had declared the ceasefire over. Do you agree with that, or are you on the same page with President Trump about that? How do you see this moving forward?
I think President Trump wants to exhaust the possibility of achieving an agreement, especially on the nuclear issue, through negotiations. But he is obviously not shy of using force when the Iranians break every commitment they make, and usually a few hours or a few minutes after they make it. So I think we should let the president have his opportunity. You know, Israel is keenly grateful for the fact that America and Israel joined forces to prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, not only against us.
Rokan is going to be on in 2 minutes.
But against the entire West and against the United States. Now, people don't understand how close that was. And the fact that we had these two operations, which...
No, we do understand how close Lindsey was. We do understand it, as a matter of fact. We understand it perfectly. But, you know, thank you for repeating it, I guess. He talks about Roe in this interview as well, yeah.
Called Midnight Hammer and Epic Fury. We call Rising Line and Roaring Line. We actually drove it back. We removed this immediate and present danger of Iran with nuclear weapons that would have posed a danger to everybody. And I think that Lindsey was unabashed. He talked to me about it. He said, you know, you have to do it. You have to do it. He came to me and said, Bibi, you have to do it. You have to knock out these nuclear weapons program before they knock us out. He was very clear about that. By the way, as was President Trump throughout the many years that I've known him. So he didn't move, you know, he didn't say, oh, well, maybe it's not fashionable to say it now. Maybe public opinion has turned against it. He couldn't care less. I mean, he was aware of it, but it didn't change his convictions. And he did what he thought was good for America. And he thought that a strong Israel is good for a strong America, and vice versa, of course.
Before I let you go, I do want to give you the opportunity, if you would like to respond to Congressman Ro Khanna. He is going to be on this broadcast. He says he visited the West Bank. He was blocked by settlers wielding guns. He says the IDF did not help defuse this situation. Do you have any comment on that this morning, Mr. Prime Minister?
Yeah, we're a country of laws, and people who break the law, we take them to court. In the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria, we've had thousands of attempted attacks and warnings against terrorist activities against innocent Israelis, families, mother with their children driving along the road. They're stopped by terrorists and they kill them. And this has happened again and again and again. There is a vigilante effort, not by the settler community. They're 99.9%, law-abiding citizens. They work, they serve in the army, and so on. There are 150 juvenile delinquents that are not part of that community. They come from the other parts of Israel. I don't want vigilantes of any kind, and we are working to put them under the law. But I think if we put things in perspective, we should see that we have thousands of attacks and some few, but obvious breaking of the law, then we apply the full measure of the law against them. Israel, unlike our neighbors, is a democracy and a country of law, and we act against those who break the law.
Well,
all right. So on that note, now that we heard from Benjamin Netanyahu, we will have a unique opportunity to hear from Congressperson Ro Khanna, Democrat from California 17, right now, as a matter of fact. Ro Khanna will be joining me on the broadcast. Ro Khanna will be joining me on the broadcast right now, and we will be talking about his experiences in the West Bank. Hold on one second. Hello, welcome, Congressman Ro Khanna. Welcome back to the broadcast. I'm doing all right. How are you doing? You had a fairly traumatic experience, from what I understand. You went to the West Bank, and you were, by your own admission, detained for over an hour, first by some settlers in the West Bank, and then also by the Israeli Defense Force, and that the tension continued when they arrived on scene. First of all, I want to talk to you about your experience, but right before we get into that, we just watched Benjamin Netanyahu respond on Meet the Press to some of the experiences that you had. I'm sure you've heard it by now because you were on Meet the Press, I suspect, earlier today. What did you have to say for Benjamin Netanyahu's commentary on this?
Well, they're shameful. Both Netanyahu's comments and the Israeli ambassador. First of all, these were not juvenile delinquents. There is actually was an Israeli as part of our delegation, one of the security officials, and another person that was a expert in settler violence, and they gave an interview of what happened. So if people don't believe me, if they don't believe the New York Times photographer's account, they can listen to that account. And what happened was that there were violent settlers who surrounded our van, brandishing M4s and fully armed, kicking the tires of the van, blockading our van in, wiping the windows, taunting us, laughing at us, videotaping us. Why were they there? Because we had the audacity to go to see the Zenuta village that had been burned and destroyed by Yanan Levy, who is an extremist Israeli settler. By the way, we also met earlier, a few hours earlier, Ottawa's brother, Khalil, who Yolan Levy murdered in cold blood. It's on a phone. You can actually see the video. And this person is out free, basically a rogue vigilante. He burned down this Zenuta village, and he sent likely his thugs to detain us because he didn't want us to take the footage and tell the world about what happened in Zenuta and what happened at that elementary school. So we're there for 20, 25 minutes. I'm concerned, but, I think, okay, the police will come, the military will come. So the IDF shows up, and I think, okay, great. They're going to clear us. We're going to get on our way. And they, to my shock, further the blockade. They watch as these settlers call reinforcements. More of their settler friends come in to have cars parked blocking us in. And 4 female soldiers of the IDF block us. At this point, our security person who speaks Hebrew and the Israeli gentleman go to speak to the officers, explain that it's an American delegation, explain that we're in touch with the American embassy. And the soldiers basically curse them out and say, "We don't care that they're Americans. They're on our land. They're on the settlers' land right now, and you will stay here." Now, fortunately, we talked to David Brownstein at the embassy. He's a career person, number 2 person there. He finally got to someone high up in the Israeli government, and they send a police force. And by the time the police got there, about 75 minutes in, the violent settlers rushed away and the IDF rushed away, and we were allowed to go on. But it was a 75-minute detention, and Netanyahu needs to prosecute Yonah Levy. They need to prosecute these extreme settlers. They need to open an investigation into the IDF. But what was even more offensive than Netanyahu's responses, and knowing that I was detained, an American congressman, was the Israeli ambassador's responses on Face the Nation. He says, "How dare Ro Khanna go on a trip to the West Bank, Palestinian-led. He informed us he was going, but he didn't take up our offer to meet and coordinate with the Israeli government," as if that justifies being detained. I did that on purpose. I've been to Israel multiple times. I wanted to see the West Bank from the lens of the Palestinians. And that does not give the Israeli government the ability to detain an American congressman and American citizens. And if this would have happened anywhere else in the world almost, with a few exceptions, you would have the ambassador apologizing to the American people, not making excuses.
Yeah, this would be a major international incident under any other circumstance, under normal circumstances. The question I have for you is, you've gotten additional insight that unfortunately many Congress members do not have, the perspective of the Palestinians in the West Bank in the brief trip that you had to the West Bank. What would you say if I were to ask you, like, an unaccountable force that is backed by U.S. taxpayers and backed by U.S. tax dollars gets to do this to an American congressperson? What would that force do to the average Palestinian, which, by the way, is, of course, illegal because the Israeli occupation of the West Bank is illegal?
I had no idea how bad it was until I went there. I've never felt my race and being brown more than being in Palestine, in the occupied West Bank. And what I would plead with people is put aside your ideological abstractions, put aside, whether you're pro-Israel, pro-Palestine, and just hear me out on the facts on the ground, because I didn't go there leaving as a politician. I left as a human being. I saw in Hebron the streets where Palestinians had shops, and above them lived the settlers. And the Palestinians had to put a metal barrier because the settlers would throw metal parts and rotten vegetables at them all day long. And now that they have some of those metal barriers, settlers still find the cracks to urinate on them and to put acid on them in the streets of Hebron. I talked to a father who was an American citizen whose 14-year-old was killed by the IDF. The father said, "Yes, my son, he's an American, Palestinian American, and he was out and he did throw some stones. And he did throw some stones at cars on the street. But the IDF soldier gunned him down with 21 bullets. 21 bullets. And he was talking with his wife about how they still have the bedroom of this 14-year-old son not redone. I talked to a family in Al-Khair who night after night sees settler violence, and their daughter, who is 18-year-old and studying to go to a university, had to flee in the night because settlers, while I was there the night before, were rattling on their doors, yelling curse words, attacking the house, and they put an Israeli flag on this Palestinian home that I was in. I talked to the brother, Khalil of Adwa, who was shot in cold blood by Yonah Levy. And Khalil says that he sees Yonah Levy 100 feet away from his village, and he can do nothing. I talked to a school principal who saw a shooter shoot at his school, like we see in America. And he showed me the site of the blood of a 15-year-old Palestinian kid. And I said, "What happened to that settler who shot the school?" He said, "Congressman, the police, the IDF never even talked to me. They talked to no one in the school. He does not know whether there was an investigation." I talked to the mayor in Beit Zohar, who talked about how people in the summer come to him saying they don't have enough water to wash their clothes. This is a Christian majority town who do not have enough water to flush their toilets if they just go urinate and don't take a bigger dump because the water shortage. The Palestinian Christians in Beit Sahur get 50 liters per capita of water, which is 50 liters less than the UN standard of what is required for a decent life, a dignified life. While the settlers just kilometers away get 400 liters per capita. And the Bet Sahur and Bethlehem are barred from drilling for more water under their own land. I could go on and on, Hasan, but the one thing I hope I can do as I start to release some of these videos and talk about this is put aside your ideology. Look at the facts on the ground. It is apartheid. It is inhumane. It is cruel. If you support Israel, it is humiliating what is happening in the occupied West Bank. And you have a police force and the IDF that is aligned by extremist settlers in the same way in Jim Crow during the segregationist South, police were often aligned with the segregationists. This is not ideological. These are the facts. And any American who goes there will see this with their own eyes.
Yeah, this is so your recognition of the Israeli apartheid is unfortunately not a commonly shared experience by the rest of the U.S. Congress. What is your message to your allies, both in the Democratic side, but even some of the other Congress members on the Republican side? What will it take for them to come to terms with the reality that every single humanitarian rights organization has recognized at this point that Israel is an apartheid state, that it maintains a very violent occupation over the lives of Palestinians that you now got a glimpse of in your brief experience in the West Bank?
I think they just need to go there. They need to go spend 2 days there. They need to go there, or they need to talk to Palestinian Americans who are there. You know, I talk to Palestinian Americans, millionaires, people who have big businesses. They go there, they have mansions in their house, and they tell me how, one of them told me how they went through a checkpoint and the guard started beating him and took it $9,300 from him because he said, "Do you speak Hebrew?" And the Palestinian American, who's a millionaire, said, "No, I don't speak Hebrew because I've been away from the place for 30 years." And they said, "No, you're lying. We're going to beat you." I mean, they should talk to either some of the Palestinian Americans here who have go back to occupied West Bank, or they could spend 2 days there. And they need to spend 2 days there with a Palestinian-led, Palestinian-guided tour. You know, this is what the Israeli ambassador was trying to undermine. He said, well, Ro Khanna told us he was going. I did that because I wanted to check the boxes, but he did not come to Israel. I've been to Israel 3 times, on Israel inside the Green Line. I've been there 3 times before. But they want to make sure that any of the American politicians who go, either they have AIPAC-led trips or they have Israeli government-led trips, and they get to meet people in Israel, and they'll go to Ramallah, they'll meet President Abbas, they'll meet some of the business leaders, but they're not going into the villages and the towns and seeing apartheid and talking to ordinary Palestinians. It's being kept from them. And what we need is politicians to actually go and see the reality. And I guarantee you, if they do that, this will not even be a debate in America.
You talked about the racist element of the maintenance of apartheid from your perspective as a brown man. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? I mean, you're a brown man in America. It's not like America has been all too kind to brown folk. You're from Pennsylvania, and you're saying that this was a different kind, that you had. I believe you said something along the lines of you had never recognized your skin color as much as you did when you were traveling through the West Bank.
I've never felt my race as much as I did in the 3 days I was in the West Bank. Never. You know, when I grew up in Pennsylvania in Bucks County, it was a middle class upbringing. Went to public school, but I had a lot of people who believed in me. I couldn't hit for anything. They still played me on little league teams. I still traded baseball cards. We all rooted for the Phillies. I had a pretty decent childhood, and yeah, sometimes someone would say, go back to India, but that was the exception. That was not the norm. But the only time I was acutely aware of race in America, most acutely, was after 9/11. When I don't know if you had this experience, after every airport, I would get called up for advanced screening because I
Yes.
was brown going through airports, and it was post 9/11. But in the West Bank, I felt my race acutely every moment. At the checkpoints when we were traveling, and my aide was at one point, the group was white, and one of my friends was white, and I was brown. And I could tell that the security, when they came on the bus, they were concerned most about me. Who is this brown guy? At one place, when we were on the Israeli occupied side of Hebron, the three or four of us, an Israeli, two white Americans, and me, the guard comes. He doesn't care about them. He comes and says, "Who is this guy? Is he the son of Isaac or the son of Ishmael?" Meaning, am I a Muslim or a Christian? And I said, Hindu. And the guy, it was beyond his comprehension. He said, "What is that?" But I was so made aware of being brown. I was brown first, an American second, a congressperson third, but from the lens of people seeing me there, I was just a brown person. It is not just apartheid, it is a racial apartheid that is taking place there.
Yeah, and it's backed by religious fundamentalists, and I do fear that there is an analog here in the United States of America, a similar growth of a movement that is brewing that is a real, genuine threat to normal American existence. And I was wondering if you see those similarities as well. I know you mentioned the historic Jim Crow, a similar apartheid structure that existed in the United States of America, but I do feel like in order for Americans to better comprehend the conditions, because we know America best, do you see a similarity in the growth of ethno-nationalism, Christian nationalism in the United States of America, and a coalition of these similar forces? Did you feel as though this was supremacist values in action, ethno-religious supremacist values in action in their treatment of you, and also their ongoing treatment of the Palestinians as well?
It's 10 times worse than anything in the United States of America. But the one place, let me say to people here who maybe get some perspective, think about ICE, and think about ICE racially profiling people who are brown. You know, the Kavanaugh stops where they can just stop people who are brown or in low-wage jobs. And think about how they're harassing them and how they're detaining them, and in some cases killing them and killing American citizens who get in the way. And think of basically the IDF in the West Bank as 10 times worse and rogue as what you imagine ICE to be, as a ICE that has absolutely no constraints, it can act with total impunity. And so you see the worst form of it in the West Bank. Of course, it should make us even more concerned about organizations like ICE and the desire that they have to purge the country of people who are brown and to tackle immigration. But it needs to be tackled here, but it's 10 times worse in the West Bank.
Yeah. Do you, as an American citizen and as an American congressperson, as an American taxpayer, do you feel a sense of moral culpability as well with the ongoing occupation? Because once again, another aspect of this conversation that is not like academic, not theoretical, but very real is the illegality of this occupation, and yet no one talks about it. Do you feel like that we have an obligation to try to recalculate our relationship with the nation state of Israel? And what do you suggest that we can do as regular American citizens, and what can Congress do as well?
Yes, I do feel a moral complicity and some moral guilt. One of the reasons I want to share my own evolution is that we need that kind of evolution in America. I voted for a lot of the aid before October 7th. I voted for those bills. And the irony that they're taking the money I voted for to detain me. I mean, to detain Americans there. It's almost a terrible twist of fate, sort of teaching a lesson of justice. But I was not I've had deep roots in my grandfather and standing up for independence in India and fighting colonialism. And I worked against the war to stop the war in Yemen, and I ran against the first Iraq war, and I've been active in trying to stop the war in Iran. But I was not initially, before October 7th, an activist on the Palestinian issue. But I just saw on my phone the brutal killing of children in Gaza, and I said it's a genocide. And I voted against, for the first time, the aid with Biden, the supplemental bill. They said my political career was over when I voted with 37 other Democrats against that aid. I questioned my own president, as you know, because we met in Chicago, and I was against the Biden then and what the Biden administration was doing, and that not having a Palestinian speak. But I have become more and more convinced of the moral stakes of this issue. And at this point, Israel is acting in a rogue way with an apartheid state in the West Bank, and is committed genocide in Gaza. We need to end all aid. It's not just academic. We have a vote on the Massey Amendment coming up next week. I mean, are they really going to vote for aid after Israel's foreign government just detained an American congressman and 4 American citizens, and the ambassador is making excuses, the prime minister is making excuses? You're going to give aid to this country? We need to stop giving military sales to Israel that is using these sales to commit genocide, and we need to be very clear about the terms, because words matter. Apartheid and genocide, they matter. And I really believe that there's a reckoning that's coming, because young people, both Democrats and Republicans, get this.
Yeah. As far as a member of Congress and just Americans broadly, we do have a lot of power and a lot of influence over the country of Israel. Now, a lot of people here in the United States sometimes get that relationship wrong. And part of that is because of the prominence of pro-Israel voices in American Congress. But there's this attitude that, Israel controls the United States of America. It's actually the exact opposite, where America has tremendous control over the nation state of Israel. Now, of course, with your recent experience in Israel and the lack of support that you've seen, or even the impunity that you have heard from Israeli officials, you might have a different perspective on this as well. But the reason why I keep bringing this up is because there are mechanisms in play of ensuring that Israel actually is held accountable. So I want to ask you about some of those mechanisms in play. I think you brought up the fact that we shouldn't be giving aid to Israel as long as Israel is obviously in violation of international law, and that's one of them. Obviously, like forcing Congress to abide by existing laws like the Leahy Law is a good start, but I want to hear your perspective on additional financial sanctions. Even someone like Rahm Emanuel, who has long been a supporter of Israel, whose father actually was a part of the early Zionist militias himself, came out while you were in the West Bank. He was at Tel Aviv University, and he delivered a speech. And in this speech, he talked about comprehensive sanctions on Israeli banks. And he even went as far as to say, every single Israeli bank has a branch in the West Bank, in occupied territory that Israel illegally occupies. I don't know if he used those terms, obviously, but he said that those sanctions would actually reach every single Israeli bank if we were able to implement them. Are you in favor of something of the sort? Are you willing to go even further than that as far as sanctioning the state of Israel, an arms embargo? These are the questions that I have from my community, certainly.
Yeah, I think that's just a start. Of course, we should be sanctioning the banks and the construction and the financing of construction and illegal settlements in the West Bank. But we should be demanding not only that, we should be demanding the prosecution of Ynon Levy and the extremist settlers. We should be demanding the demolition of the outposts and the illegal settlements, even illegal under Israeli law, let alone illegal under international law. We should be sanctioning Ben Gvir and Smotrich and government officials that are engaged in perpetrating apartheid. And so I would go beyond just the banks and deal with the construction of these settlements, deal with the government officials who are involved, demand the extremist settlers be prosecuted, and demand the removal of these outposts and settlements, which is not just theoretical. That would improve daily life for Palestinians today if we could get rid of the outposts and the settlers and the illegal settlements while we work towards Palestinian self-determination. That would make a difference today if we did that, and the president should do that. I appreciated Ram's point, but I don't get this 23 nation stuff. I mean, like, we can tell Israel what to do. We don't have to kumbaya 23 nations. Like, stop the settlements, stop the apartheid, recognize Palestinian state. And I think part of it is because it's like an ivory tower. Like, you trek to Tel Aviv, you give some speech. No, come on, meet the people on the ground. And I'm glad at least Ram has moved from now what'll be the right pole of probably the Democratic Party. But we got to have people actually meet. I don't understand how you can lead this party if you've not been to the West Bank for an honest look at what's going on in terms of the human rights issues that are at stake. And then I would not provide military weapons that are being used to kill civilians. I think that's where drop the bombs and Senator Sanders' amendments are. And I have supported that. People have, I've said I don't think we should provide any aid to Israel, including the purchase of Iron Dome. And I came out for that more recently. But, I got into this back and forth with Mehdi Hasan, where at the time I was like, well, I'm not sure on that. And I said, Mehdi, we haven't even tried step one. Like, we can get to step 7 or 8, but people who are saying, oh, Israel's impervious to the United States, how would we know? We've never tried. How about we stop the aid? How about we start these sanctions? How about we stop some of these military sales? And then we'll see. And my guess is they'll very quickly comply. The reason the ambassador can go on with impunity on face the nation, even as Americans are detained, and the prime minister can obfuscate, is because there has never been consequences so far.
Yeah, well, I think the reason why people are demanding an embargo, myself included, is because it is an enforcement action that would get Israel to comply far beyond simply offensive or defensive weapons, especially considering that now there is this new bill that is being discussed where there's supposed to be a merger of the Israeli military and the American one that would make this that would make the issue of holding Israel accountable or stopping Israel's violence against civilians far more difficult. And I was wondering what your thoughts were on that as well. I know you've spoken about that extensively.
Yeah, I'm just going to make sure my connection is strong. I've led the effort in the Armed Services Committee to make sure that that we have a removal of Section 224. Section 224 requires basically the merging of the Israeli military with the American military. I mean, it would appoint a special coordinating person who would basically merge our militaries. Why is this the strategy? And this is where I think it's important to get people on record, because we could cut the aid, we could stop, as I'm saying, the military sales under the Leahy law, but if you're joint producing everything under Section 219 or 224, it doesn't really matter. They won. They have all the military at that point. Yeah. We don't have this for any NATO ally, so we need to stop the military sales killing civilians. We need to make sure that we aren't giving any aid. And we should not allow an end run around that, which was basically Netanyahu's strategy to sort of integrate our military. I mean, it's absurd on its face that we would integrate our military with anyone, but especially absurd that we would do it with a country that's committed genocide, and especially absurd that we would do it when the entire American public wants us to do less with Israel, not more. Only the United States Congress would dream up, well, let's do more.
Yeah, the reason why I bring that up is because Benjamin Netanyahu, since the 90s, has claimed over and over again that they could do without American military aid, right? But nowadays, it's become a more commonly shared opinion in the Israeli military and in the Israeli government that that it's becoming perhaps too politically disadvantageous to continue giving money to Israel so they can purchase the weapons back. And that's the reason why I think a lot of people stress the importance of an embargo and also this merger of the Israeli military, because at that point, it won't even matter if America is directly paying the Israeli government to then purchase arms from the United States of America. A version of this already exists with like jet fuel, for example. This is like very insidious, and many people are not aware of this, but like the Pentagon has always supplied the Israeli military with U.S. jet fuel, and that kind of stuff doesn't even get mentioned in the above board numbers that we're talking about. So a version of this merger already in some respects exists. And you mentioned the exceptional nature of the military partnership that we have with Israel. That also exists with the F-35 program. Israel is the only country that actually doesn't have an American key to their F-35s, simply put. It's a little reductive, but they get to use their own operating software, for example. No other country gets this level of control over our technology. So, do you where do you see this relationship going, especially given that it's a massive divergence between the American public, where every single day Israel is becoming more and more unpopular, whereas Congress seems resilient and resistant to that change, to abide by the needs of the masses?
Well, we need to see Israel first and foremost as an occupying power that has an apartheid state in the West Bank and Gaza, and that committed genocide, and that there needs to be dramatic transformation and change for justice and peace in that area. And that means zeroing out the aid. That means no military integration. That means no military sales that can kill civilians. And that means more than that, leadership that's going to demand some of this outposts come down, settlements come down, that is going to work towards Palestinian recognition and a just peace. That, to me, is where not just Democrats are, the primary voters, and I know you've been had a string of victories with Malat and Abdul, our friend, and looking very strong. And basically, the pattern is you go, you support them, the establishment attacks you, and then the candidate ends up winning. I mean, it's they should be so lucky to have you come out. But my point is that that's where the Democrats are, but also where a lot of the young Republicans are. And they understand that we really, it's a moral issue, a justice issue, but it's also an issue of America not getting dragged into overseas wars in the Middle East that are hurting our national security.
Yeah. So I want to get a little bit of clarity here, because you brought up the idea of being comfortable with sanctions, especially sanctions on any institution, financial or otherwise, that's touching the West Bank. But are you comfortable with like targeted sanctions of that sort? I want to get like full clarity on it. And also, are you comfortable with advancing a demand for an arms embargo, or is that too pie in the sky for you?
Well, I would say I'm comfortable with sanctions on government officials and sanctions on anyone, any of the financial institutions, and certainly sanctions which are involved in the occupation in the West Bank. And I would look at the construction of the finance, the government officials that are involved there. And of course, if there are people to be held criminally accountable beyond or unsanctioned based on what happened in Gaza, that needs to happen once that goes through the ICJ and ICC. On the way I frame it, similar to Sanders and others, is no military sales under our Leahy law. And the arms embargo in candor would go further. It would that would mean, I suppose, as you would define it, that you would stop Israel even from getting defensive weapons, even not from us, but if they just want to get Iron Dome or things. That to me is probably too far. I mean, I'm all for defending and saving human life. So I have framed it the way Sanders or others have: no military sales in terms of things that could kill civilians, which is where
But you would not be in favor of a similar ease of access to defensive weapons for the Palestinians, right? As far as like if Palestinians were to get arms
I think a
from
Palestinian state. No, I mean I think if a Palestinian state wanted to have Iron Dome, I don't think that that's a problem.
Okay.
Why would that be a problem?
All right. Well, I hear this from other Democratic congresspersons as well, and it's always interesting to hear their perspective because I'm fairly certain that we have long-standing sanctions on Iran specifically for delivering weapons illegally. We've decided it's illegal to the Palestinian population, similar to the axis of resistance with Hezbollah. These are obviously not the Iron Dome because they don't have that technology, but these are weapons that are being used and still being used against Israeli soldiers in Israel's illegal and ongoing occupation of Lebanon. Weapons that were received by Iran.
I'm not for arming Hezbollah or arming Hamas. Or I don't think that that's going to get to peace. I would say that the United States should be working on the recognition of a Palestinian state to stop the aid to Israel, to stop the military sales to Israel that are being used to kill civilians, and use our leadership to get finally a Palestinian state that where Palestinians can live with equal rights and dignity. I don't think the way to that is for Iran to be arming Hamas or Hezbollah or armed resistance. I just I don't agree with that. And my grandfather.
No, that's why I was saying, like, wouldn't you see that it's a fair standard to apply evenly across the board? A similar sanctions package for countries that are also delivering arms sales to a country that, by your own admission, has participated in a genocide, and also a country that actually subjected you to the apartheid conditions in its detention.
Well, but I would, I would restrict all aid, so zero out all aid, and I would restrict all military sales killing civilians. I guess the question is, do we? You would go further and say Israel shouldn't have Iron Dome or some of these weapons. I think that they genuinely could be shot at by Iranian missiles, and to me, a life is a life.
The way I see it is I see Palestinians as human beings. I see Israelis as human beings. I want a just and equitable outcome for every single person that's living in the region, and I see that as the only way to achieve that is because I don't see the Palestinian existence as a spoiler to this endeavor at all. I see Israel as an occupation to be the primary and only spoiler to a lasting and equitable peace. And therefore, I want the full spectrum of pressure to be deployed on the country that is responsible for a metric ton more of heinous war crimes. And that's precisely the reason why I'm in favor of more comprehensive, more of a comprehensive penalty to Israel, because I'm fully aware that none of those things are most likely going to happen, and that Israel is going to come to the recognition that they have to play ball. One of the things that I wanted to also ask
just
you,
because I'm always a straight shooter, I think on the menu of all the penalties, I'm probably 7 or 8 out of the 10 we're on the same page, and you may go a few further. But my point is, so far we've only done one. And if you actually have an American Congress, an American Senate, an American president who actually start going up the ladder, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think you quickly will see a massive change in behavior, and that's what the base wants. And I think it's not just the policy. I think we need to be going and standing in solidarity with the Palestinian people and lifting up their stories and talking about their daily life and helping the American people understand what's going on there.
Yeah. One other question that I had for you before I let you go, and thank you so much for all the work that you've done. Thank you so much for going to the West Bank and seeing the experience of the Palestinians and the conditions that they're subjected to, once again, by a criminal occupation. This is an illegal occupation under international law. And speaking of sanctions, by the way, we've obviously deployed sanctions on the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice for even investigating some of these war crimes in the ongoing occupation.
Which is absurd.
Yeah, which is totally ridiculous. As a matter of fact, someone that you've endorsed, Abdul al-Sayed, has been quite critical of Haley Stevens, who also voted in favor of the sanctioning of, I believe, the ICC, sanctioning of the judges, and on top of that, voted against Rashida Tlaib, your colleague's bill to apply a similar standard to the War Powers Resolution to demand Israel pull out of Lebanon in its illegal occupation of currently Lebanese territory.
I was one of the original co-sponsors or sponsors of Rashida's resolution, which is not just protecting the lives of people in Lebanon, where you've had brutal bombing in Beirut and the surrounding areas, but it's also protecting American interests, because part of what is perpetuating this war and having Iran block the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, is Israel continues to bomb Lebanon. Even the Trump administration is so frustrated by it. And all Rashida's resolution was saying is, let's stop that any assistance to Israel in bombing Lebanon. And of course, I believe that we should not be sanctioning the ICC or the ICJ.
Yeah. One question I had for you was about some of the terminology that you used. Like, you were uncomfortable with the term apartheid in the past. You have obviously evolved on your position, and I really appreciate that you've gone through this journey and have been very open about it as well.
And also, even before my trip to the West Bank, I think I said apartheid, but I would kind of hesitate.
Yeah,
I have no hesitation after going there to say it is an apartheid state. I mean, it is a Jim Crow state. I don't care about any of the politics. I mean, anyone going there, spend 2 days there, I guarantee you'll say the same thing. That's not ideal. Look, I believe it was genocide. You can debate the legality of that and have legal debates. There is no debate if you go to the West Bank on the facts of the ground of apartheid.
Yeah. But the reason why I was bringing that up is because, like, you've talked about the importance of using proper terminology. One of the questions that you have received that you have answered in the past is actually a silly question. It's does Israel have a right to exist? And now the new version of this has become, does Israel have a right to exist as a Jewish state? Since you've also faced the militant aspect of ethno-religious supremacy, do you still maintain the position that Israel has a right to exist as a ethno-religious Jewish state, as an ethno-state, or has your calculation changed on that? Should any state exist as an ethno state, or do you have a different calculation now?
I have always maintained, and I guess here's how I would frame it. I've always been saying that Israel should be Jewish. The Jewish people should have the ability to have self-determination. It's fine to have a Jewish state, but it has to be under equal rights and non-occupation with a Palestinian state and with equal human rights within the Green Line of Israel. There are a lot of religious states, right? I mean, England has the Church of England, Greece has the Orthodox Greek Church. There are, of course, Pakistan and Iran and Saudi Arabia and Jordan. The problem is there's a difference between having a state that has a constitution based on religion, which the Jewish people can have, and a state where she uses religion to oppress and subjugate and deny the rights of others. What is happening right now with Israel is obviously an occupation, an apartheid, and a genocide. So I don't support that. But my hope is that what could emerge is a state that recognizes equal rights and ends the occupation and has a Palestinian state. That said, look, I'm not rigid. Obviously, I've supported this framework for the Arab peace plan, and that could go forward. There are other possibilities people have floated, and I'm open to that. What I do know is that we need to start with improving life on the ground for Palestinians, and that means demanding the destruction of the outposts, the settlements, the settlers, ending the aid, ending military sales, clearly calling it apartheid and genocide, and working towards peace.
Yeah. The reason why I brought that up specifically is because, again, it's vague, but it's also a loaded term for the most part, because like Israel as it currently exists is an ethno state. And even inside of the Green Line, there's obviously a double standard in the way, or to varying degrees, there are different forms of discrimination that the Palestinian citizens of Israel face, whether it be not getting the sufficient Iron Dome coverage for a Bedouin village, or even a Bedouin village that is constantly on the constantly getting destroyed, having to rebuild them. Numerous Jewish-only enclaves within the state itself. This is also the most favorable conditions for the Palestinians that exist under currently Israeli sovereignty as it stands. And even under the most favorable conditions, there's still plenty of discrimination that they face. And that's the reason why I place it in a different standard than other countries that happen to have more, Muslims or Christians. I don't think any ethno state should exist, but England, for example, has the Church of England, and yet people can travel to England and become British citizens, as opposed to a Palestinian cannot become a full-fledged Israeli citizen under no circumstance. As a matter of fact,
well, that's why for me, the ideal would be something like England, where obviously they have the Church of England. The Church of England gets to appoint people in the Lords. It's not completely neutral to religion. They have religious ceremonies for the King Charles. There's still a value of being
it's a symbolic one, though, right? Like it's not. It's still a secular state at the end of the day. Like I wouldn't consider England to be a religious state. I would say it's a secular state, and I'm not a fan of the country. And
they colonized my grandfather. They've got positives and negatives. But look, I would just say that to the extent it moves towards, if there's a way that people can recognize that the Jewish people, I do believe, have ties to that land, just like the Palestinians have ties to that land, just like many people have ties to that land. And I think that there was a need for Jewish self-determination and in post the Holocaust. But what it has become is a militarized state that is engaged in apartheid and occupation. And my vision is, how do you create a peace where, if you do have a Jewish component to a state, that you still have equal rights, and someone who's Palestinian can be as equally treated on land, on their prospects and political participation within the Green Line. And I think you can get to that if you can get a Palestinian state. But to get to a Palestinian state on the ground, you first have to get rid of all these illegal settlements and these outposts and the violence. And you really need to take a lot more constructive steps. But like I said, I'm open to other solutions. To me, it seems that working towards this will get to peace. But I hope other people in the Congress, the Senate, others will come and answer these questions, because we have a lot of people who, now are willing to have some of the platitudes, but are not willing to back it up with the concrete policy of no military sales and no aid, and calling it a genocide, apartheid.
Okay. I know I keep saying one last question.
You can keep going. I'm not.
Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is, a lot of people talk about a two-state solution, and oftentimes I think, especially in the anti-Zionist movement, this is seen as a way to just hand wave away a lot of the problems, because it seems impossible to accomplish for numerous reasons. One of them is obviously the 750,000 Jewish settlers that currently live in occupied East Jerusalem, and also in the West Bank, and those numbers are obviously growing. There is a non-contiguous Palestinian state, which is precisely the reason why it seems virtually impossible after the last 3 decades of settler expansion. The other question I always have, and I rarely ever get to ask this to any sitting representatives, is how do you foresee a Palestinian standing army, and how do you get Israel to be on board with having a Palestinian army? Because that's the reality. States cannot exist without a standing military. States cannot exist without some kind of security cooperative agreements with other states in the region. Like, how would we get Israel to be? How would we get Israel to abide by the fine details of a two-state, one that would have its own sovereignty, its own territorial control, one that would have its own standing military that could potentially have security cooperative agreements with other nation states in the region?
Well, first of all, we deal with the settler issue, and that's why the first actions need to be to destroy the outposts, to demolish the illegal settlements. There will probably have to be some land swap. I read there was an intriguing proposal that you have 100,000 or 200,000 people who are Jewish settlers near Jerusalem be still part of Israel, but then you have Palestinians in the what is currently in the Green Line be part of a Palestinian state.
Uh-oh, we lost them. Damn it, we're just getting good. Hold on, let me see if we can get Congressman Ro Khanna back on the call, potentially. I'm going to send him a text real quick. Wait, hold on, his phone might have died. Okay, we did. Oh no, I think his phone died. No. All right, well, Congressman Ro Khanna was very generous with his time on a Sunday nonetheless. I mean, he was sitting outside of a church, sitting in his car. So that was very nice. And no, it's not a strategically deployed phone battery. I do believe it. He loves this kind of shit. Okay, he loves yapping about issues that you normally would not hear from the average American congressperson. So wait, he's back.
Hey, sorry about that. I just been having some connection issues. Can I finish my answer?
Yes, I would love that. I thought your phone died, but
it did die. But I managed to pull it back in. I don't know how it died. I was on the charger. Anyway, you think the Silicon Valley congressman would be better at it, but there you go. Look, so there's some land swaps, but ultimately, yes, you're right. Once we get to a Palestinian state, there needs to be security agreements and security cooperation, and Palestinians need to make sure that they would have to recognize, of course, Israel's existence at that point in any deal, because Israel want to know that they aren't going to get attacked at that point, and Israel would need to be fine with a security arrangement with a Palestinian state that was able to defend its citizens and its people, and that would have to be negotiated. So I still believe that is the framework that holds out for peace. But here's the thing: whether you believe in that, whether you believe in other options, there are so many steps we can take to get to that point that would improve the lives of Palestinians. We can allow them to drill for water. We can make sure that Israel stops subsidizing settlements. We can destroy some of these outposts. We can demand the prosecution of the violent settlements. We can stop our aid. We can stop the military cells that are being used to kill them. I mean, and we work towards this, and then we keep other options on the table. But what I have said, I think, would dramatically within a year improve Palestinian lives if just Congress and American president did some of the basic things I'm talking about.
As far as parting words goes, Senator Lindsey Graham passed away earlier today at the age of 71. He was a massive advocate for not only the Iran war, but he was a massive advocate for Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu has eulogized him. What is your opinion on the news coverage of a congressperson's legacy? Do you feel like it should reflect the impact that he's had, both good and bad? Okay, that happened. Okay. I don't know what to say. That's crazy. Okay, that's Silicon Valley, by the way. Silicon Valley congressperson. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's funny. Okay, we lost them. Oh, that's funny. Okay, you know what? That's what we got. That's fine. It's all good. That's that's not tactical. That's not a tactical disconnect. All right, you know what? I'm gonna end the interview here. We've already exhausted Congressman Ro Khanna's phone battery and his time. Again, thank you to Ro Khanna for coming on. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was funny. I feel like I was appropriately critical at times, right? But also tried to arrive at some good answers. As you know, I'm charitable, but also sufficiently critical at times. I mean, Ro can take some punches. What is this? How would you answer that question on the settlers in the West Bank? Would you give them the option to leave or gain Palestinian citizenship? So this is my opinion as an American citizen, right? So it's like secondary to what the Palestinian people want. But I've made my opinion on this very clear. I think that there needs to be a truth and reconciliation. I'm a believer in the one-state solution, specifically because of the way that the settlement expansion has existed. This is not to, reward the Israeli state for its crimes. It's more so just a pragmatic solution to what currently exists, which is a single state, a single solitary Jewish ethno-state that is sovereign and very violent and very brutal in its occupation and its apartheid and its genocide of the Palestinians. So my perspective on this is to offer full citizenship in a secular solitary state that recognizes the humanity and offers the exact same rights to every single Palestinian person and Israelis as well. There are numerous different solutions to this as well. Some people talk about a binational commitment. I'm fine with that. I'm even fine with like a two-state if it has a full-blown standing military for the Palestinians that can do their own security contracts, right? Like they can just have full-blown sovereignty. It's just something that I don't think Israel will ever be comfortable with. And yes, that does mean that the West Bank settlers would be a minority in the two-state solution in the current land that they occupy, and perhaps the best solution there would be some kind of land swap scheme, with a right to return, of course, as well. But that's the reason why I think a one-state solution with a right to return, with a Truth and Reconciliation Committee to take account not only of the recent genocide that Israel has committed, but also take accounting of 1948 and make a honest and just and equitable and permanent solution to this conflict. We have so much power over the Israeli government, you know? We have so much power over the Israeli government that we could hold them to this standard. What is this? Asmongold discovers Lindsey Graham was an insane uber Zionist warmonger. I think we might have lost the real one. I like that he's like trying to be cute about this, for the record. But I don't think he's trying to be cute about this. Where'd you get your scar on your forearm from? Don't kill me. On your forehead? This? It's not a scar. It's a zit, man. I have a zit. It's not like a Harry Potter scar. It's just a zit. Harry Potter. All right, let's hear what Asmongold had to
An
say.
absolute existential threat to the Jewish people. What happened on October the 7th?
I think we might have lost a real one. Yeah.
Was 1,200 people were slaughtered, raped, and murdered and filmed by radical Islamists who would kill every Jew if they could, to the world. If you don't understand this is a threat to Israel's
And then they
survival,
flattened Gaza.
just flatten it. We flattened Berlin. We flattened Tokyo. Were we wrong to...
Damn.
Dude. There's just no, this is so fucking fake and so goddamn phony. Okay? Any congressman talks about any other country like this, places the interests of a foreign nation over the interests of American citizens, Asmongold will be like, why should I care? This is treason. But lo and behold, when it's Israel, he's like, oh, it's based. They're killing Muslims, guys. We love that. He has to be securing some contracts from the Israeli government, because honestly, if he's doing this shit for free, that's a lot of money that he's losing. Straight up.
Oh, shit. Man, we really lost somebody. We lost a real one for sure, boys. God damn.
drop an atomic bomb to end the Japanese reign of terror, were we? So, my view...
And she didn't know what the fuck to say.
An absolute...
Yeah, that's so based. Yeah, Mr. Christian LARPer here.
Back to...
Yeah, look at this. Asmongold says he will return to the church and back to Mass if Pope Leo declares a crusade to stop radical Muslims from massacring Christians in Africa.
I would go back to Mass and I would go back to church if the Pope calls a crusade. Crusade to where? What's the objective? To Africa to save all of the Christians.
Yeah, you're going to go fight in the Crusades, dude? You're going to fight in the Holy Crusades in Africa? The level of LARP we have reached is unfucking bearable, okay? A new level of LARP has been unlocked. A guy who's been an atheist his whole life, openly, right? Like, yeah, I don't care about religion, is now being like, yeah, I'll go back to Catholicism if they do the Holy Crusades. Bitch, the Holy Crusade for you is walking outside, okay? Seeing the sunlight for once. What do you mean you would participate in the crusade?
That are being massacred by a bunch of Muslim radicals that are cutting them up and killing them. I think that that's definitely what they should do. They're being killed in mass, genocided, massacred. And these are people that want to become Christian.
A baptism would kill him because it would be the first time he's taken a shower.
There are a number of bishops and people of the faith in the Roman Catholic Church that have come from Africa. And I think Africa is one of the biggest places where Christianity is flourishing and it's being killed. And I think they need to stop that. That's it. I would
like what the fuck, dude? Why the fuck do you give a shit about Christianity's growth in Africa? Nick Fuentes literally said the same thing. Are you going to mention that? Obviously not, so pipe down.
The reason why I'm not attacking Nick or saying anything negative about Nick is because Nick and I are aligned on everything else, basically, right? I mean, I think Israel's less of a problem than he does, but overall, I know that Nick is on my side. Anna Kasparian is not on my side. She's not. That's why I'm attacking her. Does that make sense to you? I recognize what the difference is between people that are allies versus people that are enemies. Why would I attack somebody who's an ally? Does that make any sense to you?
I mean, what do you say? What do you say to this? This is legit like a Francoist fascist ball knower philosophy. He's dog whistling. He's not a ball knower at all. He's a ball washer. He's just responding to the fucking winds, dude. That's it. Where's Ethan Klein? Ethan made Casey Tron apologize to him. Where are the call out viz, the content nuke? Yeah. Yeah. That's why he doesn't attack the dead rat in the walls. True ally. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, based. Yeah, dude. Yeah, this was a real one, boys. This was a real one, boys. This was dope. He's a ball washer to Benjamin Netanyahu, Donald Trump, and now Lindsey Graham. Cause of death has been revealed. Breaking. An initial examination from the D.C. Medical Examiner's Office has determined that Senator Lindsey Graham died as a result of an aortic dissection due to arteriosclerotic cardiovascular disease. In layman's terms, this means a tear in the aorta caused by the hardening and narrowing of arteries as a result of underlying cardiovascular disease. The death certificate will be pending until all toxicological and microscopic testing are finalized, and at that point, the death certificate will be updated to reflect the cause of death and appropriately classify the manner of death. Yeah, it happened. I'm telling you, it's because he got so excited when he heard Donald Trump say we're bombing Iran super hard. Karg is back on the menu. Oh my God. Former CENTCOM Commander, retired General Frank McKenzie says the U.S. should consider seizing Iran's Karg Island because possession of Iranian soil would be a significant factor in future negotiations with Iran. Oh my God, this is so stupid. Dude, why didn't we do this before? Why Rip Bozo? He died patriotically of old age after a lifetime of based. Yeah, I too think that eviscerating American social safety nets as a Republican while simultaneously funneling unlimited billions of dollars to Israel, a foreign nation, is based. Like Lindsey Graham and numerous other Republican congresspersons and even many Democrats have sent your family members off to war over and over again so some fucking international conglomerate generates more value by this death and destruction and the stealing of natural resources while simultaneously robbing you fucking blind. And you sit there and you go, based. It's all Israel. Did I just say Israel alone? I said wars of conquest that you don't see any of the fucking benefits and only the pain from, while simultaneously, again, robbing you fucking blind. Okay? Like he was a heartless monster. You can't just like, oh, it's based, or oh, all you care about is Israel. You're way out of this. All Lindsey Graham cared about is Israel, dumbass. Have you ever heard him fucking speak? He quite literally Where's that famous clip of his where he just goes, till my last breath, all I care about is Israel? I want him to care about South Carolinians. He's from fucking South Carolina. You can't like edgy tweet your way out of this, dumbass. You can't just try to fucking posture this. You can't posture yourself as like an edgy boy who's America first. No, dude, come on. Just give me the actual fucking clip, dumbass. Jesus Christ, please. I'm trying to fucking make a point. Here it is.
Seminites to all the isolationists. I don't believe. Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day. They're the best ally we could hope for. So we have a commander-in-chief in President Trump, who I think is Ronald Reagan plus.
Yeah. Israel. That's the guy. That's the guy you're talking about. Yeah. Here's Lindsey Graham openly admitting he'd rather help Israel than help American hurricane victims in fucking South Carolina. That's the guy you're defending, by the way. So based, dude. It's based, though. They're killing Muslims, right? It's based, dumbass. They're killing you, okay? They're killing you, and they're getting away with it because you're so stupid. You're so easily manipulated that as long as they say they're killing scary Muslims, you're like, that's fine, I guess. You're the one who's dying, you fucking goober. It's your goddamn neighbors that don't get the fucking help that they need. Let's take a look at this clip.
You can thank Donald Trump and Elon Musk for that.
You, but look, you know, I've been going all over South Carolina like most people. I hadn't slept much. But look what's going on in Israel. Our friends in Israel are surrounded by people that want to kill them, destroy them, a second Holocaust in the making. And Biden says be proportional. What is the proportional response to people who want to kill you and your...
Sean, stop talking about South Carolina, North Carolina. Who cares if they're dying in the hurricane and not getting the help that they need? What about our friends dying in Israel? Can you imagine? Like, people always point to Ilhan Omar speaking on Somalia, which, you know, is a mistranslation regardless, to be like, Ilhan Omar places the interests of Somalia over the interests of Americans all the time. That's not the case, right? Ilhan Omar wants you to have fucking healthcare, for example. So clearly he's better than Lindsey Graham across the board. Having said that, even with the mistranslated clips that they love to talk about with Ilhan Omar's like first loyalty being to Somalia, can you imagine if Ilhan Omar was asked about fucking victims of a tornado or a hurricane or something, and she turned around and said, who cares about the victims of a tornado or a hurricane in America? I care about giving money to Somalia. They would kill her. Okay? They would, like, people would go crazy. People already go crazy when they imagine that Ilhan Omar has a loyalty to the nation state of Somalia. Meanwhile, the guy you're calling based is over here being like, yeah, hand waving away the victims of a hurricane. What matters is Israel.
Friends in Israel surrounded by people that want to kill them, destroy them, a second Holocaust in the making. And Biden says be proportional. What is the proportional response to people who want to kill you and your family? God. They're running out of ammunition in Israel. We have to help our friends to keep the war over there from coming here. They're willing to.
Yeah. And it's not like this guy has family ties to Israel. How are you not calling into question why? Yeah, how are you not calling into question why he's this compromised? Did you guys forget that this fucking demon is the reason, is like one of the biggest reasons why we struck Iran? Did you guys forget that? He openly would fly back and forth. You think it's just straight blackmail on him? I think he's just also has an unlimited appetite for death and destruction. He is one of the biggest champions of America's imperialist war machine. Yeah, Lindsey Graham was an imperialist warmonger who supported every major U.S. intervention, every major U.S. military intervention during his career. He did not care about humanity or international law or even U.S. citizens. He served the interests of U.S. capitalist class and the U.S. proxy regime of Israel, 100%. His first priority was to serve his real masters. Okay? The American military-industrial complex, which, of course, meant that he would serve his other master, the nation-state of Israel, in its territorial ambitions, in its expansionist goals, in its genocidal warmongering. So, yeah. What is this? Socialism with nationalism. It's fascism. I'm all for it, though. The Roach is a Brazilian MAGA chud. That's so awesome. Oh, he's one of those like evangelicals in Brazil, then probably. One of the funniest versions of this. Of course, not an American. Dude, I'm not like Mr. Patriotism at all, as you guys know. But as far as people go, I have an American audience. Like, my audience are primarily Americans, okay? They're not fucking random dipshits in Brazil that are LARPing as though they're MAGA. They're not random dipshits in the Netherlands that are LARPing as fucking MAGA. They're Americans, okay? It's so strange to me. I don't even understand the mindset of dick-eating American fascism this hard from a separate country, especially when half the time the American fascist movement, the American MAGA movement, ends up becoming a real danger to your national sovereignty. How have you reduced your nationalist movement to the whims of an American fascist movement that will destroy your country? Enjoy your fucking gas prices, man. It makes no goddamn sense. At least in the past, not to say that this was preferable, but at least it was like easier to comprehend that fascist movements in the past would create allegiances with other fascist movements, Imperial Japan with Nazi Germany, with fascist Italy. But they had a shared interest, but they had their own sovereignty in the process. Nowadays, the international fascist movement has just LARPed into this version of MAGA, and a version of MAGA that actually dictates that their nation state and their sovereignty is secondary to the interests of the American international movement. Very strange. No, Frantz Fanon in The Wretched of the Earth say colonized or colonialized states born natives could be the most fervent servants of empire. That doesn't explain this. Okay? You're wrong. That doesn't explain the compradors. This is something beyond that. Okay? You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding that quote, in my opinion. Okay? That's for compradors that are blindly demonstrating loyalty to the colonial occupation. These are people who think they have a nationalist ambition in a fucking otherwise, supposed to be sovereign state. Okay? It's a little bit different than the Fanon interpretation, in my opinion. I like the number and I like your suit. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a suit guy. I'm a big business guy. Yeah, these guys are fucking traitors. That's what's so crazy about it. They're just straightforward traitors. But they're traitors that don't recognize that they're traitors. They have no investment in a national project. They're not nationalists. In some ways, they're internationalists. Just international fascists, which happen to be, as long as America gets to get a victory here, then we're fine. We're happy with that. It has direct negative consequences. I think you're right here. This is completely separate because they're going beyond supporting the colonial project where they are, but literally within the heart of empire, they will likely never touch. It's really interesting because the impact of American imperialism is genuinely negative for a lot of these countries. Anyway, yeah, I saw this. Here's a quick comparison of the top countries searching on Google for Hasan Piker and Asmongold over the past 12 months. Hasan Piker, United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland. Asmongold, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Estonia, Canada. Like his whole fan base straight up comes from Euroid MAGA LARPers, dude. It's so weird. Anyway, let's get back to Lindsey Graham and his legacy.
As you have said, one.
Fox News alert, Lindsey Graham will be remembered for his fierce support of America's greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel.
He is being
like, how does this not weird people out? Like, you know how people always say, like, oh, dude, you talk about Israel quite a bit. I don't want to. I don't want to talk about Israel ever again. In a perfect world, I would never have to utter the word, okay? Utter the name. These guys are the ones who literally are like, an American senator just passed away, and guess what? He fucking rode Israel into oblivion till his very last breath. And it's like, doesn't that strike you as odd? One piece that's missing from this conversation is South Carolina. Is that not strange? We're talking about a U.S. senator from South Carolina, and South Carolina has not been mentioned at all, only to determine which Senate seat Israel purchased. Which state in the United States did Israel purchase the seat for a congressperson who would do their bidding?
As one of the Jewish state's, quote, greatest friends.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu joins us now. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. Let's begin with this. Why don't you just tell us, you've known Lindsey Graham for a very long time. He's been a friend of yours for a long time. Why don't you...
Again, where is the motherfucking South Carolinians? Why is the foreign head of state? Why is the foreign head of state eulogizing Lindsey Graham?
Tell us a little bit about your old friend.
Well, I met Lindsey when he became a senator, which is several decades ago, and we formed an immediate and easy partnership. He would come to Israel very often with his friend John McCain, or sometimes Joe Lieberman, and I looked at these people as personifying the traditional American values. He was such an American patriot. He was unabashedly for America, and he was unabashedly against the enemies of America. And he spoke what he thought. You know.
Yeah, he was personifying American patriotism is correct, which is personified by how hard you ride Israel's dick.
Way with him. He had this charming Southern drawl, and you knew something was coming when he would say, well, I'm just a poor old Southern boy. And then you know he's coming in with the most penetrating insight that few people can deny and that everybody recognizes is the truth. He had a way with him. He was a wonderful, wonderful friend, a great American patriot, and a great champion of the Israel-American alliance. And I'll miss him personally a lot. I really, really thought the world of him. And I think the world has lost a great human being. America has lost a great senator, and we have lost a great friend.
Mr. Prime Minister, as you talk about the loss it means, what will you miss most about his leadership and his relationship with not just you, but with Israel?
You know, his clarity and his courage. He was absolutely clear. He didn't bend to fashion, the winds of fashion. He knew who the good guys were, and he knew who the bad guys were. He never confused the two. He saw Iran and its proxies for what they are, a danger not only to Israel, but to the entire world, and certainly to America. And he never wavered. You know, he just kept to his convictions and to his values. It's almost like, remember the Superman comics, truth, justice, and the American way? That was Lindsey Graham. And there was no, I don't know if I can use this word, there was no BS. You know, he just was so direct. And if he wanted to tell you something that you may not like, he would just do it. And I valued that. I valued his candor, his honesty, his courage to say things out loud and to represent what he thought, whether or not people liked it. I just treasure people like that, and I treasured him.
Prime Minister, you and your country had no greater ally in Congress than Senator Lindsey Graham. Who do you think will pick up that mantle in the manner that he did?
John Fetterman. Dude, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Dude, it is crazy. They're just like, who do you buy next? Who's your most bought and paid for dick rider? And it's not like it's slim pickings. Okay? There's plenty. There are plenty in the House of Representatives. There's plenty in the Senate. Bought or blackmailed? I think bought, blackmailed, all of it, dude. All of the above. With Lindsey Graham, with Ladybug, there's probably, I don't even think they needed to blackmail him. You know what I mean? He just fucking genuinely loves death. Okay? He loved death and destruction. He did. He fucking loved that shit. He loved it so much, he, joined it, I guess. But
well, there are quite a few candidates, but I'm not going to intervene in the Senate's business. But he is a great loss, undoubtedly. But I also think he paved a path. Yeah, he laid some markers for people to follow because I think he was so exceptional, again, in his clarity and courage. And he understood that in many ways, America and Israel's security are intertwined. We here in the Middle East, and that's fighting the forces of terror, the forces of Islamic radicalism that threaten America and its allies, that chant death to America, death to Israel. We're simply in their way. He understood that again and again and again. And he just wouldn't be cajoled or threatened or pressured to move away from this simple conviction. I think there are plenty of people in the American Senate who share that view, and I think it can use his example as something that inspires continuity.
As you know better than most people, American foreign policy can kind of be a bit of whiplash. You go from Obama to Trump to Biden, back to Trump. But Trump is a pretty singular foreign policy, executor of foreign policy. Can you think of anybody else in U.S. politics who has been a stronger voice for President Trump's foreign policy vision than Lindsey Graham?
Well, he was certainly very, very strong. I'm not going to compare him to some others because there are other people who also.
McConnell's not dead. McConnell releases a photo and statement to my fellow Kentuckians. When you elected me to the 7th term and made me our Commonwealth's longest serving senator, you did so trusting that I'd show up for you every day. And over the past several weeks, Elaine and I have appreciated both your well wishes and your honest questions that was keeping me away from the Senate. You all know how folks in my generation often hesitate to share the vulnerability that comes with growing older. Even in the public eye, I feel that same instinct. I can't help it. But at the same time, dude, did Lindsey Graham get sacrificed so that Mitch McConnell could continue being a senator as opposed to possibly passing away and being replaced in a special election by an anti-Israel senator? My doctors have confirmed that I didn't break any bones or suffer a concussion. Dude, 26 days for nothing? There's no shot. I don't believe it. I like that they have a newspaper too for proof of life. I still don't believe it. Lindsey Graham death mogging Mitch McConnell. I know Chuck Grassley's sweating right now. Chuck Grassley is fine. I looked for the fingers. It seems it's the normal number of fingers, allegedly. He has still yet to disprove our relationship, which is interesting. Here he is with that harlot, Elaine, who left you. Mitch McConnell showing up to work tomorrow with a big Frankenstein scar on his forehead and a much gayer voice than before. Mitch McConnell talks like this, but now all of a sudden after the procedure ended, he talks like this. Hello, I'm Senator Lindsey McConnell. Mitch McConnell from the beautiful state of South Carolina, Israel. Kentucky. Kentucky, of course. I love Kentucky. It's my favorite state. Kentucky, it's where I reside. My favorite state. What difference does it make? I'm only here to serve the Israeli interests. Oh my gosh, she flew to China to pick up the clone.
Share this view, and I think many Americans do, because, look, ultimately, this is a tough world. It's a cruel world. It is changing rapidly. There are many challenges to America's leadership in the world, which I think has to be maintained, because without America, I think there would be no liberty in the world, and we'd have a dark age returning and descending on us. Lindsey Graham understood it perfectly. I think there are many others who understand it. By the way, I think the bulk of the American people understand it. Yes, there is a trend right now, which is advanced by all sorts of actions on the social media to try to make Americans less proud of their incredible country, less patriotic. Lindsey Graham and the majority of the American people did not buy it. And I think there are plenty of others who do not buy that and who will stand by the principles that America has championed for these years. That's the reason why there's this partnership between Israel and America, because fundamentally we stand for the same values. We represent democracy. We're the only democracy in the Middle East. We represent individual rights. We value every human life. These people can slaughter their own citizens.
Trey's back from the drawing board. There's a broader issue here. The only people articulating specifics about the future of U.S.-Israel relationship are either doing so in purely punitive terms or mostly preserving the status quo with lip service to how particularly bad Bibi is. Neither are sufficient, in my opinion. Yes, we must become infinitely more punitive about holding Israel accountable. We must become infinitely more punitive in our demands. Thank you, Trey Easton. You're right. We need to find a middle ground between the two extremes, a third way, if you will. I propose that we halt the provisions of bunker buster bombs to the IDF, but only in odd-numbered months. Chuck actually released a video.
I started farming in 1960. The same.
Dude, Chuck Grassley is low-key is so fucking goated. I have a fondness in my heart for him. He is such a demon, but really, he tweets the best. He's the best tweeter in Congress. Okay? And you know he's tweeting himself. It's not even, I'm telling you right now, he's not letting any of those staffers touch those tweets. Okay? He just got off the skateboard. No, this is actually unironically how he's like, man.
When I started farming in 1960, the saying was, corn should be knee-high by the 4th of July. Now, with the development of new genetics for corn varieties, It is shoulder high by the 4th of July. Have a happy 4th of July.
Lindsey Graham dead. Mitch McConnell probably dead. Donald Trump monthly trips to Walter Reed. 92-year-old Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican, Iowa, alive, farming, and third in line to the presidency. Bro, he's got Chuck Grassley's gonna live forever, dude. Straight up, he's gonna live forever. It's a given. It's a wrap. He's 92 years old and third in line to the presidency. Chat. Look at the mutant corn he's eating. Well, whatever he's eating, it's working. Okay, yes, we got a sad Mitch McConnell update. Yes.
Tens of thousands without blinking an eye. And we stand for something else. We stand for opportunity, allowing people to realize the potential in their life. This is all the things that our shared values give a bond, a very powerful bond between us. It's not that bond is not under challenge. It is. But it takes people like Lindsey Graham to keep that alliance going. And I'm sure you...
Okay, enough, dude. I don't want to fucking hear from this demon.
So I go up to Lindsey.
Yeah, let's hear from another demon, okay? It's like either other servants of Israel eulogizing him or the president of Israel, you know? Prime Minister of
Israel. I'm a brand new senator, determined to do something about mass incarceration. And I hear through Dick Durbin and others that he's the guy to work with. And I say, Mr. Graham, sir, I'd like to work with you on criminal justice reform. He seems almost amused by what I said. He goes, Corey, do you understand? I'm in a primary right now, and I'm running against a guy who is batshit crazy. I can't even so much as talk to you right now. Get out of here, man. Come back to me after my primary. And I laughed and came back to him after the primary. And true to his...
Yeah, once again, classic classic political engineering here, you know, the machine. He's obviously talking about this fondly, but like, I guess technically he's just revealing that Lindsey Graham was lying to his constituents.
His word. He rolled up his sleeves and we went to work. And thanks to him and Dick Durbin and some other Senate heroes, our bill became the first.
Also, nasty business. Nasty fucking business that that we're remembering, we're recollecting on old Lindsey Boy's maneuvering fondly.
Step Act after years, 2 presidents, 2 Congresses, and became law. One of my favorite moments in that negotiation was at the last minute, I'm trying to force one more thing into that bill. This has to do with children being put in solitary confinement. And I am going at it with this White House official who says, no, hard no. And we're almost yelling at each other. And then he says, I'm going to get Lindsey Graham on the phone and he will tell you. And so he gets the White House operator to connect Lindsey Graham onto the phone. And Lindsey Graham listens for maybe a hot second and then interrupts the guy and says, are you kidding me? We need Cory Booker to get this bill done. We can't do it without him. Give him what he wants. And it was in the bill. It's now part of the law of the land. One of the White House negotiators during that first negotiation told me that Lindsey Graham was like an unguided missile. That God, you never knew which way he was going to go, whether he would come back and hit you. But when he was aligned, when he would be in the right place at the right time, man, he could get things done that other people couldn't and bring a lot of light and new possibilities to the efforts. I am stunned at Lindsey Graham's death, but I pray that he is reunited with his friend, John McCain.
Yeah, they went to the same place.
That they both are experiencing God's love, grace, mercy, and forgiveness. My prayers are with his family and all those who loved and cherished him. I will miss my perhaps most unexpected friend in the Senate and someone with whom I got some good things done.
Mr. President, thank you so much for joining us. Obviously quite a shock. The senator was a close ally of yours. He referred to himself as your North Star, the Trump guy in the Senate. What are your thoughts about Lindsey Graham this morning?
Well, it's devastating. I thought he was fine. He called me last night. He just got back from Ukraine, and he had a great trip. He was telling me about the trip. He was pushing.
I don't know who's worse to eulogize this man, by the way? Is it Benjamin Netanyahu, like the enemy of most people? Like most people despise Benjamin Netanyahu, or Donald Trump, who is not only also the enemy of most good people, who is exceptional at eulogizing people. Like he is, because a eulogy requires you to talk about someone else. And Donald Trump is incapable, almost physically incapable of talking about another person. So it's really funny that the only two people that are going and doing the rounds on mainstream media eulogizing Lindsey Graham are Donald Trump, who is physically incapable of ever saying something nice about another person because he's such a fucking narcissist and is also roundly despised by people, or Benjamin Netanyahu, who is incapable of coming across as anything but a demon.
Very, very hard. You probably know he wanted to do the Save America Act that he was talking about that. He was full of vim and vigor. He was tired.
You know what I realized? You know how I was like making a joke, or not really a joke, but like I was talking about Asmongold fans who are mostly from Europe that LARP as like MAGA, even though they're like supposed to be European nationalists, European fascists. I guess we do that here in America for Israel. So in some ways, every nationalist is looking for another country that they can LARP as their own. Like our fascists do that for Israel. They're like, oh, hell yeah, you know. Israel is really punishing people. That's awesome. Israel's really killing a lot of Muslims. That's great. We should give them more billions of dollars. Every fascist at the end of the day is a cuck. Every fascist is a cuck. There's always another country. There's always another person who should fuck your wife if you're a fascist. There's another country that we should be giving all of our endless grace and support to. Even the American fascists. For the European fascists, it's about America and American dominance. And for the American fascists, it's usually the Israeli fascism.
He said, I'm tired because it's a long trip. But other than that, he was fine. And he called me, I guess, just moments before, because he called me like at 6:30 or something, and the medical people got there a little bit later, right after that. What a terrible loss it is. He was a great politician. He was a natural. There are very few of them. He was a natural politician. Got along with everybody. When he didn't, he was very tough. He was a tough cookie too, but he got along with everybody.
Yeah, he had some harsh words about you 10 years ago when you were running against each other.
Did. Well, he ran against me, and he was, formidable. He was tough cook. He was tough and smart, and that's who I got to know him on the campaign. I didn't know him before then, and I spoke to him maybe once in my life before then, but I got to know him. He was one of the 17 people that ran against me, and he was, a smart guy. And it was a nasty campaign. He was tough and nasty, but I was nasty too. And it worked out fine. And I got to know him by little drips and drabs, and then we became friendly. And there was no better advocate. He was a fantastic advocate in the Senate, and he could do things that other people. He was able to. If I had a really big problem with a certain Democrat, he could work it out. That's something most Republicans can't do.
As you just mentioned, he died right after returning to Washington, D.C. from a trip to Ukraine. It was his 10th trip there. He was a strong belief in interventionism, a staunch defender of Israel, staunch advocate for Zelensky. How influential was he with you when it came to foreign policy?
Well, we disagreed a little bit, but overall, I'm a big Israel person. He was certainly that. I wanted to see the war with Ukraine end very quickly. I think he was more into, keeping it going. Frankly, he was very, very militant having to do with that. But I was from the standpoint of 25,000 people dying every month. I didn't like that. And he was a very strong military person. So am I. but I think we used it a little bit differently. We probably had a little bit of a different attitude, but we got along on it. Essentially, we agreed. And essentially, we agreed on almost everything. Where he was really becoming strong was the Save America Act. He was really, and I think he was going to be there very, very strongly under filibuster. He was against terminating the filibuster. And I think he was doing that because he said we have a budget coming up and we have debt ceiling coming up, and the Democrats will, they're deranged in many ways, and they're not going to be able to do it. So he was coming aboard, I think, for the filibuster, terminating the filibuster. But before we did that, he was a strong advocate for Save America, and that's what he called me about last time. I mean, I think of it. I spoke to him he had already landed. He was probably at his place. I don't know.
It just takes, it's so funny. It takes like approximately 2 minutes. He like got some of the words out of the way and he's like, yeah, Lindsey Graham, he's great. He's a very big fighter in the Senate. And then immediately he's like, he wants a ballroom. Everybody knows Lindsey Graham in his last dying breath was like, Mr. President, you're the greatest. And honestly, the greatest deserves the greatest ballroom of all time. That's what he would have wanted. In order to honor his legacy, we got to build a ballroom. This is his My Tower is Tall as moment. Yeah, I mean, that was a very funny one too, but
I don't know where he was, but I spoke to him, and then I got a call a few hours later saying, late in the evening at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, if we had the ballroom, Lindsey would still be alive. And that's what he would have wanted.
Morning, actually. But they found out about it, I think, about 8 o'clock, about his problem. But so it had to be something very quick because he was fine. Other than being tired, he was fine.
He obviously was very supportive of the strikes against Iran. The U.S. and Iran have been engaging back and forth in strikes over the last few days and overnight. Are we back at war? And who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, I don't want to, out of respect for Lindsey, I'm not talking about them. We hit him very hard last night, so I don't want to talk about it. But I will say we hit him very hard last night. We had to deal with them yesterday. They were giving up everything. And then
they were begging. They were begging for a deal. They were giving up everything. They said, Mr. President, we love you. That's what the Iranians said. They said, we love you, Mr. President. You deserve a ballroom. That's what they said. Dude, it's so funny to be like, out of respect, they were about to give us everything. And then you look at the crowds in Tehran and they're like, they literally have placards and banners just saying things that I will not say because I don't want to get clipped right now. Okay.
All of a sudden, 2 hours after that, they hit a ship with a drone. And I said, these people, there's something wrong with them. But I'm talking about a man who had nothing wrong with him, and that's Lindsey Graham.
Iran has declared the Strait of Hormuz closed. Is that true, Mr. President?
It's open as far as we're concerned. Don't talk about it. Talk about the reason that you asked me to speak.
Okay. We appreciate your time, sir. Before I let you go, is there any other final word that you want the American people to know about Lindsey Graham? What was it about?
No, I think his finest moment was his defense of Brett Kavanaugh, who's a terrific guy and was treated very, very unfairly by the Democrats, very unfair. I've never seen anything like it. Maybe the worst I've ever seen anyone treated.
Wait, you shit on Brett Kavanaugh, too. What the fuck? Brett Kavanaugh is like delivered on some results that you didn't want, including the fucking birthright thing. I feel like last week he was calling Brett Kavanaugh a piece of shit. Now he's like, it was treated very unfairly.
Includes me. Well, maybe not me. But it includes just about everybody.
Not me. I'm the only one who's been treated unfairly. No one else.
Treated so unfairly. And Lindsey, as you remember, had that moment. And you know, I'll tell you, Jake, I think it was the top 10, maybe a top 5 moment in the history of the Senate. It was an incredible display. And he did it from the heart. He felt.
Overnight, the United States lost one of its most influential and consequential senators. Lindsey Graham died Saturday evening after what his office called a brief and sudden illness. He was 71 years old. Just hours earlier, Senator Graham had returned to Washington from a trip to Ukraine. He was scheduled to join us here on Meet the Press this morning for what would have been his 64th appearance. He was one of the broadcast's most frequent guests. Instead, this morning, we remember a man who served South Carolina for more than 2 decades, who helped shape America's foreign policy, whose voice was a constant presence in our national debate, and whose death has left colleagues of both parties in shock. We'll look back at his life, his public service, and his lasting impact on the Senate.
I'm probably like one of the 3 people who watches you in the Bulwark, and I feel like you need to watch their video from the other day about how Trump often defends sex offenders is perfect for that exact quote. I mean, yeah, we talk about it all the time. GOP, grand old pedophiles, baby.
And the country. And to start us off and do that, joining me now on the phone is President Donald Trump for reaction.
No, we watched the real president first, and now we're watching the fake president. The fake president, Donald J. Trump, eulogize Lindsey Graham. Yes, chatters, I know. I saw the news. Mitch McConnell is very much alive, it seems. Not exactly certain as to how or why. But
to the death of his close friend, President Trump, thank you for joining us, and my condolences to you.
Well, thank you. He's a tough one to lose. He was great. He was unique in every way, actually.
He was, Mr. President, and I know that we are all just absorbing this news. We are all in shock. Can you tell us, Mr. President, how you received this news and your immediate gut reaction when you heard it?
So what makes it even stranger is that I got a call last night sometime.
wait, what the fuck? He actually sounds sad. What the fuck? He sounds different on this one. Is it the shitty audio, or does this man actually feel? There's no way. Thanks. I forgot this aspect of how evil he was. Yeah.
You wanted an FBI investigation. You could have come to us. What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsey said hello, because I voted for them. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist?
No.
I cannot imagine what you and your family have gone through. Boy, y'all want power. God, I hope you never get it. I hope the American people can see through this sham, that you knew about it and you held it. You had no intention of protecting Dr. Ford. None. She's as much of a victim as you are. God, I hate to say it, because these have been my friends. But let me tell you, when it comes to this, you're looking for a fair process. You came to the wrong town at the wrong time, my friend. Do you consider this a job interview?
The advice and consent role is like a job interview.
You consider that you've been through a job interview?
I've been through a process of advice and consent under the Constitution. Which
Would you say you've been through hell?
I've been through hell and then some.
This is not a job interview.
Yeah.
This is hell. This is going to destroy the ability of good people to come forward because of this crap. Your high school yearbook. You have interacted with professional women all your life, not one accusation. You're supposed to be Bill Cosby when you're a junior and senior in high school. And all of a sudden you got over it. It's been my understanding that if you drug women and rape them for 2 years in high school, you probably don't stop. Here's my understanding. If you lived a good life, people would recognize it, like the American Bar Association has the gold standard. His integrity is absolutely unquestioned. He is the very circumspect in his personal conduct, harbors no biases or prejudices. He's entirely ethical, is a really decent.
This is the Brett Kavanaugh hearings. Lindsey Graham went extra hard to defend. Have you lost muscle? Skip this. It's boring. Take a day off for that question. The answer is no.
Person. He is warm, friendly, unassuming. He's the nicest person. The ABA. The one thing I can tell you, you should be proud of. Ashley, you should be proud of this. That you raised a daughter who had the good character to pray for Dr. Ford. To my Republican colleagues, if you vote no, you're legitimizing the most despicable thing I have seen in my time in politics. You want this?
He went extra hard in the paint defending Brett Kavanaugh when he had a bunch of rape allegations that came out, among many other problems.
You know, the early evening, maybe in the 7s, and he called.
Who was he in the middle of the night that called? Who was he with in the middle of the night that called 911 for him? Does he live alone or was he sus with someone? I don't know. I think he was like, the 911 call is strange. Does anyone have the 911 call? My family members who interact with government officials, he said everyone hates Lindsey and he was a weirdo. Yes, he just fucking dick rode whoever was in power into oblivion. That's it. And maybe rode some other things as well. But yeah, scanner audio reveals that a woman in Baltimore makes a 911 call, but Lindsey Graham is home alone in D.C. with a locked door that has to be forcibly opened.
In response, response, just means South Capitol Street, Southeast.
Now, he could have been on the phone with someone, you know? I don't know. Yes, I know Mitch McConnell. Oh God, chatters. I know Mitch McConnell released a photo and a statement. Okay, that he's alive. He's very much alive. I don't know why it took him 26 days to come out with this, but
He said, we're all set for the Save America Act. He was pushing the Save America Act like crazy. He got back, said he just landed from Ukraine. I said, that's a long trip to make. And he said, he sounded a little tired, but perfect, but a little bit tired. Had a right to be. And he was a worker. He was really a worker. But he sounded great, actually. But he actually said he was tired. But he wanted to pass the Save America Act. And I said, well, we're going to get it done, Lindsey. We're going to get it done. I'll see you like soon. We thought maybe we might even meet today. And then that was it. And that was, very around the time. It couldn't have been much longer. It could have been his last call. I don't know exactly. But I got a message about 1 o'clock in the morning from one of the people at his office that he had passed away. I said, I just can't believe it. He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually. It's amazing.
Mr. President,
he was such an advocate. He was, if he wanted to get something, and he had a unique ability. He was able to deal with Democrats and Republicans. If I had a problem, a real problem, I wouldn't often ask. But if I had a problem with a Democrat, he could work it out. He was a great politician, actually.
he loved.
You precog Lindsey's death 2 years ago?
It would probably laser zap my penis into the next dimension.
Well, you're gonna
making it. How are you gonna fuck it?
It would be the greatest orgasm of all time. I'd probably have to. I would have
So
probably
it's
have to
gonna
kill
blow
myself.
your dick off, and it's gonna.
No,
make
it would kill me. It would be the greatest nut.
Orgasm to death.
If you could achieve the great.
Where did you find this? Where did you find a conversation of me talking about how hard I would nut and die if an alien fucked me? From 3 years ago on a Fear and episode, August 8th, 2023. Like, how is that even possible that you had that in the chamber? I rewatched it last night when playing Path of Exile. There's something wrong with a lot of you. Freaky Unk back at it. Yeah, that's a Freaky Unk moment for sure. For sure, Freaky Unk moment.
His work, Mr. President. Yep. I hear you saying that in this final conversation that you have emblematic. He was tireless, but it brought him such joy, didn't it?
No, there was nobody like him. He loved being a politician, and he was going to win.
And he loved
election.
Israel.
He was going to win it big. I endorsed him very early, and he was going to win it big. He just had it made, and he just loved being a politician. I said, the reason I'm endorsing you is because I got to make sure you win, because if you didn't win, I don't think you could handle life. I really don't. He was a man, there are guys that can lose and they go into something else.
And he loved the Save America Act. Dog, he literally said that. He literally was like, Lindsey Graham, we were talking, and he said, Mr. President, you got to pass the Save America Act. That's the last thing he said. We should pass the Save America Act for Lindsey. That's what he straight up said, bro.
I can't imagine him doing anything else. I said, if you weren't a U.S. Senator, I don't know if you could live very long, and look what happens. He was going to have a big victory. And the people loved him. Everybody loved him. Well, no, he had some enemies. He was a tough cookie. Don't misunderstand. He was a tough cookie in many ways. If he wanted to get something, if he thought he was right and he had people against him, he could be very tough, actually. But he was a good person.
Mr. President, it is just extraordinary. You just spoke with him last night. His office says he passed away from a brief and sudden illness. Are you learning any more details about how and why he may have passed? Did he tell you anything in that phone call, Mr. President, about not feeling well?
No, he said he's a little tired. He went a long trip, many hours. And he had just gotten back. And it must have been right after that, because I understand the police or whoever it is came there at about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the evening. So
yeah, bro, you killed him. You fucking killed his ass, bro. You did it. Good job. You told him about how hard you were going to bomb Iran, and he just fucking, his heart exploded.
Something like that. So somebody notified him. But no, he felt okay. I mean, I actually, on the call, he told me, Kristen, he said, I feel good, but I'm tired. He was fine. I knew him well. He would let you know if he wasn't feeling well. He had days where he didn't feel so well, and he'd let you know about it. But he was a fantastic person. He was a man who, you're going to watch, it's going to be a very big thing with him. He's going to be appreciated more now than he was when he was living.
What?
I think.
And just to make that point, I mean, authorities were called to his home responding to initial reports of a cardiac arrest. Again, his office saying a brief and sudden illness. Do you have any more details?
I would think it would be that, because when I spoke to him, it could have been, minutes before, based on based on the fact that I heard about the call, whatever time that was. So it was shortly before. But it had to be something like that, because he was, other than being tired, he was fine. And so it had to be something like that would just be a quick end. And maybe that's not the worst way to go.
He
had some fine moments. His moment on Brett Kavanaugh was one of the classics, I think, in the history of the Senate. His moment was literally one of the great classics of anyone in the Senate, when he defended Brett Kavanaugh so brilliantly. And Brett might not have made it except for that. They were treating him very unfairly. Good man. They treated him so unfairly, and Lindsey was so angry at the Senate because of it, and he had really an emotional moment. And I think that saved Brett Kavanaugh's Supreme Court, ascension, Lindsey did something that he was just so angry at the way Brett was being treated by the Democrats. It was so unfair. It was so unfair.
I want to ask you more about his legacy.
Lindsey got that over. Lindsey did a thing there that was, I think, nobody else could have done that.
Let me ask you a little bit more about his legacy. And I know you remember this moment, Mr. President, back in 2015, when he was one of your challengers on the campaign trail, the two of you facing off against each other. And then he very quickly became one of your staunchest allies, Mr. President. And he, frankly, never let up in that posture.
No, he never did.
Played golf together, frequently on the phone together. What do you think it is about Senator Graham that allowed him to make that transition from competitor to ally so quickly and so forcefully?
Well, I got to know Lindsey during the campaign. I didn't really know him then. I met him once or twice, but nothing. And I got to know him during the campaign. He was tough, but he said, "I'll see you in South Carolina." You know, he was. But when it came to South Carolina, I won South Carolina by a lot. And I sort of ran the table on everybody, and it was good. And he appreciated it. He respected it. And we sort of got a little bit friendly, and it just, the friendship grew. It just grew. And he was.
I destroyed him in South Carolina. Everybody hated him after. They love me. They love me in South Carolina, which is his state. You might not know because he's also from the state of Israel.
He was an amazing advocate. He was, I don't know how you find anybody like him. He was so intent. I mean, he literally called me about the Save America Act. That's why he's, you know, that's where I heard. Think of it. He's traveling for many, many hours. That's a long flight. That's a long trip. And he, you know, calls me about the Save America Act. He thought we were going to get it passed.
Do you remember
This is a big blow to the Save America Act, let me tell you.
Do you remember, Mr. President, what was the last thing you said to him? What was the last thing he said to you?
Dude. There's something so funny about NBC Meet the Press doing everything they can to be like, can you humanize yourself and Lindsey Graham, and Trump just zeroing in. Trump just zeroing in on his own personal goals and ambitions and being like, I don't give a shit. Come on, Save America Act.
I said, we'll see you soon. Come over anytime you want. He came into the White House a lot because I liked him. Can't do that with everybody. But he'd come in a lot. And he was a great, like a gauge, a temperature gauge of the Senate.
He was gauge, all right.
He was somebody that most Democrats liked. Some didn't, but most Democrats liked. And just about all of the Republicans liked Lindsey. He got along with everybody. And yet he was a tough cookie in a lot of ways, but he had honestly, he was a great politician. People don't realize what a good politician he was. He could go in and get something approved. He would just get people on his side. He was really a talented. You probably never heard me say that about anybody because there aren't too many of them. Let me tell you. Sometimes you'll meet somebody that's been there for 25 years. You say, how did they stay? They're not. This man was a great politician. He really got it.
To that point, Mr. President, it's nearly impossible to think about replacing Senator Lindsey Graham, and yet the governor of the great state of South Carolina is going to need to appoint someone on an interim basis. There will also be a special election called. Do you have, I know it's only hours, but is there someone you think he should appoint? Is there someone you think he will appoint?
I have somebody that I think would be great, but I don't want to say it now because it just, it's too soon with Lindsey. I don't want to even talk about anybody, but I do have somebody that I think is really good. The governor is a good friend of mine. I've endorsed him. I endorsed him early on, and he endorsed me right from the beginning as a person that never did this before. In 16, he came out and very strongly endorsed me, and then I made up
Over
for it.
Lindsey
I removed
Graham.
somebody from office that I didn't think was so good, moved her over to the United Nations. 95% of my doing that, because the United Nations job was not exactly tough. It could be very important, but she.
It will 100% not be Nancy Mace. Are you kidding me, chatters? Nancy Mace got fucking destroyed. Trump hates Nancy Mace. Nancy Mace's career is over.
Was okay at it, but I did it because Henry McMaster was the lieutenant governor, and by moving her, I got myself a great, really a great guy. Henry McMaster has been a really good governor, really good guy, and that position cleared out, and Henry's been a great governor. Now he's termed out, but he's going to do the right thing. I think Henry will be fantastic. Remember, he endorsed me out of nowhere. He said, I like that guy the best. And he campaigned for me with his wife, with Peg. Yeah. He campaigned for me. I'd say, who is that man that's campaigning?
Dude. He's talking more about the governor who endorsed him over Lindsey Graham than Lindsey Graham at this point.
All the time. I hardly knew him. They said, that's the lieutenant governor. So they have a great governor, and he's going to make a good decision. But ultimately, it's going to be an election pretty soon. As I understand the rules, every state is different. But ultimately, they'll have an election. They'll have some people joining.
As I understand the rules, you're the president,
bad.
Dude.
And but I have somebody that I like, but I'm not going to tell you who now because it's too soon.
All right, fair enough. We will.
I never thought I'd be in this position.
Yeah.
I thought Lindsey was going to be living forever. I said, Lindsey, you're going to live forever. And he was going to have a big victory. He was scheduled to win by a lot. He had my support, and he was going to win by a lot. He was going to have one of his best elections ever, and now he's got.
The Democrat was actually performing fairly well against him, too.
Yes, terrible.
Well, I had the great honor of being able to talk to him a couple of times this week, Mr. President. And as you can imagine, we talked about a lot of foreign policy. We talked about a lot of Iran. And in honor of him, I want to still have some of those conversations. Those were the conversations he wanted to have here this morning, Mr. President. You obviously launched a fresh round of strikes overnight. Iran said overnight the Strait of Hormuz.
In honor of Lindsey Graham. Can we please talk about you launching a fresh set of strikes on the Strait of Hormuz?
It's closed. CENTCOM came out this morning and said the Strait of Hormuz is open. Which is it, Mr. President, and how are you going to respond?
And I don't want to talk about it because I want to honor the life of Lindsey Graham, so I don't want to talk about it. I told you that before the call.
Yeah.
It's open. We bombed the hell out of them last night. They're very, very evil and sick people. We had meetings with them for the last. They agreed to a deal yesterday, a perfect deal for us. No nuclear, no this, no that, no nothing. They gave up everything. And then after that, they left the room. And then.
It's so funny to me that they're just straight up, like, Trump just lies about this shit every day now. Just, that's the whole, I guess that's the method. Just fucking lie. It's what Lindsey would have wanted. Bombing Iran and then lying about the Strait of Hormuz being open. Don't look. It's open. Don't look. Don't try it. Just take my word for it. It's open.
And within an hour, they launched a drone at a ship. I said, you people are sick. You're sick people. And so it's one of those things. I don't want to talk about it.
Finally, before I let you go.
I want to talk about one person today, Lindsey Graham.
As we should, Mr. President. Just finally, before I let you go, what is the legacy of Senator Lindsey Graham? Mr. President?
He's got so many legacies, but one of the legacies is a Supreme Court justice who's excellent named Brett Kavanaugh. That's one of the legacies. That's a big legacy because Brett was being treated very unfairly. I don't think he could have gotten through without Lindsey's classic. I mean, if you go back into the top 10, I think it would be a top 10, a top 5 in the history of the Senate. The emotion, the anger, the love, the whole thing, everything was in that. It was. I called him up. I said, that's one of the great classics of all time. He was a great politician. He really was. He got along with a lot of people that you wouldn't think of. He was somebody that loved our country, and he fought very hard for the country. And I know he was going to do your show today. He told me, I'm doing Meet the Press. Can you believe it? He said, here I am doing Meet the Press for him. But he told me last night he's doing Meet the Press. So, but I said, just relax and take it easy, Lindsey. He just got back from a long trip. But I thought he was just going to live forever. And it didn't work out that way.
Mr. President.
I thought he was going to live forever. But it didn't work out that way.
And joining me now is Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. Congressman Khanna, thank you so much for being here. My condolences to you. It's a loss for everyone in Congress.
Well, my condolences to Senator Graham's family. He obviously served this country honorably in the Air Force. He was someone who bucked his own party on immigration, who talked about having undocumented people have a pathway to citizenship. And of course, we had very profound disagreements on foreign policy. I do believe that there is a new generation that does not want these foreign wars and wants a more human rights-oriented foreign policy. But my condolences to him and recognition of his service.
He loved having those debates. And as you say, foreign policy was...
Okay. I mean, that's chat. Chat. I'm sorry. That's as good as it's going to get. That's actually surprisingly good. Oh, I'm sorry. Is he not terminally online posting like Hasanabi Piker? What are you, fucking crazy? He said, look, complicated legacy. He was pro-immigration. That's good. But we mostly disagreed on foreign policy and people want something different. That's a great way to fucking... Like, that is a unbelievably fair assessment. He didn't sit there and was like, he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I've never seen a congressman like him before. Like, he's not going to fucking say R.I.P. Bozo.
Front and center in those debates. He had a very close relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu. You just heard me talking to Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I do want to ask you, because you just returned from a 3-day trip to the West Bank this week. You say you were held by Israeli settlers with rifles. We do have some still footage that was captured by your team of the incident. We should say in a statement, the Israeli Defense Forces, or the IDF, released a statement saying IDF troops were dispatched to the scene, quickly dispersed the Israeli civilians, and reopened the blocked road. The IDF soldiers operating in the area did not take part in blocking the road. Walk us through what you experienced.
The IDF is lying. What happened was unprecedented. They had violent settlers detain American citizens, including an American government official. You had these settlers brandishing M4s, kicking the tires of our van, laughing at us, mocking at us, videotaping us. We were detained for about 20 minutes, fearful of our lives. Then the IDF comes, 4 soldiers. They tell our translator that they're on the side of the settlers. They further detain us and block us in. We had to call the American embassy. Fortunately, David Brownstein helped, and he got to someone in Israel. And 75 minutes after the detention by the IDF soldiers and by these settlers, we were let through. Now, I heard the prime minister, and he says that Israel is a country of law and order. Well, let me be very specific. The prime minister needs to open an investigation on these violent settlers who are connected to Yanon Levy, who has destroyed Zanuda's village and is a known person who has killed Palestinians, and these settlers were connected to him. They need to be prosecuted, including Yanon Levy. Their outpost needs to be investigated, and he needs to have an investigation on these 4 IDF officers. Security cameras can see that they were involved in the detention of American citizens. How dare they mistreat people with an American passport that way?
Well, we appreciate your weighing in on that. Obviously, that has gotten a lot of attention. I want to ask you about something else that has been under a microscope, your endorsement of Senate candidate Graham Plattner in Maine. He has since dropped out amid a swirl of controversies. Congressman, you stood by him through a series.
Bro. Hey, I know you got like fucking harassed and detained by settlers and our quote unquote most valuable allies like lying about that. But can we talk about how you're a real big piece of shit for endorsing Graham Plattner? That's awesome. Like, I feel like there's varying degrees of severity of crisis here. And I think like maybe you should, you know, let that other point hang for a little bit, maybe have a little bit of back and forth on that before you immediately go into the Graham Plattner stuff.
Of previous controversies, from a tattoo resembling a Nazi symbol to his online posts blaming survivors of sexual assault, even after the New York Times published allegations from ex-girlfriends describing a pattern of emotional abuse, aggressive behavior, which he denies, we should say. Why weren't those past controversies a breaking point for you?
For me, the line always was sexual assault or sexual violence. And as soon as that came out, I was the first person to withdraw my endorsement. But I will say I got that call wrong. And if there's some self-reflection, it is that we all need to see the signs earlier of people who may engage in domestic violence. Look, I wasn't the only one. You had Planned Parenthood, you had Senator Warren, you had the entire Democratic Party. But I did get that call wrong. I think what is important, though, is to understand his politics. He was opposed to foreign wars. He was for Medicare for all, and why the progressive movement more broadly, why these issues are resonating.
Do you regret endorsing him?
Yes.
You flat out regret
I got that call
him.
wrong. I endorse a lot of people, but when I make a mistake, I take accountability. And I think what people want is the humility to take accountability.
Yeah, that's crazy. More follow-up questions about Ro Khanna's Graham Plattner endorsement than Ro Khanna's unlawful detention by the IDF. That's wild. 4-minute slot, and literally half of it is just her shitting on Ro Khanna for endorsing Graham Plattner. Wow. Look, is it valid to ask him about that? Absolutely. Absolutely. But like, if you got minimal amount of time on Meet the Press, and the reason why he's going on Meet the Press is not to like talk about Graham Plattner, which he's like given responses to over and over again since he unendorsed him. Strange. Yeah, right after she interviewed a rapist president who sat there and talked about himself and about Lindsey Graham's legacy. Kind of inconsistent standard, don't you think? I guess unless your standard is anyone that tarnishes the good reputation of Israel not even a rapist president. A rapist president talking about the defense of an alleged rapist like Brett Kavanaugh in positive terms. Isn't that crazy? This is NBC News. This isn't ZBS. This isn't CNN. This is NBC.
if you make a call that's wrong.
All right, Congressman Khanna, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
We really
Fucking nasty business,
We're
man.
joined now by Israel's ambassador to the United States, Dr. Michael Leiter.
Yeah, this is the guy who ripped in the Rokon on Face
Good to
the
have you
Nation.
back here.
ZBS Face the Nation.
Good morning.
Your prime minister this morning has been honoring Senator Lindsey Graham. I know he was a fierce advocate for Israel. And he also was really pushing for normalization of relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Just 3 weeks ago on this program, he made that pitch. I wonder if you think there is a way to carry on his legacy through continuing that kind of diplomatic work.
Well, absolutely. Lindsey was a dear friend. My first day in Washington, January 27, 2025, the first phone call I got once I landed on my seat in the embassy was from Lindsey Graham. He said, "Can we have dinner?"
Huh. Interesting. Wow. I'm shocked. The first phone call you got was from Lindsey Graham, Israeli ambassador to the United States of America. Wow. Yeah, dog. He was checking in.
Tonight. And we've been talking about normalization in the Middle East for the past year and a half. And he was not only a fierce advocate of defeating this Iranian regime, he was also a fierce advocate of what would happen afterwards. And he had a vision for peace in the Middle East. And absolutely, we have to work toward that end. But it really is going to happen if his first part of that vision is fulfilled. And that's that Iran is no longer a regional hegemon menacing its neighbors.
Well, 3 weeks ago, Lindsey Graham said on this program, 2026. That was his vow that normalization would happen. So we'll have to follow that. We still have some time. Let me ask you about the other significant development overnight with Iran. The attempt to revive this truce between the United States and Iran clearly has just collapsed. This was just an attempt to have a pause to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, frankly. It was pretty limited in scope. But then the IRGC fired on a commercial vessel. The United States has resumed bombing. For the moment, Iran has not fired on Israel. Israel has not fired on Iran. Does Israel intend to stay on the sidelines? How do we see this conflict at this point?
President Trump has been consistent, I think, throughout this confrontation. If talks will work, if diplomacy can work, then he's in favor of the diplomatic route. But when it doesn't work, you have to go back to military and kinetic activity. When the United States signed the MOU with Iran just a few weeks ago, there was one item, just one thing that the Iranians had to fulfill. And that was keeping the straits open. And that they've completely ignored. So they forced the U.S. to go back into kinetic activity. We're a partner or an ally. If the United States calls on us to rejoin kinetic activity against Iran, we're going to be there for the United States.
But at the moment, the U.S. is asking you to wait.
I didn't say that. I said the United States has not asked us to join the effort. But if that request will come in, we're going to be there.
Well, that MOU, when it was signed by the President Versailles and then by the Vice President, your government was opposed to this. You made no mistake that Prime Minister Netanyahu saw big flaws in this deal. When you saw what happened, was there a moment of, I told you so here?
No.
Can I be honest? I'm not crazy when I look at this conversation and think that, like, we as American citizens, people in the media, other even like American government officials, unironically, seemingly put Israel's interests above the interests, the respectability, the dignity of Americans. Because this conversation is psychotic. Like, she's literally like, hey, did you have a I told you so moment when Donald Trump, that fucking idiot, signed the treasonous treaty in Versailles instead of abiding by Israel's highest priorities of continuing the war? Like, I'm not a patriotic person, right? I'm not a nationalist at all. But I don't understand how you could, in any way, shape, or form, feel a sense of patriotism. And even if you, like, hate the president, if you're an American citizen and you hear an American anchor talk to the Israeli ambassador like this, where she very visibly, very openly places Israel's interests above the interests of American foreign policy, above the moves that American foreign policy is making, doesn't that piss you off? It's so fucking weird.
No, that's not the nature of our relationship. We express our opinion. We saw flaws, but we also expressed hope that it would work. If at the end of the day, 60 days after the MOU, we've got a denuclearized Iran, we've got Iran not producing ballistic missiles
That is the most
and not
aggressive
supporting their
timeline
proxies.
in history.
Well, if it would be 90 days or 120 days, if we have Iran that's denuclearized, not building ballistic missiles, not supporting proxies around the region, just not being a menacing, mayhem-spreading regime, then we will have accomplished it without kinetic activity. We have doubts about the possibility of that actually working, but all we do is express our opinion.
Well, very clear about the very first few lines of the MOU that mentioned Lebanon, and that's where I want to go next. Because the U.S. has been trying to broker these talks between the Israeli government and the Lebanese government to essentially work together against Hezbollah, which is backed by Iran. Under the framework that was reached last month, Israel pledged to withdraw from areas of southern Lebanon. Do you still intend to do that? What does that timeline look like?
Well, I'm actually leading the negotiations on Israel's behalf with Lebanon, so I know a thing or two about the trilateral agreement. And what the agreement with Lebanon does is completely remove Iran from the paradigm. Iran is not to be involved in Lebanon. They have no business in Lebanon. Hezbollah has no business.
What about you guys? You have all the business in Lebanon, not Iran.
In Lebanon. As a matter of fact, Israel and Lebanon are on the same page. We want Hezbollah out for our security and for their sovereignty. We can withdraw the moment that Hezbollah is dismantled.
Wow.
If Hezbollah is not dismantled, then we have to stay in our security zone because we're not going to go back to a situation where our citizens are going to be threatened by an Iranian proxy firing missiles and building tunnels so they can attack like Hamas did on October 6th.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about this? There's one party that this American Israeli is talking about that is actually Lebanese. You got the Comprador government, okay? They're Lebanese. Do they care about the interests of the Lebanese population? Not really, but it doesn't matter. They're still Lebanese. Israel is not Lebanese. America is not Lebanese. You know who is Lebanese? Fucking Hezbollah.
Well, that's different from what U.S. State Department has lined up here, which is specifically 2 pilot zones.
True. Austin Show is also, I'm gay and Lebanese. Yeah.
That Israel is supposed to withdraw from and CENTCOM would oversee.
They're pilot zones.
When does that happen?
Pilot zones. Well, we're preparing it right now, but the whole idea of the pilot
Lebanon has
zone.
said that's delayed.
No, it's not delayed. We're working together with CENTCOM and the Lebanese armed forces to create the conditions so that we can actually move into a situation where the pilot zones are receptive to Lebanese armed forces. If they're not going to be receptive and Hezbollah is going to stay there, we haven't accomplished anything. And that's why they're called pilot zones. If it works, then we continue the withdrawal. If it doesn't work, then we stay where we are.
Are you still going to Rome to conduct these talks? And will those pilot zone withdrawals happen anytime soon?
I certainly hope they're planned for the next few weeks. We're working on that together with CENTCOM. Am I still going to Rome? That's going to be a question regarding the Senator Graham funeral, but certainly the talks will continue in Rome.
Well, before I let you go, there were 2 high-profile incidents I want to quickly touch on here. One, a CNN crew attacked in the West Bank by what they say were 4 settlers. There was also an incident with Ro Khanna, the congressman from California, who said he was his vehicles he was in were stopped by Israeli settlers, and then when the IDF showed up, they were on the side of the settlers, not him. He said it's not a good idea to detain long-shot president.
Jesus fucking Christ, is state propaganda? Yeah, but the craziest part about it is that it's state propaganda, but not for America. You understand? This is state propaganda for Israel. I know it says CBS Face the Nation, but it quite literally is not American state propaganda, which is expected. Is doing Israeli state propaganda.
Presidential candidates. It was a warning to your government. Do you think your government needs to apologize to both him and those CNN journalists?
Any violence is to be condemned. No excuses, no explanations. Okay, so if CNN crew was attacked, that needs to be condemned, and I'm doing so right now. And we need to do a better job.
You are condemning it. Their report.
If
Wait, what about Ro Khanna? This is why I ignore these ridiculous stories that keep coming from CBS and Axios. A rogue sect blew up one of the transiting ships. Absurd on its face. Try harder. Yeah, we're going to get to that in a second.
If it was actually took place as they've reported it, absolutely condemning it. We need to rein in violence on all sides. Now, in terms of Ro Khanna.
On all sides? Bitch, what do you mean? CNN? Yeah, we got to stop with the violence that Jeremy Diamond is engaging in. What the fuck do you mean? Condemn violence on all sides, dumbass. One side is Jeremy Diamond. The other side are a bunch of psychotic settlers. What do you mean we must condemn violence on all sides? Anyway, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse because now he's going to talk about Ro Khanna.
We reached out to him when we heard he was going to Israel, the Israeli embassy here in Washington. As all congressmen do, they coordinate their trip with the Israeli government. We suggested he visit with survivors of the October 7th.
With
With massacre, that he visit the borders so he understands the issues that we have on our borders and so on. He ignored that, and he decided to coordinate his trip not with Israel, but with Palestinian activists and with J Street, which is a anti-government, anti-Israeli government advocacy group here in Washington.
Bro, saying that about J Street is so nutty. Saying that about J Street is so crazy to me. Like, J Street is objectively pro-Israel. It is a fucking pro-Israel advocacy group, man. Jesus Christ. This motherfucker said J Street is Hamas.
So, you know, he coordinated.
It's a Jewish Slavic group.
Well, it's
that is supportive of a different path for Israel.
Yeah. I play tennis once a year. That doesn't make me a tennis player. The fact that they call themselves a Jewish organization is irrelevant. They're a advocacy group against the government of Israel.
Oh, he's a settler himself? That makes sense. Dude. It's so funny. Dude, so many of these fucking settlers are American. It's unbearable. Like, I feel like Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich are unique. So many of these fucking settlers are American, dude. Straight up.
That has to be clear.
Netanyahu government.
Yes.
Is
so,
what you mean.
And
the government you work for.
And Congressman Khanna has made no secret about his antipathy towards the government of Israel as well. So perhaps if he would have coordinated the trip and then, you know, to have this incident on Wednesday and wait to release it on Saturday, maybe this had more something to do with his support of Graham Plattner beforehand and the difficulties he had with that and trying to shift the focus.
Why is she laughing? She like went
to something else. Perhaps I'm asking a question.
Well, we did hear from Congressman Khanna, who said that there was an alert to the embassy on his behalf, and that they asked for the news to be held until he had left the country.
There was not an alert. There was a question about visas. That's all. But when we requested that he coordinate the trip with us, he rejected that by basically staying silent. So that's unfortunate. This whole incident is unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's crazy that he's basically telling every American politician listening to this right now that if you don't coordinate with us, who knows what might happen to you. Like, don't even think about going with J Street and not coordinating with the Israeli government. Isn't that crazy? Who the fuck do you think you are, man? God, I hate this shit. Serious question. Why does he have to coordinate with them? Because, unfortunately, we have this weird attitude where we treat Israel like it's the only country that matters. Many of our politicians, many of those in positions of power, many of them present this as like the lay of the land, the law of the land.
Last conversation on Face the Nation with Lindsey Graham, and the senator said, if this deal fails, President Trump is going to take the Strait of Hormuz over by force. The U.S. will control the Strait of Hormuz. That was 3 weeks ago. How does the United States end up controlling the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, Margaret, we certainly have the capability to control the Strait of Hormuz if the president...
Wait, really? Wait, that's so strange. That's cool. No, that's cool. I just don't understand why we didn't use it. You know? Like, that sounds great. I just don't know why we didn't use it up until this moment. Yeah, speaking as someone who coordinated his trip with the Israeli government, here it is.
Jewish man, look, Jewish.
King Clavicular just got absolutely mobbed in Israel. They're now calling him the Jewish Speed.
Oh, I got you. Yo, what's up, guys? Come on, gárate. Be polite. What the fuck? Be polite.
R.I.P. Lindsey Graham. He would have loved to have sex with Clavicular in Israel. Yum.
Here. Boss, go here. Let's go, get going. No. Clavicular! I gotta go to video.
Can you not speak ill of Lady G, please? Yeah, I know. Olivia Reingold has moved on from me to Clavicular. I feel kind of sad. She unfollowed me. She's now following. She's moved on to bigger and better things. Yeah, they got him a state-sponsored IDF girlfriend. They got him the honeypot and everything. It's the full shebang. Anyway, let's finish this. Retired General Frank McKenzie talking about how we could have just like blown up Carg Island, taken over Carg Island, but we just chose not to for some fucking weird reason. And then we'll do it.
Chooses to follow that course of action. Look, what he's been trying to do is get to a diplomatic and a political solution here, which I applaud, and I think we should all want to see as the final end state. Nonetheless, the fact of the matter is the Iranians generally only respond to military force and to extreme pressure. Look, we're not talking about regime change here. What we're talking about is modifying the views and actions of an extreme hardline regime. That is possible. We have the capability to do that. That capability is resident in the U.S. military, should the president elect to employ it. That would include opening the Strait of Hormuz, maintaining the Strait of Hormuz open, and in fact seizing Carg Island, should we elect to do that. And I would just say as an aside, that's something we should think about doing, because possession of Iranian soil would be a significant factor in future negotiations with Iran. So all those options are on the table. I'm not sure where we're going to go with this, but I do know we have these capabilities.
We have those capabilities, but the president has made clear he kind of just wants a deal here. How do you?
Dude, American media is so cooked. Subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, Piker Broadcasting Service. I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, America has this capability. That's cool. They just didn't deploy it because Donald Trump, by her statement here is, well, you know, Donald Trump wants peace. That's why. That's why they didn't deploy it. I know Abdul's getting rat fucked by fake Obama endorsements from AIPAC-backed groups, by the way. Obama endorsed Haley Stevens in 2018. Obama did not weigh in on this race, on the Senate race. Obama, of course, is not going to come out and be like, I'm not endorsing Haley Stevens. He should, but it's never going to happen. Let's be real. Be nice if he actually gave a little bit clarity. That could be cool. What makes things even stranger is that AIPAC fucking hated Obama due to the Iran nuclear deal, but is now running false ads implying Obama endorsed Stevens. None of this makes sense. It's all fucked up. Claviculars in Israel. Lindsey Graham probably saw clavicular recently. Now he's no longer with us. Retired generals are talking about how this time is going to be different if we take Carg Island. Everything is fucked up, man. Mitch McConnell's alive. Timeline is off, dude.
Explain to the layperson, when the president says we control the Strait of Hormuz, but then CENTCOM says military forces are positioned to ensure freedom of navigation, which makes it sound it isn't exactly free-flowing traffic here.
No, it's not right now because we have not deployed all the capabilities that we have to open the strait. We certainly can do that. It would require putting warships up into narrow waters. Look, the U.S. Navy doesn't love to do that, but they're very good at it. And if necessary, they can do it, and they can do it well. You got to go back to the basic principle of...
Okay, retired General Frank McKenzie, former commander of U.S. Central Command. Why haven't they done it? Why didn't they do it in the last 130 days? What's your answer to it? His answer to it was so fucking stupid. His answer to it was, oh, it's because Trump is a peaceful dove. He just wants to give peace a chance. That's why. Really? So you don't think taking Carg Island would give you significant leverage, as you just admitted, in whatever kind of negotiations that takes place after we take over Carg Island like that, which is super simple, and carry it and continue to hold it too. Also, what base? What base? What base? Where's the base? How are you going to establish a supply chain with the front line? Let's say you try to build a forward operating base on Carg Island. Again, it's going to get fucking pummeled. But let's say you built it. Let's say you built it. Where are the troops that are now stationed on the forward operating base going to receive their supplies from? How do you plan to hold it? I'm not a general. I'm no big city lawyer, and I'm no big Central Command general. But I don't understand how this is tactically feasible. How are you going to establish a supply line to the forward operating base? Are you going to bring anti-ballistic missile systems onto the forward operating base? How are you going to protect the forward operating base from potential drone strikes, which very clear Americans have no good defense for, but even post-drone strikes like ballistic munitions potentially? If Iran just says, fuck it, nuke Carg Island, they have different, I know Carg Island obviously is important for Iranian oil, but like, it's so close to the Iranian coastline that you can basically fucking tackle it with conventional arms. And then on top of that, if they choose to just dump payload on the island, what do? You really want your forward operating base on Carg Island to get fucking lasered off the goddamn map by Iranian missiles? Iranian explosive munitions attached lawnmowers? What do? How do you protect the forward operating base? And how do you make sure you refeed the forward operating base with necessary munitions, food?
Iranian statecraft, which is regime preservation. If you want to gain concessions from Iran, you have to directly pressure the regime, and you have to do so in a way that perhaps...
Dog, 130 days of this mentality. It led to nothing. It led to nothing. Anyway, one of the craziest things is, of course, Axios, Barack Ravid, and ZBS like lying about the bombing of ships that were transiting through the Strait of Hormuz on the Omani coastline. They lied and they said it was actually a rogue element within the state that did that. A senior Iranian official immediately reaches out to Jeremy Scahill and tells him that the White House engaged in a deliberate media disinformation campaign, including through Axios and ZBS, claiming Iran blamed a recent attack on a vessel in Hormuz on a rogue sect within the Iranian military, and that Tehran was considering an announcement with Oman about opening new transit routes in the strait. This wasn't random. It was very deliberate and coordinated media campaign designated to pressure us into changing our decision. Designed to pressure us to changing our decision, the official said. We had already clearly told the Qataris and the Omanis about our firm and final decision. Iran will not allow anyone to disrupt our security and oversight management of the Strait of Hormuz, as the MOU clearly mentioned. The Iranian official said the U.S. is putting major pressure on Oman and added that the idea of opening an alternative lane in Hormuz outside of Iranian management actually came from the American side. We clearly and firmly shared our final position with the Omanis and mediators, the official said. The movements we've seen in Hormuz over the last few hours are the practical implementation of the exact decisions we announced. Yeah. But if you ask Donald Trump, Iran, they wanted a deal. Anyway, speaking of Iran, waging war against the United States of America, its allies in the region, and perhaps one other ally in the region, Israel, which Iran has yet to bomb, for the record. There's another guy in Israel right now. We have deployed our most valuable weapon into Israel. His name is Clavicular. He's the ultimate mogger. And now he's in Israel, and the IDF has assigned him an IDF girlfriend, a honeypot, if you will. Let's take a look.
This was Clavicular 6 months ago, partying in a club in Miami to Heil Hitler with people like Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, etc., etc. Now he's in Israel. And some of his fans are furious.
All you guys are here. It's such a downfall, such a bad idea, but all you guys are here.
Clavicular is the 20-year-old figurehead of looksmaxing, the online movement devoted to becoming hotter by almost any means necessary. When he revealed he was in Tel Aviv, his live stream chat erupted almost instantly with messages like, sell out.
Kiss the wall, goy. We want OG Clav back, not this gay shit. Fuck Israel.
And kiss the wall, goy. His manosphere peers began asking whether he'd been captured by shadowy Israeli forces. So I called him. Clavicular told me the trip wasn't political. Israel was...
Clav laundering Israel's reputation. I bet he loves that terrible Israeli house music. Dude, he's a fucking paid agent, dude. What do you mean? He doesn't give a fuck about no Israel. Just like when he was Sig Heiling, it wasn't because he's like, oh yeah, I love, he wasn't like firmly committed to Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany. He was just doing it because he needs to go where the money goes.
Simply trending.
Is he even Jewish? No, he's not.
And therefore, in his words, an undeniably good idea.
I need you guys to understand something, by the way. This is not a fucking defense of Clavicular in any way, shape, or form. I think he's a moron. I think his worldview is odious. I think he is warping the brains of any teenager that has watched a million of his fucking clips. Yes, I have the Fuentes thing lined up on the docket too.
Taking selfie.
Yeah. Nick Fuentes is, in love with Clavicular. He's never going to fucking criticize Clavicular going to Israel. Don't be crazy now. Nick Fuentes is literally in love with him. What are you talking about?
And he also said that the country was nothing like what people are saying it is on TikTok. And what exactly...
Wait, what did he say? You look up TikTok about Israel and it says it's like bombs and stuff like that, but we're here and it's not that, he said, speaking to me from a bar in Tel Aviv. It's a good time.
And what exactly has impressed him the most? The women. All these women are good looking, he told me. So far, he spent the trip shopping in Tel Aviv, partying at a beachfront club, and is planning an event at a local gym for Monday. Honestly, I think that this is a pretty progressive outlook in which he is an equal opportunity partier.
Dude, it's so funny. I mean, look, it's just, there's no greater proof that Israel's PR is in the fucking dumpster, okay? In an extremely egalitarian turn, claviculars revealed himself to be an equal opportunity partier. This man in Israel is here to party, y'all. That's it. It's a good time, clavicular told me. All these women are good looking. I'd love to hear his thoughts about your unusual chin. Okay, stop. Come on, Braze. Nah, keep that shit going. I'm just kidding. Yeah, there's more information on this. Hold on, let me just show you my tweet on it. But yeah, as I was saying, there is no greater evidence of Israel's downfall than relying on a looks maxer whose claim to fame was slamming his face with a goddamn hammer, who sig heiled like last week with prominent neo-Nazis. Like, relying on that kick streamer is a new sign of desperation. I said fairly straightforward PR operation for the genocidal apartheid state shows the level of desperation they reached that they're hitting up kick streamers who were singing Sig Heil a couple months back.
Yeah, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, anything in Israel or relating to Israel is going to be political, but the women in Tel Aviv are absolutely gorgeous. I mean, like...
Yeah, I mean, for you, that's like... it makes sense, yeah.
Bro, I was kicking it with this girl who was a soldier in the IDF.
Who the fuck is this guy? Look at his face. Ah, you love Israel. It's so beautiful.
Hot as fuck. So like that was sick, and like, you know, it's really just me traveling to a different place, like having a good time. It's nothing political about it.
Nothing political about it. Just here's my state assigned IDF honeypot girlfriend. Clavicular felt embarrassed after his girlfriend who serves in the IDF did 10 pull-ups while he struggled to do a single one. Wow, mogs me.
It's good to hang it. Decompress the spine, get another ½ inch of height. Fuck it. All right, ready? I got you.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Mogs me. Sure.
Yeah, the IDF gifted him a girlfriend. Clavicular made a boss call after finding out his Israeli girlfriend had to log into the IDF's official TikTok account. Guy, by the way, I mean, how is this any different than fucking Jonathan Greenblatt dick-eating Elon Musk after he sig heiled twice and then spending every waking moment trying to get me fucking killed? Okay? Trying to get me fucking deplatformed. Yeah, none of these motherfuckers care about actual anti-Semitism. Okay? They just care about anti or pro-Israel sentiment. That's it.
She's got the IDF login on her TikTok. I'll ask if we can post a video. I'll get permission.
Yeah, fucking beast mode, dude. Oh, don't worry, babe. I got you. I can post on the IDF TikTok account.
You want to post do you want to do a TikTok on the IDF account? I don't care. What?
Who the fuck is this? What is this thing? Who are these people?
What will we do? Go up. Just act stupid. I just have to ask for permission. I just have to make one phone call.
Yo, what's up, Claude?
Hey, Yossi, what's going on, man? We're streaming right now. I'm doing great. Do you know anyone who at the IDF? Because I'm with one of the social media managers, this girl who has the login for the TikTok account. The IDF
TikTok?
The IDF TikTok. So we're wondering if we could get permission to do like a video on it.
I'm not sure if I know offhand, but I could. I was with someone today that used to run it, so I could ask them who's running it right now. But it's probably worth filming something.
She has the
See if you
login.
can post it tomorrow.
She has the login. So I mean, but we want to do it today.
Tel Aviv, not impressed.
So yeah.
What's the problem? She has the login.
She has the login. So I'm saying, just
I would be sent to jail.
we want permission to post the video on TikTok. From the page.
Oh, okay. She sent the GA know that permission. Okay, I got that.
See if they're okay with it.
Yeah.
Do I have an officer? Yeah, my officer I think would kill me and send me to jail.
Okay,
at the same time.
He's a dumbass.
Yeah. It's good. It's good for them if we just do a TikTok by the beach or something like that.
Oh my God, Dropsite is writing about fucking clavicular. It's over, dude. We're losing ancient recipes. These are the types of things that, like, this is a merger that is unholy. It, like, no one at Dropsite should know who clavicular is, man. Come on, dude. 20-year-old Manosphere influencer Braden Peters, better known as Clavicular, spent the weekend partying in Tel Aviv, where Israel's Channel 13 filmed him at a nightclub with Topaz Look, a senior media advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, according to Haaretz. Throughout the trip, Peters was closely accompanied by a young Israeli woman with whom he repeatedly displayed physical affection. In a viral livestream clip, she claimed she had login access to the Israeli military's official TikTok account. Yeah, it's Murtaza Hussein who wrote this. It's Jeremy Scahill who wrote this report. Oh, Jesus Christ. She claimed she had login access to the Israeli military's official TikTok account, raising questions about who facilitated his visit and how closely it was connected to Israel's official media operation. Asked by the Free Press on livestream who paid for his trip, Peters deflected, saying, "You don't want to ask that question," and claiming the financial backing was confidential. Netanyahu's advisor said the meeting with the Gen Z streamer occurred by coincidence. The Times of Israel... Wait, Netanyahu's advisor? Oh, it was a total random thing. Yeah, no, definitely. Media advisor to Benjamin Netanyahu met Clavicular randomly. The Times of Israel also reported speculation that Netanyahu met Peters and could appear on his channel. Peters was filmed in January singing Kanye West's Heil Hitler alongside white supremacist Nick Fuentes. He later said, "I am not sorry. I would do it again." This is like the Zoomer version of how Ethan Klein and Gila met.
Like when you're in the clubs, like walking around.
I hate it. I don't like clubbing. I literally.
Oh, this water?
Yeah.
Clavicular fell in love with his Israeli handler / girlfriend / honeypot.
Yes.
Let's do this.
This is better, and then I can see throughout the whole club.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you do this all the time?
I think so.
You think so?
I hope so.
Who is this old guy that's around him that's like not security? What is this? Why is there like a random old guy around all the time? Is that Quentin Tarantino? Yeah, it's Quentin Tarantino.
I hope so.
You are 34 years old, man. How am I cringing more than you? Oh, I'm cringing too.
I can't.
Is it?
You are not ready for this clip. This is Israeli flirting. A girl just asked Clavicular to grape her out of nowhere with zero warning. What?
Am I gonna... Whoa! Did he say, am I gonna... No.
Why not?
What? How could it be that?
What? You could be me. I have
How could it be that if obviously you're attracted to me?
What are you?
Well, like, what? Did you say, did you say P?
I said, can you rate me?
Oh. I was like, wow.
What did you?
Dude, I'm from Israel, and this is my comedy.
What do you think I said?
I thought you said something, that word with a P instead of a T.
Oh, no, you didn't think that. You did not think that.
I kind of did.
I also thought that.
No, you didn't.
I swear I thought that.
I literally heard that. Like,
Okay, no. Rate me.
I'm still thinking about this.
How long? You don't need to think that long.
Why do you want me to rate you?
Because I think it's funny.
I would have sex with you. Is that enough of a rating?
No.
It's a binary equation. Would I fuck you or not?
CBS News, Israeli intelligence agency Shin Bet uncovers secret Hezbollah plot to assassinate Clavicular. No self-respect by anybody involved in this, by the way. Just saying.
Zero. It's a 0 or a 1. It's binary. Would I fuck you or not? I'd fuck you. Okay.
No.
You're hot.
Be real.
You're hot. You're hot.
Okay,
I'd have
but I
sex
want to
with
rate.
you
I want to rate.
in every single area of your body.
That's not what I asked.
Okay, well that's what I'm telling you. That's your rating.
No, that's not what I asked.
It's Alec Monopoly. Oh my God! It's the greatest artiste of all time. The only person who purchases Philip Plein shirts. That's Alec Monopoly. I didn't even recognize him without the mask, dude. I didn't recognize him without standing in front of the ugliest artwork of all time, which is just a fucking stencil of the Monopoly Man, and then an AK-47 and dollars. Of course, dude. He is the most Israeli artist of all time. Oh my God, that makes so much sense. Rabbi Shmuley, breaking news, my IDF daughter, Hannah, kosher sex confronts Clavicular. To his face is a Hitler-loving misogynist. Wait, what? Dude, Rabbi Shmuley hates Clavicular? No! Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight. All the stars are here in Tel Aviv. She told him that Israel is a country built on courage, decency, and respect, that men should honor women, not boast about degrading or exploiting them. Chana to Klav, there is no place in Israel for someone who's both a neo-Nazi and a woman-trashing misogynist. Tel Aviv. Oh, no. Israel is a brave and moral country where men are raised to marry and respect women and build families. Not to use girls as objects in a bathroom stall, as you bragged, you caveman degenerate. Respect this country of heroic men and strong idea of warrior women, you woman-hating chauvinist and cowardly man-child. Or go back to the hellhole you crawled out of, or whatever Chabad turncoat Yossi Pharaoh dig you out of. Who's Yossi Pharaoh? Is there drama? Clavivi. Clavivi. Clavivi Netanyahu. I'm named after the Rebbe's saintly mother. Pharaoh is a disgrace to the Rebbe and the light he brought to the world. If you celebrate Heil Hitler or seek to normalize the ideology, you should expect moral condemnation, not acceptance. If you treat women as objects rather than human beings deserving of dignity, don't expect applause from society that values family, honor, and respect. I'm proud of, Rabbi Shmuley says, I'm proud of Hannah for speaking up peacefully and fearlessly for the values she believes in. Silence in the face of hatred and misogyny is never the answer. Dude, who is this for, man? You got a society that did a pro-rape January 6th. Like, who in Israel is like, wow, I'm siding with the person yelling at Clavicular and not with Clavicular? You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck in Israel would be like, this is base, this is beast mode. Thank you for combating misogyny. Like doing woke stuff in the genocidal apartheid state that's objectively pro-rape. Really? Oh, we can't even hear anything in this fucking video.
Your butt, your vagina, and your mouth. You're beautiful.
1 to 10.
You can tell Rabbi Shmuley is 100% American because he thinks Israelis give a fuck about being pro or anti-Hitler. True. True.
You're beautiful.
You're not. That's not what I asked.
No, I'm not doing 1 to 10.
Why?
What do you care if I'm 1 to 10? Like,
What do you mean? What do I care? It's funny to me.
No.
You can whatever you want.
7.
I don't. I'm 7. Damn.
What is this is literally, I feel like this is my nightmare. Like, this is a hellish nightmare, dude. Every fucking frame of this goddamn stream has been an absolute hellish nightmare of epic proportions. Female IDF soldier was seen live streaming with claviculars facing major backlash from the Jewish community. Proud dad check. Another Charlila coming to lick neo-Nazi. What is Charlila? What does that mean? People will sell their religion for publicity. What won't you do in the name of the likes and publications? If you represent women... Charlila Kirk? If you represent women, you should not you would not post the same content. See how he treats women. You're embarrassing your brother. Too pretty to be doing videos like this with him. Change your bio, baby. You really do not represent me. You certainly don't represent me. Shame on you, and walk around with vomit bags to share to all of us. Hey, girly pop, change your bio. Hila? It's a shame to let this unfounded brainstorm that endangers many children in the world for your content. We're happy to see the other comments here that agree with this. We hit it in a video based in Israel on the subject, then that's a good thing. Holy fuck. Someone said it's a shame they didn't rape you and kill you at Nova. You fucking whore, you escort. May they slaughter you. We'll throw a party over your body parts. Jesus Christ.
Handle the pressure of all the liberal media outlets who are attacking me because I met with Bibi's advisor, right? I had...
Why does this look like he's standing next to him? Charlila is like an Israeli version of Sharmuta. Wait, they stole that too? I mean, that makes sense.
Dinner with a couple of people who were, Bibi's advisor, a couple big government people and from the United States, just some tech names as well. And there was a photograph of us at the club after, and then that's why all the media here hates me, because the media doesn't like Bibi, right? And I was fine.
Who does, dumbass? Nobody does. Like, what do you mean?
And with talking with one of Bibi's people about looks maxing, how he could looks max. That's what they asked.
You realize there's a non-zero chance of Bibi looks maxing stream right now? I mean, I think they deserve that. Like, I think he does. Like, that's not even a fraction of what he deserves, but like, that's a little bit debasing, you know? Yeah, smash that fucking jaw with a hammer.
They said, hey, Bibi's been having a lot of trouble with humanizing himself to the younger generation. They think he's too old and out of shape. Would you want to do like a gym stream with him or something like that? And if I had any ideas about like his fitness thing, because he's getting into sports or something, and I was like, sure, man, I'd be happy to help with his gym cell routine. So I said sure, and then after the picture comes out, all the liberal media in Israel kind of gets mad that I'm talking to him, and starts putting all this press about how Clav's an anti-Semite, Clav's this, whatever, basically just
apologize to me for why don't you apologize to me for wasting my time?
You know what everybody in Israel is talking about right now, right?
Well, everyone in Israel is talking about what we're doing that's good. So for you to kind of start the interview off in like a negative manner doesn't really make sense. We came here after a ceasefire ended in a very unstable state, technically, to kind of show that Israel's a safe place. So for you to start off in an antagonistic way, I'm really kind of just confused.
But how can you not talk about
like
the
a very
song?
Poor journalist
Just tell
tactic. No. So if you're gonna be negative.
Is he getting beat up by the Israeli woke somehow? Yeah, I guess there are people in Israeli society that are mad. And also, by the way, he just admitted that he's doing a fucking propaganda tour to show how safe Israel is. Next up, Dubai. Well, next up is not Dubai. It turns out next up is Russia, as a matter of fact. Clavicular posted, happy to announce our next trip will be to Russia if all goes well with my visa. What's up? It's Clavicular. We're in the People's Republic of Donbass. A lot of people are saying it's occupied Russian territory. I just think it's Russian territory. And, there's a lot of sexy babes here. We're in Luhansk. Just wanted to say, Hasanabi, you look like a Haitian president. That is... Bro, what the fuck? No, he's not wrong. That's such a fucking mythical pull, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow.
Four minutes, my USB gets here.
Braden is so awkward and strange. Buddy, don't call him anything but clavicular.
If you're going to be negative and ask about, like old, situations that are not so positive, then
old situations that are not so positive, dog, that was like a month ago. North Korea trip for Clav soon. He would never be so fucking sick as to go to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Also, they would auto-warm beer him if he ever stepped foot. First of all, I'm pretty sure you can't go to Israel and then just like go to North Korea. There's 0% chance. That would never happen.
I don't want to talk to you. Last January is not that old, you know. You got kicked out of a club just because of this.
After I was kicked out of the club, you know, the owner called me and profusely apologized.
That's a lie.
Offered me to come back and comp my entire night. So it was just a mix-up.
No, that's a lie. So why not clean the page?
So why not?
That's a lie. Why not seeing the page?
So why don't you clean the page and, you know, talk about how much I've done for this country's reputation, because it's in utter shambles. You go on.
I mean, he ain't wrong. It's just funny that he thinks he's it's funny that he thinks that he's doing anything positive to the country's reputation, but also at the same time, he's not wrong when he says the country's reputation is in shambles. This is another let them fight style situation. Another let them fight style situation.
On any social media page, the amount of propaganda among Gen Z and misconceptions, you know, so that's what's doing the real damage, right? Not anything I've done. That, you know, we're here trying to set everything straight. I don't have to be in Israel, and you know, quite frankly, if you're like, this is the most ridiculous thing ever. I don't want to be talking to someone who's going to be rude.
We understand, but there's an online backlash, you know.
Because I'm here to do good things. So there's a backlash because of people like you. There's an online backlash because people like you, like me, talking about negative.
I mean, yeah, the Miami to Israel pipeline is already, like, he did the most Israeli thing he could, which is get into an ownership dispute of a Miami nightclub. So he was already Israeli in spirit before he ever stepped foot inside of Israel. Okay? It's the most Israeli thing you can do other than just living in Miami. So he was already halfway there. Yeah, he was spiritually Israeli. Now he's structurally Israeli.
Negative thing. So why don't you acknowledge the fact that I'm here doing a good thing for the country, showing off Tel Aviv's beauty, showing off that it's safe. Okay. So why don't you talk about that?
Clavicular seems like just a dude having fun. Why are they trying to make this some international incident law? Really? Okay, Neek Skit. Do you think it would be appropriate if I traveled to occupied Ukrainian territory and just talked about how sexy the babes were there? Or do you think that would be an international incident? I don't know. Some people go to like Saudi. Yeah. It was in the news when fucking a bunch of comics went to Saudi Arabia for like a week. Hello? Neek Skid is back. Yeah, there was massive backlash, dude.
That, and then there won't be a bad PR. Okay, so you're the one who's causing these issues. So you are the.
Yeah. Also, this is ironically one of the few instances where Saudi Arabia is currently not occupying a foreign country and like murdering its citizens.
You are the one who's doing this.
How can you not see the comments?
How can you not see? Because I can't read them. It's in a different language. It's in
Don't you have AI and Google Translate?
I can't. I have Google Translate. Yeah, I'm live on TikTok. Yeah, I could totally. Yeah, let me copy and paste every.
No, that's UAE's in Sudan. I'm not sure if Saudi Arabia is also in Sudan. I don't think they are, but well, Bahrain sort of. Okay, that's fair. But Bahrain is also a GCC country, so it's Bahrain's in the Gulf. Saudi was in Yemen. I know. I said this is one of the few Bro, I'm talking about right now. I didn't say fucking, you know. I don't think Saudi Arabia is blockading Yemen currently. I think they had a. They actually played a role in purging the UAE influence out of Yemen alongside the Houthis.
Every single little thing into Google Translate. So
Please don't go partying with Saudi babes. I'm not doing that anyway. What the fuck are you talking about?
To surely understand that people are angry.
No. Let me make you understand. I'm here for a good thing, and you're trying to drag me through the mud and, give me reputational damage. So quite
What's
honestly,
wrong with
this interview
apologizing
is over.
about...
He doesn't understand the dynamic in Israel. He thinks he's dunking on a woke liberal channel. I mean, I guess in this circumstance, the woke liberal channel, like every Israeli channel, no matter how far right, is probably still going to be like, why did you sig Heil?
Singing Heil Hitler.
No, this interview is over.
Just apologize.
Why don't you apologize to me for? Why don't you apologize?
I need to apologize?
Why don't you apologize to me for wasting my time?
Why are you
Thank
afraid to
very much.
apologize? Just apologize.
You apologize.
Engaging with a groyper is one thing, but idolizing him, rolling out the VIP treatment to someone who harmed Jews and putting the lives of Israeli women at risk by a predator who allegedly raped a 16-year-old is unacceptable. What a deeply upsetting way for people to learn these lessons. Again, Clavicular is the perfect content creator for Israel, dude. I guess, like, other than that, it would be Nick Fuentes. It's like Clavicular and Nick Fuentes hand in hand in Israel. But speaking of Nick Fuentes, obviously, prominent neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes has been getting flamed by his own fan base because he's in love with Clavicular. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
He's with Benver. Go ahead, defend that, Nick.
I don't have to defend it. Is that real, by the way? I don't even think that's real. I think that's fake. Clav is my friend, okay? He's my friend. By the way, I think going to Israel for him, it's content. People get so weird about this stuff. It's really disturbing. Clav is not political. He's not if you know anything about him, if you watch his streams, his whole stream is saying, I don't care about anything other than like leveling up every attribute of my life. I'm not making that up. If you watch his stream,
yeah, he's switching to pro-Israel, anti-Muslim. Nick change ideology every other month. I know. Not so slick. Little man has also decided to lean into the Hasbara side where he's like, well, Israel's bad, but also these Muslims, they're so much worse. Let's talk about these Muslims. Yeah, dude, it's the Ummah that's controlling the American foreign policy decisions. You're right. Totally. It's the Muslims. It's the Muslims, dude. The only thing this man cares about is being anti-Semitic. I don't think he gives a shit about Israel. Okay? I'll be honest. He hates Jews, but I also don't even understand why at this point. Because, like, if you're pro-Israel, then who gives a shit? You know what I mean? He only cares about money. I don't think that's obviously he does. He cares about clout. He cares about money. But, like, there were so many different lanes that he could have taken if that's, like, what he wanted to max out on. You know what I mean? He blames the Jewish for being gay and Mexican.
every stream he says, the only thing I care about is looks maxing. People say, what do you think about transgenders? He goes, one less person I have to worry about mogging. People say, what do you think about Israel and Palestine? He says, I don't care. I only care about looks maxing. People say, who are you going to vote for? Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance? He says, I don't care. But Gavin Newsom is more looks maxed than J.D. Vance. So he goes to France to fuck the girls. He goes to Greece to fuck the girls. He goes to Israel and people go, what?
By the way, not very tradcath, is it? Just saying. Not very fucking tradcath of you to be like, you know, being into a guy that does all that.
The fuck? Why is he in Israel? Oh my God. It's like, well, he's an entertainer. He said it's like, I think it's a viral idea. You know, maybe that's true. Maybe that's not true. But people should take it for what it is. You know, he's not that guy.
Wow, look at that. It turns out the fucking neo-Nazi doesn't give a shit about Israel, by the way. The fucking neo-Nazi doesn't care about Israel. Wow. Color me surprised. Color me shocked. I can't believe at the peak of the Clipper culture for Nick Fuentes, there were motherfuckers out there who were literally like, well, you know, sometimes you make some good points. Can we fucking build an allegiance with him? I was like, no, of course not. He's a fucking neo-Nazi. What are you, stupid? He just wants to do a similar structure to what Israel has done as a Jewish ethno-state. He wants to do that here for white Christian nationalism, even if he doesn't personally fit the bill, you know, as a gay Mexican manlet neo-Nazi. Like, you can't trust any of these fucking people. This guy will say something clear and coherent and actually intelligent, and then will immediately follow it up with, Zoran wanted to take fucking money from white people and give it to black people. And you're like, well, there it is. Just an unbelievably stupid fucking statement. That's just how reactionaries are. Stop trying to make sense of it. In short bursts, you see certain things that this guy says, and you're like, oh, is this guy clear and coherent? Fuck off. Yes, in a 30-second increment, he can be clear and coherent. It's true. I go so far as to say Nick Fuentes is probably the only fucking literate right-winger amongst the entire crop. If you're a moron, maybe, oh God, dude, I'm not defending Nick Fuentes, okay? If you can't identify why he rose to such prominence over a short period of time, okay, you'll never be able to tackle this issue. Yes, he's a fascist, a neo-Nazi, a reactionary through and through. He also has the gift of yapping. It's like saying, I hate Destiny. He's a real piece of shit. He's a mercenary, but he knows how to present himself as a skilled orator in a debate setting, unless he's like talking to someone like Norm Finkelstein, who's unbelievably stubborn and has encyclopedic knowledge of every single issue, and therefore cherry picking certain data points or certain quotes is not going to convince anybody that Mr. Bonercelli has a better understanding of the situation. It doesn't mean I'm like defending Destiny. I can just be honest, and you should be too. Anyway, the size of their audience isn't a fraction of yours. These are not Tuckers. Yes. Yes, of course. There's a good reason for that, though, because the only thing that connects Nick Fuentes and Epstein isn't potentially them having gay sex, or as they like to call it, sex. It's also the fact that they are self-saboteurs. They don't have like a consistent moral principle. They just have like a very warped view of the world. They're unbelievably ego-driven. And that's why they keep fucking themselves over. They keep burning bridges. They keep failing to create allegiances with other people. And sure, maybe that helps your little cult feel as though you're the most morally pure person out there. But at the end of the day, you're not trying to build a fucking real viable movement, which in the case of both Epstein and Nick Fuentes, I'm glad that they suck dog shit at doing stuff like that. Did you talk about the Graham Plattner news yet? R.I.P. Ozzy. He was a real one. Mitch McCuckle is alive. Did you talk about Graham Plattner news yet? This is low-key a big story now. Well, really? Graham Plattner is low-key a big story? I didn't even know.
If I went to Israel, that's a different story. I'm a political guy. Hi, I'm a political live stream. I talk about politics.
Yeah, he's like selling Epstein merch, shit like that. Anyway. But yeah, here's Clavicular.
I hate politics. So whoever wants to give me the fattest bag, let's be real. Republicans, Democrats, if you guys want to give me a bunch of money, I'll go each and every way, brother. Come on now.
Olivia Reingold asked Clav about the genocide. He said it's a good time. What the fuck?
Country a genocidal, fascistic place, or what do you want to look into there?
No. So I'm not a political guy necessarily, but you know, you look up on TikTok about Israel, and it says it's like bombs and stuff like that. Right. But we're here, and it's not that. It's a good time, you know. It's we were walking around at 5 a.m. And it's safe. It's like we're here to have a good time, explore the city. It doesn't necessarily have to have a million political implications. We're kind of traveling around, meeting new people, and it's been a great experience. So it is what it is.
Dude is brain dead? No, he is. He is brain dead. He's also being used for the easiest to identify propaganda of all time. It's such a dumb fucking PR move.
He says
it's a dumb PR move for Clavicular, and it's a dumb fucking PR move for Israel as well.
Because it's kind of fun, and the women are beautiful according to him. So again, he says it's not about politics. It's about having a good time. And he says he's having one in Israel.
These people are so funny, dude. You can save him. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not touching that shit with a 10-foot pole, brother. Are you out of your mind? Bro, Clavicular is one of the few people that has now participated in both sides of being a Nazi. Okay? The OG Nazi, the Sig Heil version, the Adolf Hitler loving version, and the modern neo-Nazi movement, which is being a Zionist and loving the state of Israel as it's currently doing a genocide, currently blowing up Lebanese villages. He is one of the unique people that has hit both sides of the neo-Nazi spectrum. I'm not touching that at all. I am an anti-Nazi. Okay? I'm an anti-fascist. The DJ musician guy has hired an Epstein style guy for Clav to get sex in Israel.
Yeah, that's why I'm leaving tomorrow. It's just like, it's unfortunate because so many people have messaged me like, you know, thank you so much for coming. All the people have been extremely positive here. Met a lot of cool people over here. It's been great. It's been great overall. I've had a great time and a great experience.
He'd respect you because you mog. No, I don't care.
Here, I think it's a cool city, you know. So the nightlife's been good. And then there was some other fucking douchebag who, by the way, the one guy who kept coming on the stream, who was never fucking invited there in the first place, who kept just randomly showing up because mutual friends, he would figure out a way to find out where we were, who kept going on the camera and talking about, hey, how do I go viral? The guy who did the Clav, how are you enjoying your time in Israel? After that, you know, him glazing and everything, after he started getting a lot of negative feedback, he switched up and stabbed me in the back, started talking shit and all that. His main job, by the way, was my assistant reached out to him because he's another influencer in Tel Aviv or whatever, and he messaged us because he said, hey, Clav, I could help bring some girls on your stream. So she responded to the DM of him essentially saying that he could serve as some type of like pimp because I just said, hey, we want pretty girls to take us around Tel Aviv. And he says, oh, well, I can do you one better.
APAC Mold also defended his check logs. That's awesome. Asmongold shares. Oh, yeah, I saw this one too. I thought I bookmarked this. Yeah.
This is you're advocating with a 20-year-old to share his political opinions to a massive audience I have as widely. Dude, thank you, bro. He's actually finally pushing back about this.
Thank you, bro. I love you, clavicular 40-year-old man who doesn't shower. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. I love you, clavicular. Thank you. Finally, someone's got to say it. Zionism will look at cheerleaders like John Fetterman and clavicular and Asmongold and be like, see, the best and brightest support Israel. Dude, they're so cooked. Thank you, bro. Finally.
I'm very conscious of the influence I have, which is why I only speak on topics such as looks maxing, which I've spent years of my life researching. More influencers need to humble themselves and realize that they are ignorant politically or just generally fucking stupid. That is exactly right. And the people that are trying to push everybody to have a political opinion don't want to push everybody to have a political opinion. They want to push everybody to have their political opinion. And that's the main thing that they care about. This is you're advocating with a 20-year-old to share his political opinions to a massive audience.
How much do you think this motherfucker got paid to do the pro-Israel Israel trip? Clavicular, I mean. It's got to be more than $7K. He was spreading a conspiracy yesterday. The Gaza hospital director, Hussam Abu Safia, that AOC is trying to free, is part of Hamas, by the way. I think Asmongold is genuinely too stupid to deal with. Like, he doesn't know any of these things. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He just goes on the timeline, and whatever his algorithm shows him, he just fucking spits out. And I suspect there's a lot of Hosbarists on his timeline. I don't know. Whatever, dude. He's a fucking animal. He's a dumb, low IQ, disgusting little animal. And his audience must also be the same.
Than that, I could find.
Actually, they're lower. They're lower than he is somehow. Because they choose to fucking watch him.
A bunch of Tel Aviv girls who essentially just want to are into you and want to have sex with you, whatever. So he says, "Hey, I got this 30."
Bro, you did not just say 7K. That is a neo-Nazi dog whistle. No, you fucking baboon. $7,000 is the Israeli Foreign Ministry's identified number of dollars that they give per fucking paid sponsored post that's pro-Israel, which ironically enough, they actually didn't pay people. Yeah, I know. 7,000 is a neo-Nazi dog whistle. I know, just like Pig Dog, right? It's an old story, and it doesn't even exist anymore because, ironically enough, the Israeli government actually did not pay many of these influencers, including Elon Levy, which is really funny. Yeah, they're currently getting paid in Israel. Bro, you did not just properly explain something to someone. That's also a dog whistle. Yeah. Where'd you hear that the $7,000 was a neo-Nazi dog whistle, chatter? Go ahead. Fucking enlighten us. Yeah. Bro, it is. They always say it. Yeah. Neo-Nazis also say Israel fucking sucks. Does that mean we should stop saying it because it's a neo-Nazi dog whistle now? What do you mean? Are you all right? Yeah, you know what else the neo-Nazis always say? They always say they. They always say it. When they, the neo-Nazis, are talking about they, the Jews. Substitute they with Jews. Not so funny, is it? Boom. Got them. Literally every neo-Nazi says it. No, but that's different. Oh, is it? Replace the term 7K with a slur. Not so funny now. Yeah. Israel sucks is different than taking on their lingo. It's not their lingo, you fucking idiot. It was a real news story. What are you talking about? Dog, that's a real number because the real news, like actual news outlets, covered the story. Open the schools. You're usually careful with this kind of thing? Dude! What the fuck is wrong with you? It's literally a real thing. That's not how dog whistles work, man. Wait, actually, it's a story? Oh my God, you're so fucking stupid. Why are you not listening to me? Blue bro's mind, dude. He's like, wait, what? Oh, that's so funny. That's not how dog whistles work, man. That's not. Yeah, they're like, here's a dog whistle, okay? I think this dude is thinking of 271K Lamau. No, he's probably seen like neo-Nazis also say, oh, did you get paid 7K for this post? So he just associated with neo-Nazis. A dog whistle would be something like 271K. Okay? 271K. So that is what Nazis claim is the real number of Jews that were killed in the Holocaust. Obviously, it's bullshit. The real number is 6 million, but they'll claim, Holocaust revisionists, Holocaust deniers will claim that the number of Jews killed in the Holocaust is 271,000. So if you see 271,000, that's a dog whistle. If you see 1488, that's a dog whistle. If you see 7,000, that's not a dog whistle. That's just a real story. That's just a real thing that the Israeli government actually did, which is ironic because they also stopped paying the influencers. So the influencers sued the Israeli government.
5-year-old girl. And his whole pitch to me was, hey,
Here, I'll give you another example. Promise 3,000 years ago meme. Okay. A lot of neo-Nazis use it. Where does it come from? Well, it comes from the idea that Israel was promised to the Jews 3,000 years ago. People are making fun of it. And a lot of neo-Nazis say it too, but that doesn't make it a fucking neo-Nazi dog whistle. Okay? That's the difference. Holocaust denial made no sense because wouldn't, as a neo-Nazi, you'd want to be proud of the actual numbers? Nazis are so fucking dumb. Yeah, I mean, that's why I sometimes say they're Holocaust deniers, but also Holocaust enjoyers.
could find girls who want to have sex, really hot girls who could want to have sex with you who are in Israel. It's like, okay, yeah, why the fuck, why not? It sounds great. But then he goes in the media and says, oh, what Clav said is disgusting, all of this, because he wanted to get with these girls and, like, you know, this whole thing. He's like, I'm religious, and like this is not like good to just like want to be getting with all these girls, I think was the statement. I don't know. exactly what he said. And it's like, well, dude, you literally were the one who offered that to bring a bunch of hot girls around who want to party.
Cool. Oh, I forgot to mention this part. I mean, we briefly covered it, but there was a very cool moment this morning between Jake Tapper, who is excited. 271K. Nah, they're even less online than I am. Can you believe they didn't even know 14 and 88? I literally had to tell them what that means.
Well, I know you don't want to talk about any other issues out of respect for Lindsey Graham, but we would love to have you back sometime because I do have a lot of other questions for you, sir.
Sure. We'll do that. We'll do that.
Thank you for calling
We're trying
in.
to have CNN go in a normal path, and we'll do that.
Well, I'm on a normal path right here, sir, and I appreciate your time,
Good,
and thank you for
are.
calling in.
Good, you are. Hey, guess what? Ellison. Okay? Ellison. That's what he's talking about. Yeah. Lindsey Lord going to be dripping hot. Now that Lindsey Graham is dead, many new clients and victims are speaking out. Actress Jesse James Rose just opened up about being one of them. Despite Lindsey's sexuality being an open secret in D.C. for decades, he ceaselessly harassed and demeaned LGBTQ plus people while in public. Yeah, we talked about this already. I covered it this morning. Immediately. Yeah. Ellison is an anti-Semitic dog whistle. mentioning that Oracle founder Larry Ellison and David Ellison, his son, or is David the father? Well, whatever. The Ellisons are purchasing all media properties to make them more pro-Trump and more pro-Israel is also a dog whistle.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Oh, Larry's the dad. Sorry. Larry's the dad. David is the son. Larry also famously is one of the biggest donors to the Friends of the IDF charity, which, you know, in a normal world would not even exist as a charity on U.S. soil, but it does. Oh, God, the ladybugs thing. Fuck. Yeah. All right, well, we did it. We did the clavicular shit. This was another really funny point of coverage from the Free Press that I never got around to, so I'm going to do it right now. This was like 18 sagas ago, but I do want to briefly touch on it, and then I want to talk about William Lawrence as well and how AIPAC is attacking him and how AIPAC is defending Haley Stevens in the state of Michigan.
I am Mandami. I give you a year. You are not a New Yorker. You have no clue.
I'm Isabella Reggi, and today we are here in Little Italy asking the locals how they feel about one of the oldest immigrant communities, Little Italy, not being included on Mayor Mamdani's immigrant enclave map.
I don't consider you to be my mayor.
I think it's disgraceful for what he's doing. He's got to be fair to everybody, and he's not fair to everybody. He's not fair to the Jewish people, which he makes everybody notice he's not fair to the Jewish people. He's not fair to the Irish people. And now he hates the Italians. For what reason? What do we do to him that he should hate us?
So, under Mayor Adams, there were designated immigrant enclaves in New York City. It's a very diverse city. And Zara made the mistake of posting the exact same map that Eric Adams had posted. And apparently, Little Italy, which has very few immigrants, and an even smaller, very few Italian immigrants living in it, and also an even smaller number of Italians living in it in general, was very frustrated with not being mentioned as an immigrant enclave. It's basically Chinatown? No. Chinatown actually has a fuck ton of Chinese immigrants living in it. So no, it's not like Chinatown. It's actually far smaller. The number of Italians living in Little Italy is not even marginal. It's like 2%. Chinatown, on the other hand, Chinatown. Oh, you're saying Chinatown absorbed Little Italy? Sure, fair. I thought you were saying like Little Italy it has or Chinatown doesn't have Chinese immigrants living in it. Chinatown does have a shit ton of Chinese immigrants living in it.
They always sort of pushed us to the side. I got it. Yeah. In other words, the Little Italy, they take care of their own problem.
I think one of the funniest parts about this is I'm almost certain that the Free Press went and found the only 15th generation Italians that even live in Little Italy or have shops in Little Italy. So that's the other funny side of the story as well. Because, again, there's not that many Italians living in Little Italy. And also, these Italians have been living here for so many fucking generations.
And we're always pushed aside. And I think it's about time that we have to be firm about this. Otherwise, we'll totally be forgotten.
If you understand what took place here over 100 years ago, between 1880 and 1920, when the mass migration of Italian immigrants first came.
Yeah, dude, exactly. You didn't think that was strange to mention?
Hey, everyone. This is Cassie reporting.
Oops. God,
This
I love
was
this
the
story.
stepping stone for the Italians.
Well, the Bari family came here 120 years ago from Sicily. They were immigrants. They landed down in what's known as the 5 Points. Grandma started the San Gennaro Festival. That right up there, that is Grandma. That is Grandma. Grandma from the Bari family. Okay, she is the heart and soul of this neighborhood.
I fucking love that guy, dude.
My grandfather was on the Society of St. Gennaro, which happens to be this year 100 years. So it means a lot to me, Little Italy, you know?
There's no such thing as left or right down here. Both sides of the street are beautiful.
And what makes New York City such a special place is a collage of many different cultures. People from all over the world come here and settle. And they need to be recognized for the contributions that they brought to this wonderful country.
Oh, man. God, I fucking love Italians so much. Jesus Christ. I wish they were real. You know what I mean? Is that Cuomo? They're all Cuomo. It's just funny because, like, I
Guess which immigrant enclave Mamdani did not include in this map that his office released of New York City immigrant enclaves? It's not Little India, that's on the list. It's not Little Haiti, that's on the list. His office did not include Little Italy, perhaps the most iconic immigrant enclave in New York City. Oh, no.
Is it? It's not. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Dog. There is an iconic Italian enclave. It's called the state of New Jersey. Here, fuck it. If you want to stay in the state of New York, there's an iconic Italian enclave. It's called Staten Island. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Little Italy is just a tourist a tourist attraction that is no longer even like a real it doesn't stretch beyond like a couple blocks. It's gone. It's not even a real thing.
Because when Mamdani says that New York City was built by immigrants, he doesn't want you to think of Italian Americans or any of the other immigrant groups that actually built New York City.
Yeah, that's right. All this coming from a fucking guy who probably thinks the Olive Garden is an immigrant enclave. I love what you did there, Evan. You went on to say Mamdani wants you to think. And then you proceeded to not think. And I know.
Yeah. I feel like I'm going and saying no Italians actually lived in Little Italy since 1996. There's a bunch of restaurants named Mama's Cafe Italiano that are owned by Berkshire Hathaway. Getting mad at the mayor of Orlando for not recognizing the Italian American community inside of Italy concourse at Epcot. That guy had the English peasant look to him. Oh my God, you're right. He did. Why does he also have the English peasant physiognomy? Anyway, I'm done with this story. It's so fucking stupid. Okay. UAW VP collaborating with Trump admin to prosecute Sean Fain, who alleges the government monitor is motivated by UAW's opposition to the Gaza genocide. You can read more about the backstory of the probe into Fain's leadership at UAW. It appears to be a political retribution from liberals motivated by Fain's early support for Palestine in this lengthy prospect feature here. So yeah, our boy Sean Fain is under attack. The Department of Justice investigating allegations against UAW President Sean Fain. Nasty business. Totally fucked up. Sean is the GOAT. He's the legend. I do not believe any of the allegations. I don't even know what they are, but it doesn't matter. He's the man. And yes, this is totally politically fucking motivated. Statement from the UAW President Sean Fain. And if I find out that it's that fucking trot opposition internally inside of the UAW that has anything to do with this, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I hope that that's not the case. Okay. Don't immediately assume that that's the case. Okay. I've remained silent on the political infighting in our union over the past 2 years because it only distracts from our mission as a union and as a movement. But the stakes are too high and the membership deserves to know the truth. Let's be clear about what's going on here. Rich Boyer has fed the Monitor false allegations about me and is now trying to weaponize these bogus allegations to steal the upcoming UAW election. Wait, that's not the one, right? Yeah, it's the fucking vice president. Never mind. It's this guy. He knows he can't win a fair fight because he has no real platform to run on. I'm done being silent. Neil Borofsky has political grudge against me because the UAW took an anti-war stance about what was happening in Gaza. I've retained a law firm to fight against the Monitor's trumped-up claims against me. What the Monitor is doing is wrong. It's unfair to the UAW and you as members, and my lawyers are looking at any and all legal options I can pursue to make it stop. We are going to fight back hard. The truth, when it comes to Boyer, is that I didn't want him running the Stellantis department because he wasn't doing a good job for our members. I wouldn't let him hire family members into UAW positions, and I wouldn't stand by while he bargained. Oh, my God. While he bargained concessions with Stellantis and failed to enforce our contract. Boyer is bad for our union, and I'm not going to let him use the Monitor's bogus investigation so he can try to fail upwards into a bigger title. I've stayed quiet about this because I don't believe it helps our union to have these fights out in public. But make no mistake, our contracts, our jobs, and our union are at stake here. Our members are either going to see through these lies and the nonsense or let Boyer and Borofsky destroy our union and weaken us at the bargaining table. So for those of you who don't know, UAW went through some internal changes, okay, where somewhat as a consequence of the grad school unions and the rank and filers that came from that side, the UAW actually voted for a phenomenal president, okay? UAW was obviously slated for a lot of reforms. There were a lot of issues internally. And Sean Fain has been an incredible leader for this union, okay? The United Auto Workers. And also, contrary to the name, it's not just auto workers for those of you who don't know, okay? And Sean is a phenomenal leader, okay? I think he's an incredible leader. I think he is doing right by the rank and filers. They fought really hard. They fought like fucking hell. And if you recall, secured a fantastic contract, right? It's a big fucking deal. Yes, he led the UAW out of a very dark time. I was a teacher and a UAW member for a decade. He's been a great president for the union. Yes. But let's be real. every major union in the United States of America, from the Teamsters to the UAW, has also had some dark chapters in their history. And a lot of unions, a lot of legacy unions in general, also have real issues with nepotism within the union structure. If you've ever been in a union as a younger employee, you've probably seen some of these problems. Okay? Now, Sean Fain doesn't really do that. But it's clear to me that his vice president is trying to do that. Okay? So when he calls that out, it's like that's something that I instantly recognize as a holdover from previous UAW troubles. And it makes a lot of sense because there's a lot of fucking unions that do this shit. There's a lot of seniority and nepotism that exists, unfortunately, within the union system as well. Anyway, a lot of that generational boomer enmity. Yeah, also appears to be old guard versus new guard split, which doesn't surprise me given how much Fain has taken them in another direction. A better, more relevant one if you ask just about anybody who isn't bitter about the way things used to be, in my opinion. Alex writes, who monitors the UAW's federal monitor? Neil Borofsky arrived at the UAW with a well-developed philosophy of oversight and no experience with unions. Sean Fain's reform administration in the United Auto Workers now finds itself locked into conflict with the federal anti-corruption monitor that says Fain is overstepping his bounds, including his opposition to the union's stance against Israel's genocide in Gaza. That's it. That's pretty like that. They are worried. They are worried about the UAW actually behaving like a fucking real union does. You know how you see like general strikes and things like that being thrown in places like Italy, and you're like, why can't we have that? Well, this is why we can't have that, because the American government immediately comes in and says, you're a profoundly powerful fucking union. You better sit the fuck down. Okay? Better sit the fuck down. At most, we don't even want you striking for a better contract, but at least you can maybe get away with that if we allow you to get away with that, but you better not fucking strike for or take any action or make any statements about the genocide in Gaza. Now, Sean Fain has taken it one step further. He's also personally talked about potentially facilitating a general strike in 2008. Now, that requires a tremendous amount of organizing ahead of time, and that is a terrifying prospect for American capital. This is the reason why. Did I say 2008? I meant 2028. Sorry. I can't believe I said 2008. 2028. And this obviously is a big fear, striking fear in the heart of capital. The truth is, when it comes to Boyer, is that I didn't want him running the Stellantis department. I talked about this already. I've stayed quiet about this because I didn't believe it helps our union. Our members are either going to see through these lies and nonsense or let Boyer and Borofsky destroy our union and weaken us at the bargaining table. We've accomplished more in the past 3 years and 3 months than in the previous decades. This is what happens when you go against corporate America and their allies, and I'm not going to be intimidated or harassed out of serving our membership. Our election is in 6 weeks. Neil Borofsky will not run our union, no matter how hard he tries, and no company sellout like Boyer is going to dictate our elections. Our members are the highest authority in our union, and they should have the final say. In solidarity, Sean Fain. Statement made in a personal capacity. Titles used for identification purposes only. What is this? Do you disavow? What? New York City support today is 5 p.m. Lincoln Center. Even providing music to keep WGA strong. SAG after picket lines going. Fighting for ballot orchestra to get a fair contract. Wait, why would I disavow this? I'm confused.
Stand together in this fight. It's going to be our fight too. Star Trek, in my mind, I'm a big fan. They demonstrate.
The fuck? Just disavow it? Wait, why? You young people make me tired because it's easier. Mick Gibbons, shut the fuck up. You are an Alberta separatist, okay? You are literally an Albertan separatist. We will never take you seriously in this chat. You have openly, when you delivered to me that you are a centrist, liberal, and an Albertan separatist, that was literally the greatest gift that you could have given me, okay? I will never take you seriously. Okay, well, I love you guys even though you hate me. I don't hate you. No one here hates you. We love you. You're a fascinating individual. Don't expect to be taken seriously is what I mean. After you revealed to me that you are an Albertan separatist, it was over for me. These are the allegations. You need to read the article. I don't give a shit. I don't believe anything. Federal Monitor says UAW head Shawn Fain abused authority. Fain denies findings. The federally appointed watchdog overseeing the United Auto Workers Union found that his president, Shawn Fain, retaliated against a top officer and improperly used his authority, including in ways that would benefit his fiancée and her sister. New York attorney Neil Borofsky, the monitor overseeing UAW activities, sent in a report released on Thursday that Fain retaliated against a union official, Rich Boyer, after Boyer pushed back against some of Fain's actions. The monitor said that although some evidence could warrant disciplinary action, he has deferred a decision pending further review. The report comes just ahead of UAW's leadership election, in which Fain is campaigning for a second 4-year term. I'm sorry, they literally want to rat fuck this dude. That's it. Fain said in a statement that Borofsky's reports were politically motivated, citing what he described as heated and highly personal disagreement with the monitor in 2024 over the union's executive board's call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Now, more than 2 years after becoming aware of Vice President Boyer's allegations and on the eve of our election, Mr. Borofsky has chosen to publicly release a politically charged and false report about me. A spokesperson for Jenner and Block, the law firm that employs Borofsky, said he has acted with the highest levels of professionalism, integrity, and respect in his role as a public service, private practice, and as a DOJ-appointed monitor. Art Wheaton, a labor studies professor at Cornell University, said that although the federal watchdog can take severe disciplinary actions, some of which could affect Fain's ability to run for office, the potential for drastic criminal punishment in the case does not appear likely to reach that level. Fain rose to prominence in 2023 after leading strikes against General Motors, Ford Motor, Jeep maker Stellantis, although accusations about a monitor bruised his reputation among some UAW members. Boyer is one of several candidates running against Fain. Executives of the Detroit car makers will be closely watching the UAW election, as Fain proved to be the union's most combative chief in decades and won historic contract gains after the 2023 strikes. The Teamsters have stood by the other Sean, Sean O'Brien, despite him being a hog. There are many hog Teamsters out there. There are many right-wing Teamsters out there in the rank and file, but there's also plenty of woke Teamsters out there. Many of them are in this community. But ultimately, you stand by your union leader if, regardless of the political posturing and the ridiculous politics they may represent, if they're fighting for good contracts for the rank and filers, you stand by them. And Sean O'Brien's contract, some people have disputed and said that it's not like good enough or whatever. I can't speak on that. I don't know enough about the UPS contracts, so I apologize to the UPS rank and filers that are in Teamsters in here in this chat, and you will get mad at me. But I don't know the full details, okay? I can only speak on him going and delivering a speech at the Republican National Convention. We're talking about Sean O'Brien here. But for the most part, by and large, I think Sean O'Brien is defended by rank and filers. Why? Because he fights for his fucking workers, right? He fights for his union. Shawn Fain, on the other hand, has the opposite politics to Sean O'Brien. He's a fucking phenomenal union leader. He's very popular from what I understand, and he secured historic contracts. You guys, if you guys recall, huge contracts for the rank of filers. So these guys, I think, are trying to rat fuck Shawn Fain because his politics are perhaps a little too radical for the AFL-CIO, perhaps a little too radical. Well, actually, that's not even fair. I think the AFL-CIO love him too. But perhaps a little too radical for the establishment Democrats, and certainly too radical for the Republicans and capital owners in general. Latest report stated that Fame pushed for bonuses for non-union employees at a Stellantis training center, which would have benefited his fiance. It additionally states that Fame pushed Stellantis and union leaders to intervene in a workers' compensation matter for his fiance's sister after she was injured working at a Stellantis plant. Fame and Boyer also clashed over other issues relating to Boyer's management of the Stellantis department and its personnel. The report states that when Boyer pushed back against some of these actions, Fame retaliated by stripping him of his certain duties. The union had designated the duties back to Boyer following a previous report from the Monitor. Anyway. What? Rat fuck is also a dog whistle? You used to be careful about this stuff. It's not. Okay, stop. Come on, man. What is this? Plattner like gaslighting? Does anyone really believe that Haley Stevens thinks is the best thing we can do with our tax dollars? Send him abroad, drop bombs on other people? Make your case, but stop the Plattner like gaslighting. It's insulting the voters. Plattner like gaslighting. They're trying so hard to tie El Sayed to Plattner. It's all they have. They know AIPAC is dumping a record $30 million to support Stevens, and she has the grassroots energy of a Pepsi ad. So it's the 15 iteration of Bernie Bro Islamophobic edition. Yeah. Let's move on to someone Sean Fain also endorsed proudly. Abdul El Sayed. I saw something earlier today that really, really bricked me. It really hurt my feelings. One of them was a flyer that I saw that was being distributed, I believe paid for by AIPAC or an AIPAC subsidiary, if I'm not mistaken. Flyer implied that Barack Hussein Obama, very popular president for those of you who don't know, had endorsed Haley Stevens. This was displeasing to me because Barack Hussein Obama endorsed Haley Stevens in 2018. Barack Hussein Obama has not weighed in on the current race that Haley Stevens is participating in the Democratic Party's primaries for the vacant Michigan Senate seat. And yet, those ads have seemingly worked. This couple here from Sam Robinson, Donna Mills, and DW of Troy say Stevens' ad with President Obama is the reason they're voting for her. They put a lot of money behind Haley. We don't know a whole lot about him. I asked about AIPAC. The Mills said they aren't anti-Israel, but what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. Oh. There's another. This one killed me. This one actually killed me. Southfields Hollywood tells me he already voted for Haley Stevens via mail-in ballot. This is what he responded with.
Haley, nigga. Haley, why? Because Obama said so. That's the only reason.
That's all you need.
That's all I got.
What's your name, brother?
Hollywood.
Hollywood, I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is the ad that they're using, aside from the mailers that they're sending out. A pro-Haley Stevens group with an ad that ends with, if President Obama trusts her, so do I. Okay? And Haley Stevens is literally running the gamut on the pro-Obama shit. Here's the AIPAC link mailer. Haley Stevens was a critical part of my team that helped the American auto industry come roaring back. President Obama. Detroit Free Press opinion. Black Michiganders will help decide Michigan's U.S. Senate primary. Is she straight up lying? No. It's just implying something that's not happening in this race because Barack Obama has in the past endorsed Haley Stevens. Barack Obama in the past has said positive things about Haley Stevens. Barack Obama currently has not said anything about Haley Stevens. And that's the issue. Let's take a look at the video and maybe you'll understand it a little bit better.
I worked at Ford for 41 years.
My father worked for General Motors for 30 years.
And when they came for our auto jobs,
Haley Stevens stood up.
She was chief of staff to President Obama's auto rescue.
And Haley Stevens, by the way, she was a critical part of my team that helped the American auto industry come roaring back.
That saved 200,000 Michigan jobs.
She helped save jobs for my own family.
If President Obama trusts her,
So do I.
Stronger Michigan is responsible for the...
On the one hand, they're doing this shit. And on the other hand, they're doing this. They're trying to say Abdul al-Sayed, as a Muslim, was a part of the uncommitted movement, which he was. But the uncommitted movement, for some, lasted only into the primaries. Actually, for many, it lasted only into the primaries. Abdul al-Sayed was one of the first Muslim leaders in the entire state of Michigan that endorsed Kamala Harris and wanted Kamala Harris to be president. And yet that isn't stopping Haley Stevens from leaning into this lie. Here's the issue. Both the Abdul al-Sayed is Muslim. He's from Dearborn. He's a Dearborn-style Muslim. They voted for Trump. And he didn't endorse Kamala Harris. And Barack Obama endorsed me, is the triple Monty for Haley Stevens trying to secure a larger share of the black vote in the state of Michigan. Okay? That's literally what they are trying to do. I am telling you right now, there's no reason to use fancy language here. Okay? That is exactly what's going on. I've already talked to you about the conversations I've had with organizers and community leaders on the ground in Michigan. There's this strange dynamic where black voters, of course, are unbelievably woke. Black voters overall are very anti-Israel and very critical of Israel and openly recognize that it's doing a genocide. But also at the same time, there's a little bit of enmity, not super significant, but a little bit of enmity between the Dearborn voters who, the Muslims, the Arab voters, who some people claim or blame, rather, for voting for Donald Trump. I hate to say this, but honestly, Obama publicly staying out of primaries is one of the top 5 reasons the left has had any electoral success. Running against an Obama endorsement in a Democratic Party would be like playing Ultra Nightmare mode. Yes, you're not wrong. But I have something even crazier to say. Barack Obama should get the fuck off his ass and start endorsing every left flank candidate he possibly can. That's the real truth. Okay? Barack Obama, here's my plea to you. Okay? You already fucked it up twice. You fucked it up when you told Joe Brandon not to run in fucking 2016 because you said you don't want to be third place to Bernie Sanders and Hillary Rodham Clinton sitting in a fucking motel when Joe Biden could have been a phenomenal president in 2016, better than Hillary Rodham Clinton, and certainly would have been able to defeat Donald Trump. You fucked it up first time. Then you came back with passion the second time around in 2020 when you told all the fucking centrist candidates to drop out and endorse Joe Biden. Maybe part of that was because you felt bad that you rat fucked Joe Brandon in 2016 when his brain wasn't doo-doo. Okay? Here's a chance to salvage at least a crumb of that reputation back. Start supporting the left populist flank, please. Okay, bro, is electoralism pilled? Dude, it's not electoralism pilled. It's just one lever that we have, and it's the only lever that we have currently, okay? Right now is the only lever that we have because elections are happening. What do you want me to do? When they're no longer happening, we'll fucking move beyond it. But even while it's happening currently, it's not the only lever that we have. Let's be real. There's still protest, direct action, and numerous other things, but it's the most, it's the one that we have to pull. Obama's not doing shit. Yeah, it's probably for the best. Let's be real. Tell Big Z to get Obama to endorse Abdul. I don't think Big Z has that level of motion with Obama. Let's be real. The issue is, you think Obama has a bad reputation that needs to be saved? His reputation is good among men in this country because liberals are stupid? Wait, what? No, I wasn't even talking about his reputation that needs to be saved. People love Obama. That's why I was saying, hello? I was one of the few people on the left that was like, yo, Obama actually linking arms with Zohran Mamdani is really fucking good for Zohran Mamdani and is really fucking good for the movement in general. I know we see all of his failures and all of his faults, but the average American fucking loves the guy. The average liberal loves the guy, let's just say. Okay, Obama is still the most popular politician in the country. Okay. Obama has a bad rap among like 10 leftists online. Everyone else loves him. That's not true. Holy revisionism, Hasan. Biden should have run in 2016. Not that's cap and Obama endorsement. Dude, who are you arguing against? You just keep repeating things that I am saying, but you're putting not that's cap in front of it. Are you okay? What the fuck's going on? Are you talking to someone else? Wait, what do you mean? Dog, I keep repeatedly saying Obama's the most popular politician in the country, especially amongst liberals. Of course, his endorsement would be unbelievably powerful, especially in the Democratic Party primary. I'm saying our criticism of Barack Obama, albeit valid, are immaterial when it comes to elections. Why do you think I'm saying Obama should get off his ass and start endorsing people on the left? But he won't even protect his boys in the Pod Johns who are getting their fucking asses beat by Shannon Watts and like Neera Tanden, Center for American Progress, all these fucking right-wing forces in the party. Obama, get the Obama bros. Defend them. Those are your boys. They wrote your speeches. Come on, man. If Obama endorses, aren't you really worried about hammer and sickle Twitter leftists who you say you can't support that candidate now? Yes. Has he even mentioned the Pod Johns in the last decade? Yes, he went to the conference that I also went to. He was there. He still loves the Pod Johns, I think. He does. He loves the Pod Johns still. But it's like more private. Yeah, Oblamo. Do an Oblamo, dude. Please, please.
And pussy too.
Yeah. Blammo.
And pussy too.
That's what we need. We need a Oblamo. And
pussy too.
Is that a panda pin you're wearing? Yes, I got it in China. One of you Hasanabi heads in China gave it to me. It's a panda pin that's holding up a heart that has the Palestinian flag in it. You're never getting that Obama collab now? Come on, dude. I think that was a wrap a long fucking time ago. Hate to break some bad news today of all days, but I don't think Toby Dobie's going to make it. The imprint of Larry Rudin signs is way more prevalent than Toby Dobie signs. No. Yeah, see? Exactly. This is the right way to do it. Barack Hussein Obama, I know you don't love the left, but I know you hate the Clintonites. Use your anger. Use your vengeance. Use your voice. Wipe out the remaining vestiges of the neoliberal rapist caucus and you will be given 44 ethereal bisexuals in heaven. Yes, but no, not the 44 ethereal bisexuals. That's old Obama. That was him in college. No, what you got to say is every celebrity will love you and will participate in your Netflix production. Okay? Every celebrity will be like, oh my God, I can't wait to do an Obama show. I will watch every single thing that you've produced. I swear to God. I'll even watch the fucking Larry David thing. that I didn't really like. Please, Barack Obama, please. Obama, save us. "44 ethereal bisexuals is a dog whistle." Huh. I will go to the Obama list and I will talk about how beautiful the Obama library is. Okay? Yeah. AIPAC was an open adversary of Obama while he was president. Now they use him in ads to mislead voters into thinking Obama supports their candidate, Haley Stevens. Yeah. Abdul endorsed Kamala Harris in 2024's campaign on July 21st, 2024. Haley actually endorsed Kamala 4 days later at a press conference. So Abdul actually endorsed Kamala Harris before Haley Stevens, by the way. And before people say, who gives a shit? Oh my God, I can't believe we're now fighting over who endorsed Kamala Harris first. Kamala Harris is bad, whatever, okay? This is an election. And this is a Democratic Party primary, and there are a lot of voters that care about that in the Democratic Party primary for the reasons that I already mentioned. Okay? Just show this historical picture of Obama to leftists, and it's GG. We need him. Yeah, I'm sure. They're going to get mad. They're going to say, why'd you put the war criminal next to Lenin? He needs to run 100 late night ads about how we campaign for Kamala Harris now to get those nursing home voters. We're speed running 2016. What's happening? The 2016 never ended. 2016 never fucking ended. You understand? It never ended because there's only one speed that these fucking dickheads, the right-wing forces in the Democratic Party, have. It's 2016 forever. It's Bernie Bros. They're going to copy and paste it, and they're going to localize it, okay? They're going to individualize it to Abdul El-Sayed. They're going to be like, he's a Muslim, Bernie bro. He's a misogynistic Muslim. Have you guys thought about that? And he misogynistically and Muslim style hates black people, like the possible first black female president, Kamala Harris, who he hates Muslim style, just like everybody else in Dearborn who didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris, not because of the genocide that she was overseeing and saying she would continue, but because she was a black woman. Okay? These guys are not above lying. They're not above drawing racialized animus. Okay? Because they can't win on the issues. That's it. What the fuck are you going to do? Tell the voters of Michigan like they don't deserve nicer things and that what they deserve is to have more of their tax dollars go to fucking Israel? Of course, Michiganders are going to be like, no, that sucks. Shut the fuck up. Okay? So they have to do this shit instead. Yeah, it goes back further than that. Obama fans were criticized for being irony-pilled, Daily Show-loving Obama bros. Yes, I remember. I still remember the Podjons with that photo of Hillary Rodham Clinton, the cutout of Hillary Rodham Clinton. Was it John Lovett? Or was it John Favreau that was like grabbing on to the cutout of the Hillary Rodham Clinton with the beer in hand? That image is etched into my mind. Old heads know. Yes, they used to call Obama's fans the Obama bros.
We do.
AES, actual existing socialism, is a very skilled debater, but he said he was for defunding the police, and his arguments that this won't be an election liability in November is wish casting and maximally unpersuasive. Okay, you want to hear the electability argument? Haley Stevens is going to potentially lose Michigan in the same way that Kamala Harris lost to Donald Trump. Okay? That's it. It's not to say that, like, the Dearborn voters are not going to vote for Haley Stevens, although who knows. but it's going to be a rerun because Haley Stevens is even more right-wing than Kamala Harris. We need a change candidate. We need a strong candidate. Haley Stevens' matchup against Mike Rogers is worse than Abdul El-Sayed's matchup with Mike Rogers for good reason.
My name is Martha.
Yeah, I already covered this when it first came out.
G. Scott. I'm a Wayne County Commissioner and a proud Democrat. And I'm darn proud to vote for Abdul El-Sayed for Senate. I know Abdul, and Abdul knows what's at stake. He was the first Muslim American leader to endorse Kamala Harris for president. As Wayne County Health Director, Abdul got glasses for kids and helped families out of medical debt. Now go get him.
All right. I'm Abdul El-Sayed, and I approve this message.
They're now saying he's making fun of her accent, lol.
My name is James.
Hey, James.
Let me get this straight. Abdul and his supporters mock his opponent for having a Michigan accent while glorifying a kid from New Jersey. Okay, this is you, Michigan voter. Okay, it's you, Mitch voter.
I'm from the great state of New Jersey, so I flew all the way out here to ask you this question. I'm very excited.
Wait a second. Now there's the whole story. So what brings you to Michigan?
I'm a student out in D.C., and I'm excited to meet you. I have friends out here, and I'm just really passionate.
God damn, you guys are such fucking nerds. And I say you guys because that's definitely one of you motherfuckers that's in here, okay? That's gotta be one of you motherfuckers. I don't know a single goddamn nerd in this age group that would literally go to Michigan to be like, I can't wait to go to an Abdul town hall. Jesus Christ, chatters. No, I know. It's not you, Mitch voter. I'm just fucking memeing. This isn't me. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Even though you, Mitch voter, is unironically a New Jersey resident who is not a Michigan voter at all, as a matter of fact. You're so mean to us.
Campaign, so.
Wait. You came all the way here to be a part of this campaign?
To meet you in person. I've seen you on social media so much.
Can we give a round of applause? James, thanks so much.
By the way, the boomers fucking love that shit, as Abdul has mentioned. Boomers love when they see a bunch of young folk at all of the Abdul rallies where they're like, how are you doing this?
James, it is wonderful to meet you. I'm so grateful that you're a part of this. All right, what can I help with?
So I have a really important question. So I'm, as I mentioned, a student. I'm a young person, so I'm trying to get more involved in politics. And a lot of young people are feeling the cynicism. It seems like the system is not really working for the average Joe.
I think Umich lives in Bed-Stuy now. All his posts are close to my neighborhood. Umich voter is no longer a New Jersey resident that actually went to University of Michigan but doesn't vote in New Jersey or fucking Michigan now. Now he's going to start voting in New York. What the hell is going on, Umich voter? Stay in one damn place, Umich voter. They're claiming Abdul El-Sayed going after Haley Stevens is anti-Semitic. Wait. The entire campaign is fueled on anti-Semitism. I'm so disgusted with the Democrats in Michigan for allowing this. It's not only his anti-Semitic comments. I was in 2 Michigan Facebook groups that was brought up to help Kamala in 2024, and every comment about Haley Stevens, who is Jewish. Wait. Haley Stevens is not Jewish. What the fuck? What gives? No, man. Haley Stevens is not Jewish. This was a fucking big part of the story when AIPAC literally paid her to unseat, to defeat an actual Jewish guy who was critical of Israel. Hello? Why does no one pay attention to the stories that I tell you? No, she's just like really weirdly into Israel. She's not Jewish. Yeah. We now live in a world where Brad Lander is no longer Jewish, but Haley Stevens is. How is this? What the fuck is going on? For the mindset of Americans, they literally are just like, oh, dude, yeah, you're goyim if you don't like Israel sufficiently. You're only Jewish if you actually dick ride Israel. And the more you dick ride Israel, the more Jewish you are. And if you criticize someone who's dick riding Israel, then you're an anti-Semite. What gives? Abdul says he's not a socialist. Will that hurt him? Yeah, Manu Raju did a debate interview with Abdul Al-Sayed again. He did a full interview. Let's take a look at this. And yes, Abdul's not a socialist. He's just not. I've had this conversation with him. I wish he was, but he's not. Okay.
Dr. Al-Sayed, we appreciate you joining me.
We talked about this on my stream. Remember?
As you know, your party leadership, they're fearful of your candidacy. They see you as the kind of candidate who can win a primary but can lose a general election in a purple state and cost Democrats the majority. So why shouldn't Democrats nominate a more moderate candidate, someone who doesn't have such progressive views and may not alienate those swing voters you need in November?
So Manu, first of all, thanks as always for having me, and thanks for an important conversation about what electability means right now. I've been up and down my state, 110 different cities now, 475 public events. And everywhere I go, people tell me it just shouldn't be this hard. Shouldn't be this hard to afford groceries or pay your rent or believe you could own a home or see a doctor in the richest, most powerful country in the world. And the reason why those things are true in this country right now is because too often politicians on both sides of the aisle are bought off by corporations. The worry you're hearing from the establishment in my party isn't about whether or not I could lose. It's about whether or not I might win, and actually challenge them on the fact that our party is supposed to be a party for working people, not for corporations. Because if my opponent in this primary or the Republican win, DTE wins, our utility that just left millions of people in the dark. Blue Cross Blue Shield wins, who raises our rates on premiums every single year. AIPAC wins. And so I think people are looking for an alternative that really can fight for people without having to worry about whether or not that politician is being bought off by a corporate lobbyist.
But Republicans think you're going to be easier to beat. I mean, shouldn't Democrats be concerned about that?
Well, I don't know. That's not what it looks like on Fox News. That's not what it looks like with Mike Rogers. They're teeing off on me every single day because they realize that if they don't try and take me out now, the 3 months in which I will label Mike Rogers for what he is, a corporate shill who's never seen a corporate PAC check he didn't like, a guy who retired to Florida to golf with his buddies, made $14 million he can't explain. He knows he can't beat me head on in a general. So they're trying now to beat me up here. Now, I know my opponent wants to talk about Republicans, but look, poll after poll after poll after poll showing that I am the strongest candidate because I actually have something to say to the electorate. Those swing voters you're talking about, they're not swinging between right and left, Democrat and Republican, because they're happy with either choice. They're swinging because they keep going to the buffet and finding nothing that they actually want. I'm offering them an alternative that isn't a megalomaniacal maniac like Donald Trump, or somebody who's bought off by the corporations like too often establishment Democrats.
Yeah, this is the same centrist criticism of Jean-Luc Mélenchon. They say you'd lose in the second turn. He's the only lefty who makes it to the second turn. I know. It's fucking annoying. Everybody has just deluded themselves into thinking that centrism is the answer at a time when like the voters are saying centrism is not the answer. But the media won't stop pushing that fucking line. And I get frustrated all the same. Even after victory, we get back to the drawing board every single time. And it's unbelievably frustrating. Ugh. It's so goddamn annoying, man. Victory after victory, immediately. Okay, but Mélenchon would lose the second round. Unfortunately, it's not about how left he is. It's just about who he is. Okay, stop. He can win if you believe in him. Okay, and I believe in him. Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Okay? Put some respect on his motherfucking name.
Republicans. And I think that's exactly what they're going to choose. And that's why we're seeing that in the polls.
Let's talk a little bit about yourself, your own politics, your views, because you said you're not a democratic socialist, but your policies really are in line with democratic socialist ideology, like backing Medicare for all, for instance. And you're obviously campaigning with the most prominent democratic socialist of them all, Bernie Sanders. So what makes you different than a democratic socialist?
Manu, I support Medicare for all, not because of any ideology. I support Medicare for all because I went to medical school to learn how to heal. And when I graduated, I realized that I didn't want to.
Come on, man. I mean, that's good bars. Also, at the end of the day, socialism isn't some like rigid ideology that we defend. It's about improving people's lives. It's about changing the current design of the economy to center the needs of the working class, the needs of the many, not the few. So like, it's great fucking line overall. He doesn't even like shit on socialism or anything like that. Did you see that ad about Abdul hating women? I know he's ran against women. Misogyny much?
Work in a system that too often chews up patients and spits them out. I am a scientist. I try and take empirical questions and ask, how do you solve this problem? And right now, a lot of people are priced out of healthcare. And for the folks who aren't, they have a $4,500 deductible that they can't pay. That's putting us into bankruptcy at the tune of $225 billion in medical debt.
But what?
So
But
forgive
if
me for
I
being
can
a
jump in,
scientist who
if I can
tries to
jump
solve
in,
problems.
if I can jump in, just what makes you different than a democratic socialist?
I am not somebody who is a socialist. I believe in capitalism. I just believe that capitalism has to be regulated. If you read Adam Smith, who was one of the fathers of capitalism as we know it, he always knew that the biggest danger to capitalism wasn't government regulation, it was monopoly. And we live in a society right now where too many monopolies and oligopolies can buy politicians to get their way. It's the reason we're watching as our prices just keep going up and we keep getting further and further behind. So forgive me for actually wanting to regulate trillionaires and billionaires so that we can build schools and roads. I know you guys really desperately want to put me into a category. I'm just saying that take me on what I tell you that I'm trying to do. I've been very, very clear and consistent about the fact that I just think billion.
It's his weakest take, I know. Just listen. I know. Just let him do his thing, okay? It's fine. It's an extremely, he can have 1L. Is this going to negatively affect him for a Senate race in Michigan? I don't think it's going to negatively impact him, man. He's not running in the commie corridor. You know what I mean? Like, is a L in our community and from our perspective.
Should pay their fair share so our kids get to go to good schools. It's not that radical.
But what are the big dividing lines in your primary?
It did hurt Julie. Julie was formerly DSA and then let her membership lapse and actually ran away from that association. Abdul was never DSA. I really respect you as a thinker. I'm part of the RCP, and they've been heavily criticizing DSA for going through a system like the Democratic Party that's apparently reformist. What are your thoughts? I love you, chatter. Yeah, I don't have any answer for you. I do have an answer for you. God damn it. I respond to this every fucking day. Every day, 1,000 times a day. Okay. In the United States of America, elections are a very easy way to reach out to as broad a base of support as possible. Okay? Elections are a very good way to draw membership to a socialist organization that can exist outside of the Democratic Party, that does exist outside of the Democratic Party, but runs candidates within the Democratic Party, because in the United States of America, the two-party system is very difficult to tackle, almost impossible to tackle, especially without any sort of serious viability for a third-party ideology or a third-party movement or a third-party organization. The Democratic Socialists of America are working within the confines of what is readily available to them right now. There are still plenty of people within the Democratic Socialists of America that actually disagree with electoralism. There are some who do. But ultimately, the biggest problem facing a socialist movement or any sort of revolutionary organizing in this country is a clear-cut lack of class consciousness amongst the American working class. The American working class do not see themselves as an abused and exhausted and exploited proletariat, but instead temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires. And in order to foment class consciousness and then educate the American working class to develop their class position and organize them on more effective organize them as more effective political actors, you have to run democratic socialists on the easiest, readily available option, which happens to be the Democratic Party. If this wasn't a significant threat to capital, the Democratic Party would not be losing their fucking minds right now and actively trying to rat fuck every Democratic Socialist candidate that's running and unseating successfully long-standing, established Democrats.
As you know, is the issue of Israel. An AIPAC-funded group is spending a lot of money to defeat you, in no small part because of your pretty harsh criticism of the Israeli government. You have signaled in previous interviews an openness to there being a Palestinian state. Do you believe a Jewish state of Israel should exist alongside it?
Look, here's what I've always said. I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for all people. I believe that a free Palestinian people alongside free Jewish Israeli people ought to decide what the future of the region looks like. That is not my job. My job is to make sure that the money that we're sending over there right now to subsidize a foreign military, to do things like apartheid and genocide, is spent here to provide schools and healthcare for our kids here. I take seriously the idea that I live in a state where there are some communities where the median income is $14,000. Whatever you think about Israel, Israel does not have a right to their tax dollars. They have a right to their tax dollars.
So you don't have a view if there should be a two-state solution. You're saying you don't have a view of whether there should be a two-state solution or whether a Jewish state should exist. You don't have a view of that. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that I want people on equal terms who have rights to that land to decide together how they want the ultimate peace to look like. If they want one state, that's their choice. If they want two states, that's their choice. It's not my choice to make. What my choice to make is, and what Michiganders deserve, is a senator who's going to fight for them to keep our money here, to invest here. It's a crazy thing that we have a gigantic super PAC who spends its money with the key interest of taking our taxpayer dollars and sending it to a foreign government. And I'm just saying that I don't have the hubris as a future policymaker from Michigan to get to decide how to solve other people's problems. I just don't want the money that could solve our problems making their problems worse.
You told me back in April that the Israeli government is evil as Hamas is evil. Now, the United States government considers Hamas a foreign terrorist organization. So do you think that the Israeli government should be considered by the U.S. as a foreign terrorist organization?
It's certainly a rogue state. I mean, they did a genocide, Manu. I just want to ask you, like, what about doing a genocide is not evil in your book? Baseline, they do apartheid. A U.S. congressman who you've interviewed multiple times on this show just got detained by settlers who are settling illegally. I mean, the question of how we treat Israel is so inconsistent with how we would treat any other country that does the same thing. I'm just trying to call us to hold a standard and follow that standard.
Would you consider them a foreign terrorist organization?
I would consider them a rogue state. It's a state, and it deserves to be treated in accordance with how it violates human rights and international law, and we are definitely not doing that right now.
All right, I want to ask you about some scrutiny you've gotten for past social media posts that you deleted, including about defunding the police. Now, you've said recently you never called for defunding the police, but our K-File team here in CNN found interviews in the past where you did repeatedly back in 2020, including in the aftermath of George Floyd's killing. I want you to listen to your comments here.
I believe that we do need to defund the police insofar as defunding the police is disinvesting in the means of incarcerating someone or killing them on the streets. What if we were to invest in social service?
America, I think, is the only country where you can have like the correct opinion on something and then everybody fucking yells at you anyway. And before people say that's not defund the police, no, it is. That is what defunding the police is. It's not about abolishing the police, even though some people want that. It's literally just restructuring what we fund. Instead of funding mass incarceration and increasingly more punitive draconian measures that clearly do not do anything to tackle recidivism rates, tackling the root causes of crime, which is in most circumstances poverty, the socioeconomic conditions, should probably be our highest priority. Other countries that have done this have seen tremendous success in lowering the rate in which people reoffend. I hate just like having a brain and a conscience in this country sometimes, because if you have a brain and you have a heart and you're honest enough about your worldview, People yell at you all the time until you have to feign ignorance, until you're just bullied into submission and you're like, oh, you know what? I guess you're right. We should just kill a couple extra people, but like maybe less than what we've killed this past year. Is that okay? Will you stop yelling at me? And then everyone goes, no, you're a fucking communist. You're still a communist. Fuck you. We are such an unbelievably reactionary society, man. It's so it's so sad. It's so fucking sad. Like what is he saying here that's heinous? You got like rapist pedophiles on the Republican side running on like lowering age of consent laws and shit, okay? And Manu Raju's here like, well, you're saying that instead of giving more millions of dollars to an unrestrained force that keeps murdering civilians, unarmed civilians, we should how about focus instead on the root causes that manifest crime? You know, focus on building public libraries and schools and invest in social services. That has been the most resilient way to tackle the crime rate. How about we do that? And Monteraj is like, that's the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. You should just kill yourself right now. You fucking police abolitionist, communist monster. Here we have yet another woke libtard candidate who wants to make rape legal. Meanwhile, up next, Republican candidate wants to make rape legal. More legal than it currently is. Let's talk about why he's right. Fuck! Yeah, how it feels to hold the morally correct position in America is right. This is literally, if you have any intellectual curiosity, if you've read more than like 3 books, if you have just a crumb of empathy, you are so alone in this fucking country. The mainstream media will destroy you. They will rip apart everything that you stand for. Yeah, why don't you piss yourself? Waterboy is right. Oh. All the people pointing have peed in the water? No, they're pointing to who actually pissed in the entire pool. That's what they're doing. They're blaming the real pool pisser. Oh. God. Being, like, not even being a socialist necessarily, but that makes it even worse. That makes it even harder. But like being just an empathetic person that is in any way, shape, or form invested in American politics, in the American political project in any capacity, is an insane experience. Okay? It's just, you're surrounded by people who are just like, oh, you're saying that better things are possible? How about you fucking kill yourself, you fucking piece of shit? Why don't you become a cynical monster like me? Why don't you also bludgeon your head with a Teflon pan until you're seeing the world through my eyes? Why don't you give yourself brain damage right now? As a matter of fact, I'm going to keep bullying you until you do get brain damage and then agree with me.
What if we were to invest in public schools? What if we were to invest in public libraries? What would the world look like there? And I think that has to be the way we go. And that means both investing more in these services, and it also means investing less in police.
So why did you say you never call for defunding the police when it sounded like you did in the past?
You know, what's interesting about that comment is I go in as far as defining what I mean by that. Do you disagree with investing in libraries and public services and social services? You fixate on the word defund, but what I'm talking about is war material that we made too much of during the war in Iraq. And then because we had too much of it, we had to find somewhere to sell it. So we sold it to a whole bunch of local police departments. I believe in investing in retention.
See, they're going to get it. They're going to be like, he's criticizing Obama again because Obama did the whole, what was it called? I forget. I wrote about this back in the day. Obama did this program where they started selling refurbished like military equipment to every fucking police department in the goddamn country. Was it the 1033 program? Yeah. No, not the surge. Not the surge. We're talking about the domestic program. Yeah, the military surplus shit.
And retirement for law enforcement. I've done work with law enforcement during my time in Wayne County.
But won't that issue of defunding the police, won't that become an electability issue in November?
Let me finish my answer, Manu. I actually don't think it is. I think the vast majority of people agree that they want to get home safely every night. I think the vast majority of law enforcement agree that they want to get home safely every night. I think the way that we have thought about law enforcement is we answer every social problem with somebody with a gun. And you talk to folks in law enforcement with whom I've worked very closely, they'll tell you they don't want to go on those runs where they know that somebody's in mental crisis. So maybe instead of investing in war material for PDs, we invest in a safe retirement for them. And then instead of sending a guy with a gun, we actually send a trained mental health professional. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I defined. And I think that's exactly what people want. Now, if you want to keep talking about one particular word that was in vogue that I tried to define at the time, sure. But I think if we're having a serious conversation about.
This is why I fucking hated when Democrats immediately were like, defund the police? How about no thanks? You guys are a bunch of fucking radicals. Shut the fuck up, blah, blah, blah. I was like, defund the police could have been like Black Lives Matter, something that people understand as a slogan. But the Democrats, the established Democrats, chose to not define it or not understand what it meant. Okay?
Public safety, you'll see that my perspective is in keeping with exactly what most people who are rational.
What do you think about DSA weighing in on 2028 internal process spilling into the public? It's my least favorite thing of all time, and I hate it. And I hate it with the passion of 1,000 suns. Obviously, the alternative of having like a total secrecy around internal decision making is also not the best policy either. There needs to be some level of transparency, but I fucking hate this shit so much. Dude, what are you guys talking about? This is the thing that I've always complained about. Part of the reason why I say I don't weigh into fucking caucus drama or anything like that. This is part of it, okay? I hate it. It sucks so bad. And everyone should stop doing it right now. Stop doing it right now.
About this question are talking about and what they want. I want law enforcement to be able to get home safely, and I want people to be safe in their communities. And the way we do that is to make sure that we have competent law enforcement and to make sure that we are not making war on our streets and that we have the social services that people need to stay healthy and safe.
So I do want to ask you, because Haley Stevens, your opponent, has been going after you about a separate issue for not releasing your tax returns or financial disclosures before the primary. She's been campaigning as the lone non-millionaire in the race. Are you concerned that by releasing those financial records, you'll show you to be considerably wealthier than Stevens while you're courting working class voters?
Not at all. I'm going to release my tax return this week. What I'll just tell you is that what she's desperately trying to change the picture on is the fact that you have $40 million of outside spending brought to you by our local utility that forced people to sleep in the dark for 5 days after a minor storm, that she's taking money from APAC that wants to send our money abroad, that she's taking money from big tech and the health insurance industry. You want to talk about financial transparency.
If you say to defund the police and you don't ask specifics, you're giving people room to tell you what you mean by that. Dog, what are you talking about? He literally did give the specifics of what he means by that. And so did every other organizer that even came up with the term. The Democrats refused to hear it. They went, la, la, la, la, just like Manu Raju just did. Dog, Manu Raju brought up a clip of Abdul El Sayed genuinely explaining what it means, what he means when he says that, which is very common. That's like the common explanation of what defund the police was. And it didn't matter to him. He was like, well, don't you think you want to defund the police? Fuck. Oh, God. And now he's doing the why don't you release the tax returns? Aren't you just like Trump?
The picture on is the fact that you have $40 million.
Except worse, because you're Muslim.
Dollars of outside spending brought to you by our local utility that forced people to sleep in the dark for 5 days after a minor storm, that she's taking money from APAC that wants to send our money abroad, that she's taking money from big tech and the health insurance.
What is this? We need to change the way we speak about these things, even if we have the right idea. Instead of defund the police, it might be more advantageous to say support police aid. This is what I mean, dog. This is what I mean. Bro, we're fucking cooked. We're cooked. We're never going to make it. We're fucking cooked. Instead of saying defund the police, how about we say, here, I have an alternative. I say it all the time. If you want some fucking free ball, I say, make the police do their jobs. Okay? That's my take. And that's my sincere take. Do your job, police. How about that? Is that better? Do your fucking job. Because what you're doing right now is not your job. Your job in theory is to protect and serve the people. Okay? What your job in practice turns out is protecting and serving the interests of capital, beating the shit out of people, twiddling your fucking thumbs, playing Candy Crush, never actually solving a single fucking crime. Do your job. Police are the only institution in this country outside of like CEOs and politicians that get rewarded endlessly for doing a dog shit job. Okay? They have a very important job. In theory, it's one of the more important jobs in society. In order to have a civilized society, you have to have law and order. We've already established certain rules. Okay? There's a social contract. People want to violate those rules. They should think twice before doing so. And in order to maintain the presence of law and order, sometimes you need guys. Okay? Sometimes you need the enforcers. Okay? Sometimes you need that. More importantly, though, you need guys that are going to solve the crimes, okay? Solve the issues that people are violating when they violate another person's liberties, rules, another person's personal space, when they engage in what we decide is a criminal act. The problem is they're not doing it. They're not doing the job. They're not doing their fucking job at all. That's the problem. Do your job. Cops basically live in Norway, but in the United States of America. Okay? Literally, they have robust social democracy in policing. They have the most powerful unions. They get the best benefits. They get unbelievable amounts of overtime, and they get hazard pay. They get to do whatever the fuck they want. Okay? And turns out what they want is to not do their jobs, which really sucks. Because it's technically kind of an important job to do. Okay? That's it. That's my problem. Just do your fucking job. Please. Please. I beg of you. Do your fucking job. Members of law enforcement. Okay? I work at a prison as a nurse, and our union is fucking insane.
Industry. You want to talk about financial transparency? I'm happy to do that all day. She took a trip with her mom to Portugal. I don't know why her mom had to go to Portugal, but it's from a group called Center Forward. I don't know what they talked about. I think the people in the state of Michigan deserve to know. What I will tell you is that I filed jointly with my wife. Haley Stevens files alone. What you're comparing is apples to oranges. And I understand that if you really want to turn the page on how your campaign is funded, you might try and pick something like this as a distraction. But we're going to clear the record this week. And I'm happy to turn the page to a conversation about why her and her mom decided to go to Portugal on some special interest dime, what they learned about, and what that means they traded for the vote that she's going to give in the U.S. Senate if she gets elected.
And very quickly, do you think that she would lose Haley Stevens in November if she becomes the nominee?
They're not going to hear your pleas. They're watching someone else's stream. Yeah, I know. Maybe if that someone else and his cronies clip this moment from my stream, he can sit on it and go, yeah, this is terrorism. Asking cops to do their jobs is terrorism. And then maybe the cops will hear my pleas because they're finally see it on the Asmongold stream as a highlight.
I think she's going to have a really, really hard time. Mike Rogers barely lost to Alyssa Slotkin. My question to her is, what are you even running on? What is it that you're after, aside from the fact that you have $40 million that can come in and pretend that somehow President Obama endorsed you in this race, even though he hasn't, that can say a lot of bad things about your opponent, take low blows, without actually having to say what you want to do. If you're bought off by the same companies that buy him off, at some point, we all lose.
All right. Michigan Senate candidate Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, we have to leave it there.
Dude, come on, Pod Johns. He's one of your boys. He had a podcast on the Pod Johns. Like, there's a high likelihood that Barack Obama has seen Abdul El-Sayed's podcast. Oh, fuck. It was all about Medicare for all. So he probably didn't like that. Shit. God damn it. What is this? How about instead of defund the police, they do diversify the police? Why is everyone a fucking DNC consultant? Why is everyone a DNC consultant in my chat? How about nothing? Okay, we're done. We're done trying to come up with fucking... I don't want to relitigate 2020 again. This is... I already... My panda is crooked. Yes, it is crooked. Okay? Because it's a Chinese panda. The Chinese panda cannot believe what Americans are on right now. Every other country, the police do their jobs, except for the United States of America. They do it poorly. They have issues, but they're nowhere near as consequential as the issues that we have. They're still consequential, but God damn it, is our policing so much worse. Actually, given our fucking brain rot, every panda is Chinese, bozo. There's one Mexican panda in the world. That's not true. Every panda is Chinese with the exception of one panda that is Mexican. It's true. Literally, look it up. Yeah. We did. All right, that's all I got for today, man. I'm fucking dying. I'm so tired. We had a long ass... I follow a lot of true crime girls, and honestly, the Korean police is really bad for sexual assault cases. Yeah. Anyway. Love you guys. Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Monday News Day, baby. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.